Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
I am a very responsible steward. Believe you me. There is no way I can spend 200 million. There is no way. In fact, let me disclose here that it costed the Republic of Kenya less than 10 million. Because, let me tell you, I am not a madman. When I was told the cheapest plane was 70 million, I told my office, go book Kenya Airways. Yeah. So when some friends of mine heard that I was going to travel Kenya Airways, and we have built a big reputation as a country. We have built friends. Some friends told me, how much do you want to pay? I said, I'm not ready to pay more than 20 million. They said, bring 10 million, we will give you the plane. Look at me, Kenyans. Look at me again. I must lead from the front. As I tell others, to tighten up their belt, mine must be where to begin.
Hello, I'm in Lagos, Nigeria, and guess where I am? I'm with one and only Aliko Dangote.
You're welcome, Eleni.
Great to be here.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Listen, the last time I was here, 2016, you were dredging sand. It was just sand and marshlands.
It was just sand. You know, that is a lot of sand actually. It was 65 million cubic meters of sand. 65 million tons.
And now it's a refinery.
It's a refinery working.
Working refinery.
Yes.
650,000 tons of capacity.
650,000 tons of capacity plus a petrochemical complex.
And you've got a fertilizer complex nearby.
Nearby, 3 million tons.
How do you feel that you pulled this off?
I feel great. I feel very proud as an African doing this.
But people were questioning whether you could do it. We just saw the bill rising, the price tag rising.
Nobody ever expected us to pull this through. A lot of people have given up, but we've been able to deliver.
So you said it was going to be $14 billion?
Yes.
And now,
at the beginning, but there are quite a lot. Now about 18.9, about 19 billion almost.
19 billion.
Yes.
And you had to become a construction company and doing
We had to become construction. We are the engineering, the procurement and construction contractor. So all the others are actually just subcontractors.
So if you knew...
So we built it.
You built it. But if you, like what you know now, would you do it again? Would you have done it, knowing how hard it was going to be?
Actually, you know, yes. If I'm going to do it now, I will do it better.
Yeah.
Because I've learned from experience. But if I knew what I was going to go through, I wouldn't have tried.
You wouldn't have tried?
No,
but people warned you, don't do this.
They did, but I thought they were just trying to discourage me. You know, but I've done that. There are other countries in Africa that all the African countries that have been trying to build refineries, they have not been able to. There has not been a refinery in the last 35 years.
And I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is?
So many issues.
Tell me.
There are many. I can't count them, but there are so
Is it
much.
money? Is it political will?
It's not only the money, money, political will, and also people who are benefiting from this whole stuff of importing petroleum products into Africa are actually discouraging those governments from building a refinery. And, you know, they won't get the loans anyway because they don't have very strong banks. The international banks will not support anything like this.
You're a true African industrialist and you've achieved so much.
Yes.
We're talking about industrializing the continent, creating a more connected Africa.
Yeah.
Do you believe that can be done?
I think it can be done, but we have to make sure we focus and say that, look, we are the only ones that can deliver. We Africans are the only people that can develop Africa. If we are waiting for foreigners or foreign investors to come and develop Africa, it will never happen.
So what's next for you now? What are you going to do next? You bought a lot of cranes, so you've got to put them to work.
Yes, yeah, we will keep looking at the next opportunities, petrochemicals, upstream. We will look at those opportunities and keep flying. The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit.
A case where if they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone. These are bad people. These are, in many cases, I believe, sick people. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before. I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines and was threatened with jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put two sentences together, given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. Maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it, because I don't know if he knows about anything. But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil. He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things. But when the government wanted something, they got everything. They got everything they wanted. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So we're going to show them that.
So many of my.
Oh, we're going to fight. It's actually, I don't know. It's something where I'm wired in such a way that a lot of people would have gone away a long time ago. They would have gone away after impeachment hoax number one. That was a total hoax. And I really think that this is an event, what took place yesterday with this judge. Look, we have conflicted, but he's a crooked judge, and you'll understand that. And I say that, knowing that it's very dangerous for me to say that, and I don't mind, because I'm willing to do whatever I have to do to save our country and to save our Constitution. I don't mind. We're dealing with a corrupt government. We have a corrupt country. Our elections are corrupt. Our borders are open. Our borders are going to be closed very soon. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. November 5th.
And I am ready to die. And I am ready to die. Nigeria, in whatever way. Nigeria, when it is God's time for us to go. It is God's time for us to go.
You took my time to talk. You took my time to talk. You are ready to talk.
I'm coming.
Alexi, you already started. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigeria. What I'm saying, defending Nigeria.
I gave him my time and he's easy.
No, sorry. I'm sorry. No,
we are calling on government to be much more responsive to the plight of the Nigerian workers. We are calling on them that the hardship that we are currently facing is as a result of the policies that were brought about by this government that we felt were not well thought out. And also, what has fed into this that we all know it's quite obvious. The removal of fuel subsidy, the flotation of Naira, and the increment of electricity price hike. So, gentlemen of the press, if you could remember, we had a meeting, a National Executive Council meeting of the NLC as well as the TUC, where we were further charged that the leadership should take charge and will take all actions to call government to order at the end of the expiration of the ultimatum. Today is 31st of May 2024, and this night the ultimatum expires. So, gentlemen of the press, we are hereby declaring the commencement of a nationwide industrial action, a nationwide strike, effective from Monday, June 3rd, 2024. And this strike shall be indefinite. And this strike shall be on until we have a new national minimum wage, until government is serious and also the tariff increment in electricity is reversed. We are united on this. We believe that this is the way forward. We believe this is the time, as we have done over the years, to consistently stand with the working class of Nigeria, because they have been battered and they have been downtrodden the way it has been from May 29th till date. So, comrades, gentlemen of the press, that is actually our stand on this.
Tinubu is a criminal. Tinubu is a criminal. Categorical grade one criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. He's a criminal. He's a criminal. Is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. That is so show me who he is. So show me who he is.
IPOB. But it seems the miscreants are yet to give up after issuing fresh threats for residents of Enugu State to sit at home in solidarity for the celebration of the 57th anniversary of Biafra. But the state government has directed workers to ignore the threat and go about their businesses. But who bails the cat? Jide, who bails the cat?
Well, the threats posed by Simon Ekpa is looking like a bigger threat than what IPOB represents. And when I was reading about IPOB, I'm like, these people should realize that Simon Ekpa is asking the people to celebrate Biafra heroes from 29th to the 31st. IPOB only asks for one day. That's May 30, which is the day that over the years they have celebrated the Biafran heroes. But Simon Ekpa is saying no, it has to be from the 29th to the 31st. That is a threat on its own that we have to deal with.
Thank you for staying with us. It's time now to take a look at stories making headlines on the front page of Nigerian newspapers. And I begin with the Guardian newspaper. The major story here, Biafra Day turns bloody, soldiers killed as IPOB enforces sit at home in Southeast. And that's the cartoon depicting the new anthem and some other issues there. Galvanizing a new Nigeria with an old anthem. That's what the story is about. Oyedele seeks tax forbearance for critical sectors, 800 naira to $1 import duty forex rate. World No Tobacco Day, tighten news on cigarette access to curb youth addiction experts urge federal government. And the federal government, labor, OPS continue, that's organized private sector, continue minimum wage talks today. We'll move now to the front page of this Nigeria. A major story still talking about seat at home, soldiers killed in bloody Biafra Day at Aba. Activities crippled in Southeast as police gunned down suspect in Anambra. Recover guns, students disguise themselves to write exams. And that's the picture of the president cutting the tape to inaugurate the Wole Soyinka interchange. We'll build a nation where no one is excluded. That's what the president said. Wole Soyinka interchange road unveiled as Wike Lord's president. Local government autonomy suit, file defense in 7 days, Supreme Court orders governor. And poverty in North unacceptable, says Tinubu, asks Arewa to hold governors accountable. Those are some of the stories you find on the front page of this Nigeria newspaper. We move now to the front page of the First News newspaper. IPOB's economic siege, Southeast states plunge into silence as sit-at-home order takes toll. 2 soldiers killed in Abia, Ohaneze distance itself. Nnamdi Kanu in soldiers' killings. Southeast governors condemn act.
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Here. I won't be here. I won't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot run in his mouth. Local government.
You are the one running your mouth. You are the one running your mouth. Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you
No, you don't say no. No, this is what I I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary? This is your chance to speak. This is your chance. You guys are making me to make it. You guys are making me to make editorial. Why do we? Why? Hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Why do all of us? Why do all of us? We are that important. Think that we are that important. Whoever you are, anybody. Whoever. Why is this? Do you think this election? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know where you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this. I teach a classroom. Nobody can speak like this in my class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. It's not possible. But I just know that this is. I want to engage. I want to make it free. I don't want to make it free. I don't want people banning people, stop people banning talking. I don't like that. From talking, I don't like that.
Yes, who were under duty posts without any provocation were attacked by men of the underworld. And I want to condemn that. Also to urge security agents to go all out and ensure that those behind that are caught and be brought to book. It's unfortunate that this happened without any reason. So innocent people who are doing their lawful duty were gunned down. And the unfortunate thing is that this is going to act as a major setback to the peace process which the governors from Southeast has been pursuing. Been talking to federal government, been talking to security agencies and other critical stakeholders on how best to resolve the problem of insecurity in the Southeast. This action of today is going to be a major setback to that process.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them. I don't know what is wrong with them. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you did your course and you are sure you did your course there. And you are sure you did your course there. But I agree with you.
A lot of what we hear,
Because you didn't hear this, because you didn't hear this,
direct
because
from
you know lawyers are very funny. Because you know lawyers will say, sometimes lawyers will say, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now. What is happening to Donald Trump right now? That guy is walking himself to jail. That guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh well. He's coming down to say that, oh well. It was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment?
Just because they don't like the verdict. Our justice system has endured for. Hello, folks. To defend himself. It was a state case, not a federal case. And it was heard by a jury of 12 citizens, 12 Americans, 12 people like you, like millions of Americans who served on juries. This jury is chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen. It was a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of. The jury heard 5 weeks of evidence, 5 weeks. And after careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should, to appeal that decision just like everyone else has that opportunity. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict. Our justice system has endured for nearly 250 years. And it literally is the cornerstone of America, our justice system. The justice system should be respected, and we should never allow anyone to tear it down. It's as simple as that. That's America. That's who we are. And that's who we'll always be, God willing. Now to another issue. I want to give an update on my efforts to end the crisis in Gaza. For the past several months, my negotiators of foreign policy, intelligence community, and like have been relentlessly focused, not just on a ceasefire that would inevitably be fragile and temporary, but on a durable end of the war. That's been the focus, a durable end of this war. One that brings all the hostages home, ensures Israel's security, creates a better day after in Gaza without Hamas in power, and sets the stage for a political settlement that provides a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Now, after intensive diplomacy carried out by my team, my many conversations with leaders of Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, and other Middle Eastern countries, Israel has offered a comprehensive new proposal. It's a roadmap to an enduring ceasefire and the release of all hostages. This proposal has been.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Yes, have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? Before you go, you click. It's free. Click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 10. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. 100,000 by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Yes, you're about to click off. Have you subscribed? It's free. Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't ask your son. Just one click. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Of my brothers and friends are in the crowd. And it is very difficult for me to single out everyone, including my colleagues in the Senate and my friend across. There are some eminent writers around too that I've seen their work either in the newspaper or
My camera is playing up now. Technical issues. Can you mute your other devices, please? Your other devices are on. Yeah, as you can see, Dr. Damage is not around. He's going to be off for this week and next week. As you have all seen the headlines, Biafra, what political solution? Trump is now a convict. He's now, KJ, I know you're a fan. Yeah, I hope you're going to be ready to go and have time with him. KJ, you are there. NLC wants to go on strike again and back to regional government. I think that one, people are saying that it's false information now. I think it's confirmed that it's probably false. So I don't know what you think about it. KJ, what do you think about this? Let's start with this Trump one, because I know you are interested in Trump, and man of prestige, you can respond back while I sort my camera out. And all right, KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, forefathers. Thank you, my dear brother and friend, the man of prestige. My son calls you the man of prestige. I like that name. Forefather, I am not a fan of Donald Trump. I am a fan of what is right. I stand for justice. And if you see me discuss on this panel, I've always stood on the path of justice for all, irrespective of who is concerned, be it the North, be it the South, be it the East, be it the West, be it black, be it white. Whoever has the blood running in him and has the spirit, that's life. If injustice to one is injustice to all. So I continually stand on that path. And that's only what brings me to fight when I see injustice done to somebody. So in the case of Mr. President Donald Trump, I will not discuss much. You know why? because I have too many facts I cannot put on the line. And at the same time, I am not an American. All I have to say is this. The reason why the world, or many of us, admire America is one. For me, for instance, I admire America because America tells you we are the land of the brave. We are the land of the brave. We are here not to take just what you say. We'll question every authority. And that reminds me or brings me closer to where I am coming from, which is my tribe. The Igbo man teaches his children. The only person you can't question is God. But every other thing you should question. If you get to a particular stage, you should question why is this one done this way? What is this? What is that? And so, if you get to a society where you are refused to question and ask, get answers, then the society only has maybe the next generation to be wiped off. So I said to Americans and whatever is going on in their political situation, that the world which they have helped to shape is watching what is going on in America. And everybody will come off in a different way, whether you believe in a Democrat or you believe in the Republican. What matters most is to sustain America as a leading power that can be able, whether justifiably or not, help to shape the world. That's what it is. If you have a bully in your street, what helps the street to remain is if the bully is fairer. Every other person can be afraid of the bully. But when the bully begins to take side with one person, you find out that the power B will shift. And sometimes it comes to a point where we will not be able to plan and gather and deal with the bully once and for all. So what I'm saying in essence is that whatever is going on is also being watched around the world. They should be more careful in whatever they want to do and however they're doing it. Because it's not only going to affect their political stability, it's also going to affect their economic stability. Because once we discover that we can be able to, circumvent that situation that they've built over the years, then that's the end of it all. We then be marching forward to a new world order, which may not favor them at the long run. I may not favor anybody as it is right now, because like I said, there are many things there's many moving facts that I would not want to go into. I'm not an American, as you know, Nigerian, full-blooded. So this is my own small advice. If there's anybody who is listening, is the world is watching. You see, let me give you an example. If you see what's going on now, is it different from what went on in Nigeria? It's not different. Okay, people now take authority and they do whatever they want to do with it, whether for good or for bad. And the whole Nigerians, 260 and 230 million people are just watching. They are the pawns in the chessboard. We are the ones who are buying a bag of rice for 100,000 naira now. We are the one buying a mudu of gari for 3,000 naira now. It is not the big man who can afford it. It's the ordinary person. So whatever we do, whatever they do as Americans, they should know that at the end of the day, the world is watching and the world is copying. And very soon, you cannot ask the man in Nigeria, why are you doing this? This is not democratic, because you have done it. So much.
Thank you. I think let's just round, because there are quite a lot of topics to discuss. So you know how Dr. Damage does it sometimes, where he just says people just say briefly what they think before we start going in depth. So I just wanted to get, because there are quite a lot of topics. What do you think about what happened with this in the southeast, where some soldiers lost their lives? Do you have anything to say about that, just briefly, so that I can go to?
Okay, thank you for the southeast. Why it was going on? Because a friend of mine was sending me and giving me commentary. You see, the truth is not yet being told, but those who have been looking for how to make problems in the southeast are now capitalizing on that to see the way they can go and level Abba. You see, the truth is not being told, and
Not
nobody
in depth. Not in depth. You don't want to go in depth. We're going to come back to it later.
Okay, all right, thank you. But the
So,
truth is not being told, Dr. Forefather, the truth not being told yet.
okay. And the NLC, what do you think about NLC going on strike?
NLC, they are charlatans. I told you before. I'm not interested in that. Listen, I'm not going to make. I've been part of the system. I told you, I've gone out to stage this thing before, and we found out that while we were busy holding people, government accountable, those other guys were busy doing something else, and at the end of the day, it never amounted to anything. So I refuse to make comments on them. By the way, except the only people that can. Well, we'll get to that when eventually begin to discuss it. I'm not in support of whatever they're doing.
One other issue I wanted to raise that is not on this thing is this new national anthem. How quickly it was done, and how is it that what do you think about it?
The new national anthem, I see it's a ploy, and you see, let me, as a journalist, I will say this. The current president, is looking for how to eradicate Obasanjo's
legacy. Oh, your technical issue, technical glitch. Okay, that's fine. When you get back, a man of prestige. Thank you for joining us. So what do you make of Trump, Biafra, killings, and this national anthem?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, you are back. Okay, let me just conclude. Yeah.
Yes, let me conclude.
All right.
You see,
All right.
Long time ago, they have always had that because Obasanjo told him to his face that the guy is a crook. Okay, so now being in position of power, he wants to carefully remove everything that has to do with Obasanjo's name in the history of Nigeria. One of them prominent is the national anthem, which was introduced during Obasanjo's regime. So now, if that is gone, what we are now saying, and I'll discuss that when we're going in depth. Are we also going to go back to other things? Can we also go back and review the name of Nigeria? Can we also go back to 1963 Constitution, which is 68 Constitution, which is what we have been looking for? I mean, 1963 Constitution, which what we have been asking for. Okay, 1958 Constitution, the MAGA. Okay, we'll discuss that. But that's what I'm saying. So if we want to go back, let's go back and start from the beginning. We will like it. Yes,
of course. A lot of people want to go back from the beginning, apart from me, though. Matter of prestige.
Yes, so, if you want to go back, let's go back. Don't go back and stop one place. Let Google go back and divide everything. Make all of us there for the same line. Who can even have
go back, a lot of battles happen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Man of prestige. Yeah,
good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're just summary. We're just the summary right now. Right? We're not in those.
Yes. Just summary. Right? Yeah, summarize all the headlines. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Let me begin with Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump, so I will just make that straight. Am I glad that he was convicted? Yes, I am, because nobody's above the law. The man has been so, with what I consider to be a rotten head, in my opinion. So whatever he deserves, whatever happened, he deserves it. So my only issue that he thinks he's above the law, but he's not. And you have some people, who are super fancy of man, even some Nigerians, even what's going on in Nigeria, which is what Trump is a duplicate of. That doesn't bother them. But when it comes to Trump, this is not referring to you, okay, I'm just making a general statement. When it comes to Trump, they support him, whatever, nonsense, he's committing. It doesn't matter. I mean, the Republican Party, which is one of his party, his character is very expensive, that's applicable in Nigeria, in a Nigerian place, character is, good character is very expensive. So this is exactly what's going on in America. So yeah, I'm going to go more detail, when it comes to, and what's going to be the repercussion, whether election, whether he's going to win. Everybody, just a guessing right now, just a prediction. We don't have any, going on. So let me go back to, let me start with the Biafra or whatever is happening. I mean, it's just a pity such a thing is happening in that zone. I thought everything is kind of quiet. To me, I don't really see this seat at home as anything, when I'm there. I never witnessed any one of them. So maybe sporadically in the Southeast, but in recent time, that situation, has been a little bit quiet. So I'm paying for what just transpired. But before I proceed, let me make this statement unequivocally. I condemn what happened. I mean, they don't have nobody has the right to kill the soldiers because they are serving us. They are our gallant hero. So the people that have committed these crimes should be pursued and caught and deal with fairly. That's to begin with. But they don't have to broaden the situation whereby innocent people right now, from what I've seen on the video, I don't know how factual that is. They are loading women in the truck, questioning them and something like that. So I hope what happened in Delta State never repeat itself. So
Okay.
I don't know what kind of
don't go in depth. Don't worry, you're gonna have
okay, I'm not going to go into that. Thank you very much. And the last one is about this national anthem. I mean, it's a pity that we have to go back to the colonial master national anthem instead of emancipating ourselves from that colonial master. We are going back there. I mean, there has been a theory coming out that Tinubu wanted it from the beginning. That's why he's doing it, or he's doing it because he doesn't like Obasanjo. But I have a different opinion. I just thought it's a distraction. Because he has taken, he has taken about 50% of the Nigerian media place right now. Instead of evaluating the Tinubu performance, people are talking about it. So I'm thinking they went ahead in the head 2 days and just approved it. I'm thinking it's a distraction because this government has a way of propaganda, to deceive us. So that's my own theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ewibon. Thank you, and welcome from Ghana. The junior brother of Nigeria. What can we say? All right. So, what do you think about the headlines? Just keep it brief. We are not going in depth yet. We are going to be going in depth later on.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I will not. Good evening from the beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the Upper East region of Ghana, where I am speaking from. And I would not like to go deep into the American system of politicking because they have good structures that is going to whip anybody that offends or commits crime in their own country, where we don't have such things in Africa. It is, if such thing happen in Africa, everybody will be celebrating. You see so many people, including Ghana here, and other African countries where presidents that have been, some of them are not even voted by the people. They impose themselves on you, on the African people, and we held them, some people in Africa held them and hold them to high esteem, use them as role model. But in the United States, the law play is passed. And we are here today speaking about it. Most of us that are in the diaspora today are there because of the structure that is so sound that can fix anybody, irrespective of your authority, irrespective of your class, into place. And that is what we fail to canvass right around Africa. American people has a way of doing their own things. And one thing that I love so much in the American system is that this conviction will not deter Trump from running as a president. It won't deter him from running as a president. That is what I see there. You see, for Biafran people, we are not looking for political solution. Nigerians have been calling for restructuring of that country, and the Nigerian state refused to restructure that country. Today, you see what is going on. They are now bringing restructuring. These are the people, the cries of the people for more than 9 years or 10 years or even more. Today, they are bringing it. And I hope that the people that are responsible will take it or not to take it. See, when they destroy you, destroy your economy, impoverish you, they will now find one way or the other to appease you and throw in something into the field so that you'll be battling about it while they continue to deal with you economically. As for the national anthem, it's a shame that a white woman wrote a national anthem that you people are resurrecting today. Even the name Nigeria was not given by Nigerians. It was given by a Caucasian man with a side chick. And all of you are proud to answer such name. I'm a proud Nigerian. I'm a proud Nigerian. I'm a proud Nigerian. But the name was not originated from you people. It's shocking. Today, the national anthem that was written by a British woman has been resurrected. I do not know where Nigeria is going to go from there. Thank you so much. I leave it here until it comes back to me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Man of Mazi Prince, California, 2. Thank you for joining us today again. So what do you make of these headlines?
Good morning. Good morning, forefathers. Good morning, KJ. Good morning, man of prestige. Good morning, Awinbone, aka Max. I like the Max, before the Awinbone, Good morning, America, and good morning, Augustine. So far the menu seems okay, but the only thing I'm kind of surprised how come we did not throw in the South African election into it. If you really look at it, it's going well. At the same time, also, how come we did not mention, because Max, I know you are part of Nigeria, you're part of us, you're not going anywhere. So when you say a Caucasian man and the girlfriend gave us the national anthem, you are part of it. Okay? But then, congratulations. Ghana is now richer than Nigeria. What a shame. Wow. I was surprised when I heard that. I was like, wow. Now we falling behind and behind and behind. That goes to show that whatever economics that they're using is just try and error. They're just throwing things in there just to see if it's gonna stick. And so far it's not sticking because things are still going downwards. What else? Until we start proper to talk about the menu, like Trump, I really don't want to talk about Trump. Why am I saying that? I'm somebody who believes in equality and justice. Years ago, there were some Black American kids that were, unjustly convicted, and Trump was even among the people calling for those kids to be, to be killed. That they did it. Meanwhile, these kids did not do it. The only thing is that they were at the wrong place, at a particular time. And God so kind, after some years, I believe they were exonerated. I believe by now some of them, I think they're out now. They're all out now. Probably some of them died or whatever it is, but they're out and all that stuff. So for me, the fact is this: it's a shame that most Nigerians take this upon themselves to talk about, oh, how is it that Trump is a Christian? Trump is this, Trump is that. And I look at them and said, what do you preach? I'm not saying him meeting up with
There's no need to go into details. You're going to get a chance to go into details.
So
how about the anthem and the NLC strike and the Southeast stuff that happened?
Let me go with the Southeast. The Southeast, pretty much, I don't believe IPOB did the killing. I'm not in support of killing the soldiers, but at the same time, when you look at the fundamentals, first and foremost, one, is it not a shame to the people who are supposed to be safeguarding the country that there are so many guns in that country? I believe Nigeria have ATF. So they should take the bullets, because they will not tell me that they didn't. They should take the bullets and take it for analysis and come and tell us, because no matter, from my understanding, from the field I am in, I'm made to understand that every bullet can be identifiable. It's just the number. There's always a number on it. They will know where that thing came from and who must have bought it. They will know. If they have a problem with it, they can send it to US, and probably they will help them in the analysis. At the same time, if you look at also the events, first and foremost, I'm surprised that somebody who is a governor of a state that is he lives at Abuja, have the guts to come out, have the temerity to even be one of the first person to say, and I condemn that happened. The things that happened in Imo State, have we heard it? They're still killing in Imo State. Till today, they're still killing. The other day, a policeman killed a driver because of 200 naira. We didn't hear it. So, like I'm saying, let them do the thorough investigation. And you know what? What is the lawyers in Nigeria doing? It looks like they become docile. They become docile because this thing is going on. I believe there is some rogue government officials' hands in this.
It's okay. It's okay. They don't need to go into that now. So, and then the anthem. Have you spoken on the anthem?
The anthem is just a shame. It's just a shame. And do you know that they use about 83 billion in settling the National Assembly? 83
For this?
billion. Yes.
For this?
Yes. Oh, you didn't know that?
3 billion is more than the amount they put for student loans.
Yeah. And that's even why.
Where did you get this information?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Do your
That kind
research.
of talk gives me trust issues.
Do your research.
Don't worry about it.
No. But I'm not. It's not a joke. It's there. It's there online. And apart from that, that is why the NLC too, are mad that if they can use that to do that, and they're still proposing to give them 60,000. What is 60,000 going to buy? That's not living. That's not living wage. That's not living wage. That's a slap on the face. Well, that's all I can say for now until we go in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Emeka Eze. Appreciate your time here. So what do you make of the headlines from Trump? The killings in the southeast, the national anthem, and the NLC strikes. We just need you to just give us a brief summary so that we can go around and come back just a minute or so.
Oh, okay. On the Trump issue, justice has spoken, and this is an advanced economy. So thank you for their justice system. And I keep telling people, I have some of my friends who are from the Middle East and from, like Frederick from National, who said that they will not forget about Joe Biden keeping quiet, quote unquote, in what is happening in the Middle East. All I can tell them is, Shakespeare, our brother, said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance, and you will know the difference between the two. That's for Trump. It's justice. Then for national anthem, in different fora that I belong, I've asked this question. Is that our problem? Our pressing problem now? So I might be saying that from different perspectives. I was a student union president at the University of Port Harcourt and National Mobilization Officer of National Association of Nigerian Students, who have always been singing that national anthem, or not this, the one they have resurrected. as a kind of protest against the government of Nigeria. Not that we cherished it, because it's part of colonial mentality, as our brother Felon said. So that's what we've been singing when I was the student union president, or even in NAS. So kudos to them for whatever they think they have arrived at. I don't know what informed that decision. I don't know why it has become an issue to be raised in the National Assembly, resorting to National Assembly, old National Anthem. And I think that we have so many brilliant people in Nigeria that will have come up with something new if they wanted something new. So their reason or whatever informed that decision is best known to them.
Thank you.
For the killing in the Southeast, I don't know why the soldiers are feeling more impact, feeling the impact of what is happening in Nigeria more than even some of us. But they have to do their job. Somebody sent them there now. I remember after SAP riot of 1988-89, when I was arrested in Port Harcourt, Professor Julius Ihonvere came to the convention arena Uniport, where the army, combined team of army, navy, and everything arrested me. And they were hailing, we've got him, we captured him, everything, because I was declared wanted. And Julius came there. The Okada man that brought me there went to inform Julius Ihonvere immediately in the staff quarters, in his house. And he came there and said, look, you man, I know this guy. He's not from a poor background. He's fighting for your people and your children for tomorrow. When we were fighting against social adjustment program, that caused the whole problem, the foundation of the problem we are facing in Nigeria today. And after talking to them, he gave them money and asked me to jump into his car. And he took me and drove me out. I said, are you mad? What brought you back here? Your picture is all over River State. So what I'm saying is that these people feel the impact of what we are going through. For us to kill them, and in one video I saw, somebody was displaying the hand, the heads, and all those things. I don't know where we are going from. You are giving people opportunity to do more harm to you. So that's my position on that killing. It's not called, it's never ever called for. I don't know the provocation that will make somebody become savageous. The kind of savagery I saw. It's never done. So it's the army. They are feeling the impact like us. It's the soldiers. Why not arrest them and talk to them? I don't know. They are doing their job. We should face the person who sent them there. That's me. I remember when they were talking of IPOB and all those things. I told somebody, instead of fighting the president of Nigeria, can't we go and fight the governors? I will be in the forefront. Let them use our resources for our state. After that, then we can talk of the federal. Let us deal with our issue first. That's my position. Anyway.
You know, all these are our super governors that we have. Their immunity past immunity. Augustine, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time. So can you just browse through the headlines from Trump conviction? Biden did also talk about the peace process. Then the NLC, they are looking to go on strike because of minimum wage disputes with the government. Then you have the issue of killings in the Southeast, which is not, the timing seems suspicious to me too. It just looks like it's designed to make the Southeast look bad or something. I don't know. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, Forefather, I begin with the killing in the Southeast. But before that, I want to welcome and thank every one of us, both the people on the comment section and everyone on the panel. It is a pity that we lost 11 lives on that day, 6 civilians and 5 military people. It's unfortunate. And this is the question you will ask yourself: what is the purpose of our nationhood? The 5 governors of the Southeast, what was their plan? Or are they trying to deny that the Biafran war never existed? This is a question you have to ask them. What's their plan towards memorizing that day? And they just allow these things to happen and the kind of security architecture we practice in our country, you wonder what is going on. How would you have 5 military people on a checkpoint inside the vehicle? What one vehicle? This is so barbaric and archaic, and people don't talk about it. Look at innocent guys. One of them was a captain who is from Abia State, precisely.
So, sorry for stopping you. Is my audio has it got some issue? My audio.
Were you not hearing me well?
No, I'm hearing you perfectly, but some people are saying I'm humming.
Oh, you have to turn on, you have to mute your mic. You have to mute your mic. Mute your mic.
So I'm sorry that our security architecture, they don't seem to be doing something. Maybe when they get to the helm of affairs, the top military and every other security personnel, they don't consider the people on the ground. This is something we need to, and personally from Abia State, I am so, like what you said, is a suspect to me. For 24 years, we've been languishing. Now we see somebody that we are suspecting that might be good. Now this is coming up. Look at the devastating issue this thing is going to lead us to, backwards again. But on the part of Trump, the temerity that Trump was brought to the court is what gladdens my heart. The temerity that he was being questioned, that people stood and said you're right or you're wrong in a law court, it gives me joy. If that can happen to our governors, not to talk of our president, if it can happen, then the president of Nigeria wouldn't have just removed the national anthem because he didn't like it. Some of us don't like him, but we can't remove him. We don't like him. We know how the election went. So what do we do? So that he don't like it, or because the person that brought it in, he don't like the person, and that's why you had to remove it. And I listened to what they were saying. But I was so glad when one of the senators on the news said that they are the ones that use it more. So it was for them, not for us. He said it on the national news. And you look at people who are representing you coming out that way.
Sorry. Did you say that a senator said they are the ones they use that national anthem more?
Oh, yes.
What does that mean? Yes. Okay, is it because they sing national anthem every day? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, he said that they use it often, so it's for them.
Wow.
Yeah, so they need to help Nigeria in making their policies, and so that's what he said.
Does anyone know that in 1959, when they first wrote this anthem, that they elicited entries from all Nigerians? That they had more than 500 entries from Nigerians, and our leader still chose Oyibo woman.
Are you serious?
This guy, I'm telling you. I'm just reading it.
Yes, it's unfortunate. And on NLC, you mentioned that for 1 year, subsidy is gone, and you couldn't come up with minimum wage, and you went to National Assembly. So this is pure a system of people settling themselves. That you didn't sit down with NLC to settle this issue for 1 year. It's a shame. And I know something will happen between now and Monday. Instead, they will go and divide the group, and you will see divide and rule come into play. And it's a shame that you are offering 60,000 for workers a month when you have taken away everything that government was supposed to be doing for our citizens. So as we go on, we'll be able to look at other information that you have on it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ferrari, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time here. So what do you make of the headlines from Trump, NLC, killings in the Southeast, and the issue of the national anthem?
Yeah, greetings to everybody. First of all, I always push that we need to always elevate the level of these discussions we have here and take away primordial sentiments and discussions out of the focus. Our country is on fire, and we need to be more focused to finding a more reasonable solutions to these things that has plagued us since independence. First, on the issue of Trump,
Personally, I don't think the issue of Trump should be what the issue Nigerians should be discussing. That's my personal opinion. But since it's on the topic, I'll just jot these few things down on Trump. First of all, the conviction, it's a major issue. When the campaign will start, the Democrat will use it to their advantage. Trump is wounded, he's a wounded lion. It's also an issue of law for us here in the United States, because here a black man that is convicted cannot vote. So you now have somebody who is convicted and he wants to run for president. So the legislators will have to review the issue of the law, strengthen it, and but Americans always make the right decision. I doubt if they would allow a felon to be their president, but that would be left to be seen. And that, as most of you also don't know, that each state has a right to remove his name from the ballot. Actually, I believe at least about 3 states have already removed his name. So that's going to probably increase further down the line. But the issue will become a major issue and a major law issue. It's not just the Nigerian.
That's not true. That's not true.
Excuse me, when you have your
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Let's try
That's
to keep
true.
it brief. So
What fact? Let me take him on. What fact do you have that?
No, don't take him on. Don't take him on. We are just going around.
Because I know the state of Illinois has gotten his name out of the ballot, and at some other states. So when you tell me that's not true, I don't know if you have a counter information.
Leave him now. You guys leave him. Otherwise, it's just going to prolong. Let's just go around.
No, if you have your counter opposition, when it's your turn, you present it, okay? But that's I have a fact about 3 states. His name is not on the ballot. Some were still being contested up to the Supreme Court of each state. So each state has that power. You all don't know American law. I live here. But if you have a counter position, you can present it. So I don't think we should be discussing Trump. America will decide. It's a matter of the process for America to move towards its perfect union. Can we allow a black man who has been convicted not to vote and then allow a white man who has been convicted to be a president? These are issues we discuss here in America that we really take very, very serious. So moving on the issue of the national anthem, I think this is another misguided issue that we are taking on here, because we are focusing, it's a distraction to start with by the criminal government in power to get you all talking on things that are not important. It's like, frivolities. But it's, Forefather has been hammering on the fact that a white man wrote it. It don't matter who wrote it. I want to stick with what Chinua Achebe says on this issue of the anthem, and I'll tell you straight black what Chinua Achebe said. He said, our 1960 national anthem given to us as a parting gift by the British housewife in England had called Nigeria our sovereign motherland. Our current anthem, the one that Tinubu just removed, put together by a committee of Nigerian intellectuals, and it's actually worse than the first one, and it invokes the father image. Chinua Achebe said, but it has occurred to me that Nigeria is neither my mother nor my father. Nigeria is a child, a gifted child, enormously talented, prodigiously endowed, and incredibly wayward. Chinua Achebe, that should end any conversation anybody want to have on this anthem issue. Focus on what is important. Did you notice in that statement, he said, even the ones designed by our intellectuals is worse than the ones we got from the British. These are key facts. When your elders are talking, pay attention. Let's move on. On the IPOB issue, I think we should wait for further detailed investigation before people start using it as a propaganda tool to nail those they want to nail. Nigeria is currently being run by propaganda right now. We don't know what is fact, what is real. There was a vehicle that drove away that has a plate license when the incident occurred. There were bullet numbers that can be tracked. They've not done any investigation. They're already pointing fingers. I don't know if IPOB itself admitted guilt. But the fact is, I think it's a political tool by this government to use against those they don't want. So you watch that on that. On the NLC strike, NLC is a disappointment, a disgrace. I wouldn't be surprised if Monday comes and they said they've called off the strike. It could be another way to get more money. So be attentive to these key issues. On political, whether IPOP, so one Senator Sani said that IPOP should have a political discussion. Of course, everything in Nigeria should have a political discussion. If we want to exist as ourselves, if we don't want to, let us have our say. That's the point of a country. No matter, minority should have its say, majority should have its say. Even if they're going to have its will, minority must have its say. But if you don't have discussions, how can you have your say? That is the problem of Nigeria. Anyway, moving on. On the National Assembly suggesting possible regional government, I think it's another gimmick to get more money out. This bunch of criminals are not interested in anything but looting, and people should stay focused on that.
I gather it's false. There's nothing like that going on.
There's nothing like that. Okay, if it were, but I saw it in one of the headlines. So those are my, it's not a submission yet. When we start talking in details, I can expatiate further on any of the points I've raised. But let's take the conversation serious. Let's elevate the conversation, and let's take primordial or primal things out of what we discussed. These are serious issues. Be good. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Ngozika wanted to say something because she has to leave and she's in Nigeria. I don't know if we should give her the space to speak. I know Exero wanted to say something. Exero, are you okay with that? Although, yeah, thank you. Ngozika, please go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. So nice to see all of you again.
Welcome.
So nice. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So it's so nice to see you. Actually, I am still unable to join, but I just needed to come to this particular show because of the topic of the shooting in Abia State. Anybody that has followed this show from the inception know my stand on sit-at-homes, a pub, and whatnot. My stand is quite clear. And I just want to say something. And this is not propaganda, this is not insinuation. This is the feel on the ground. What happened in Abia State is sad, really sad. And I don't know how many of you know that secondary school students were writing mathematics WAEC on that day. So for people like me, that was my main fear, that these students were going to be made to miss their exams. I did not fathom for any reason that what happened in Aba was going to happen. It's quite unfortunate. I saw the video. It's terrible. And let's be clear, uh, it's reeks of something fishy. Yes, I'm spinning conspiracy theories. It reeks of something fishy. Why Abia State? Why Abia State? Not that it would have made it better if it was any other state, but why Abia State? Why the brazenness? I mean, OT was the only governor that made it emphatically clear that he was not going to confront the enforcers of the sit-at-home. And funny enough, strangely enough, his state was the state that military people were attacked and killed on that day. I find it all confusing. I find it all sad. And I hear a bounty has been put out for the perpetrators. I hope they are found. And I am so scared for Ndiaba. I'd not want another Okwama community. I'd not want another Zakibiam. Anybody that knows the antecedents of the Nigerian military knows how hellish, knows how brutish they can be. I am just worried, really worried, on how far they will want to go to avenge or show anger at what happened to their colleagues. And if any of them can hear me, I am pleading with them. I saw videos and also heard reports, because I have family there, that after what happened, they invaded the homes nearby and were just cutting people away. that's disturbing. Yeah, what happened? I mean, it's on video. The videos are there. If you want to go after those people that did those things, please go after them. Let innocent civilians not be caught in the crossfire. I think God they beg them. It's this. It has become worrisome that anytime you hear that military personnel have been attacked, the next thing you're thinking about is the people in that area because you know they are going to pay. Sometimes they pay with their blood. And when you check well, most of the times it's not even them that did what happened. They have no hand in it, but they end up paying. I just hope it's all resolved very soon. And then I don't care about the national anthem. I don't care about the national anthem. They are changing, they are not changing it. It will not change that the price of one crate of egg is 4,006 and a single piece of egg is 200 naira. It won't change it. So I don't really give anything about that one. As for NLC, they're a bunch of clowns. They are the biggest clowns ever. And that is that. I am sorry I have to go now. Nigeria is happening to me, so I can't stay.
Thank you for your submission. Thank you, I appreciate it. Because there's a lot of I thought they said there's a lot of roadblocks in the southeast. I don't know how this could happen, and the people got away with all the roadblocks everywhere. So except they run into the bush, I guess that's another one. Let me bring Jago on. Zero. What do you think about the Chris? I see you in the background. I'm going to be bringing you on. Try to circle two people.
So hold on, Tinaja. I think we are going in detail, because when we come back again, try to talk about the topic, then we're going to be repeating the same thing. So that's taking a long time. Just my opinion. Why not just brief 2 minutes? Or it's enough.
2 minutes for each topic. Okay, now
yeah, you don't want to repeat what we already said.
Okay, you think these people are going to repeat what you already said? There is a panzer there. He's going to say something different that nobody has ever said. So I'm just saying. So don't worry. When we come back, then we'll try to keep it brief. We do maybe 3 minutes so that everybody one topic, then 3 minutes. It goes around because people are coming through. X0, thank you for your patience. So what do you think about the headlines? From Trump to national anthem.
Good afternoon, everyone from here. I hope you guys can hear me.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And some time ago, I asked a question here, but I didn't get an answer. Instead, we simply rushed back to our normal, because I know that we Nigerians, the truth is that we like complaining, we like talking, we like to lament, but we never get to the root of our problems. It's just like it is ingrained in us, Nigerians. It's ingrained in us. None of us here, I asked this question one time, but none of us here ever asked himself, who is a Nigerian? If you ask yourself this question, which is the root of all your problems, you begin to tackle your problems headlong. It's because you don't know who you are. That's why they can give you any national anthem and they can tell you you are who you are not and tell you to obey the instructions. And you can't talk because you don't even know what to fight for. Each and every one of us here is from a different ethnic group. None of us here can die for that country. Because the minute you start to begin to want to die for the country, your family members will tell you, come here, come on, stop that. Are you the only one seeing these things that are happening? And yet we like to be complaining because we have never tackled our issue. Once you tackle your problem of who you are and why you are in this union with an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, a Hausa man, an Efik man, once you be able to decipher why you are together, then you are going to begin to face your problems squarely. Because as far as
Zero, sorry for interrupting. The point in this area is just to summarize. It's not to make it.
Yes, I know. Because I don't think I'm gonna be here for the long run. I'm just gonna log out after my distance. We are talking about national anthem. They give us national anthem, we are complaining. Is it the first thing they are giving us that doesn't make sense? Is this the even the president that it was somehow mounted up on you? Did you vote him? You don't have any right. You are not a citizen of no. You are nobody. Why don't you face that first? They give you national anthem just to carry all of you to start discussing it. And you are complaining. Is that the first policy that you have seen? Is that the first? I don't want to use insulting word with this government, but it's not the first thing. So I'm sorry to say things like this will keep happening. The other day I saw the former Prime Minister of UK, Tony Blair, sitting with your president. These guys see you and your country as where they will come and harvest. He knows his country. They are calling Nigeria they are referring to Nigeria as Nazi Germany. Why? What is he sneaking in here to do? To come and take from your wealth. And we're here discussing national anthem. My brother, that's the only thing I want to just say today. Our problems, we are not facing it. They gave us this topic. They know that we are going to come here and discuss it. That's why they gave us to keep us busy. Another Mumu policy will come again to keep us busy. Do you know who you are? That's the only thing I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like a lot of people like what you have to say. Welcome, AY. Thank you for joining us. So, yeah, what do you make of the headlines?
Interesting. Good morning, everyone from here. Afternoon, actually.
Yeah, good morning, afternoon.
So you mean the Trump case, NLC, regional government?
The regional one is said to be false. But the issue of the national anthem, the issue of the killings of soldiers and civilians in the southeast Abia State.
Okay, I'm going to say this then. I'm going to add to your suggestion headline improvement. On Trump case, Trump was found guilty. I mean, I don't know how that is surprising to anybody. You know, I think it's because he's from the minority. That is why they're after him.
Oh,
why are you laughing?
Where is Trump a minority?
He's my man of prestige, right?
Because you're not making sense. Get a little bit.
I know. I just want to laugh. To be honest, on a more serious note, if you follow Trump case, Trump is definitely a dangerous human being. No matter how people are going to defend it here, I don't even know if you need anybody to tell you that. You don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to be a judge. If you know Trump very well, he is dangerous. People defending him are actually surprising to me because I don't know how you will criticize Tinubu and be praising Trump. It just get me confused because I don't know the difference between them really. That is one. Biden himself, I'm not a fan of Biden. I don't think he's doing better. Especially with the war going on. One of the stuff I wanted to bring up is the Ukraine-Russia war is actually taking a different dimension right now because America has approved Ukraine to use their weapon inside Russia. So you might see a completely different dimension of that war.
Germany too, bro.
Yeah, Germany too. A lot of countries in Europe. So they've been discussing that. So watch out for the next couple of months. It's gonna be fun. So that is one. I don't know if you guys also discussed what is going on in South Africa.
Yeah, we didn't cover that. I should have.
Yeah, that's a big one. So for the past 30 years, ANC, they are struggling in South Africa. Even the MK party, the former president party, they really do it well. I think they pull up to 30%. That's yesterday of the vote. The DA, They have like 22% of the vote as of yesterday, while the EFF have like 10% of the vote. So what this is telling us, country is not about individual. If you really want to build a nation, it's not about individual. Why I'm saying this, I have seen cases where we all shouted Buhari, February. I had also supported Buhari in 2015. I'm saying this, that we need to learn our lessons from what is going on around the world. Even in some states, you will see sometimes people will like, oh, this is the governor, this is the one that will change the whole world. We need to stop this nonsense. We need, if you love Nigeria, we need to fight for our country to have a system. I tell you one thing I think we are really missing is if we have a system that will bring the best of us into power, people, I'm sure people will leave America, people will leave UK, people will leave Nigeria, will leave, they will go back home and say, okay, let me try and contest. Let me try and see if I can, what I can do for the country. What that also does is you give it power to the people. Let people have their power. Let people be able to say, you've not done well, you are out. Exactly what is happening to ANC. ANC, if you go to the history of ANC, of course, they started where they fought against the appetite.
Excuse me, I'm not taking word from you. I thought we were just dropping off,
let's
maintain this.
Okay, thank you. Let me just quickly brush it. Oh yeah, on that we'll discuss that. Then on the issue of NLC, NLC, I think they are toothless bulldog. So I don't think much can change. Let them keep fighting, but I don't really have faith in them. Regional government, of course, I support regional government if there is any. I would really love to see it. I just want the system to be restructured in some ways that we can have an efficient, more efficient system. I know the federal government, I think they are taking the governors to the court. Tinubu make a statement this week, which I'm completely in line with. He told the governors, do your best for your people. I'm doing my best. I'm not saying Tinubu is doing his best, but the governors, we need to hold them accountable. These governors are more dangerous than the federal government. They are actually more dangerous. What governors do, governors are mini God in their state. They are complete dictators. They hold the state to ransom from the local government election. They do whatever they like. Even the governors we come here to praise, all of them are the same. They hold the state budget. They do what they like with it. We need to really hold our governors responsible. To be honest, I completely support Tinubu on that. They are also taking the governors to court on the issue of local government autonomy. When you say local government needs to have autonomy, if they do,
try to keep it brief so we don't go into
the only thing I think the governors should do, they should have a system that can checkmate the local government chairman. Because I believe if you take power to the grassroots and they have the money to work, we might be able to see more stuff. Like they are working at that level of local government. If a local government chairman is ready to work, he might be able to like look at the more like grassroots things to do, even in terms of event. It's just like how you have council. What is it called? How you have city council in abroad, right? So that is at a lower level. Local government can come in terms of Nigeria and try to help the people. This issue of helping our people, helping the people is very paramount. They need to take it seriously. On the issue of national anthem, to me, that is BS. I don't want to listen to that national anthem. I have been seeing it on social media. I will scroll down. When Ferrari and some people here, they come and tell you this is distraction. Now, I'm 100% convinced these people, they will come and look for something to distract the people. This national anthem issue, It is deliberate. They just want to. You after being government for 1 year, instead of for you to be telling us what you've done, what you plan for the country, you are coming with national item. What's national item? What's it going to do for the people? People are hungry. There is insecurity. A lot of things are going bad. Instead of telling the people, convincing the people, hey, have faith, this is what we're doing, you are coming to destroy the people. I'm 100% convinced the issue of national item, we should not discuss it. It is a distraction from the real issues. Thank you.
Thank you. He did say before the election that nobody paid attention. He was being interviewed, I think, 2022 or something, that he was going to change it. That he wants to change it. That if he had the opportunity, he would change it. So, Chris, thank you for joining us. Let's keep it brief so that we can start the proper in-depth take on single topics. Thank you for joining. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. I'm sure maybe you have been on with Dr. Damages. Thank you for joining us. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Okay, is it better?
Yeah, perfect.
I have observed a few times, but this is my first time actually joining in the studio.
Welcome. If there was a music that we play for first timers, I would have played it.
It's okay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, what do you make of the headlines from Trump? The Biafra killings. That's not Biafra killing, the Southeast killings. And then you have the national anthem issue, and the NLC asking for this in a raise of the minimum wage. Then Trump, getting convicted, former president, and he might actually become president after being convicted. So what do you make of all this briefly?
Okay, I'll only touch on the ones that I feel I have something to say. So Trump is, to me, it's a passionate topic in the sense that, as AY said, Trump is dangerous. Trump has always been dangerous. Trump is someone who has perfected his persona in the public. And his formula is simple. It doesn't matter how ridiculous the proposal, just float it. Float it, repeat it, make sure other people start echoing it. Then you start quoting them, quoting you. And pretty soon, no matter how cynical you were, if you hear it enough from serious looking and sounding people, you say, hey, there's something to this. Remember, Trump just got convicted on something that 2 of his inside guys have served or are serving prison time for. There's nothing new. There's no question. But just going through the whole process, bringing him to justice is, for me, vindication enough that a system will work to the extent that people want it to work. Everything we complain about in Nigeria, whether it's local government, federal government, I don't care what level, everything boils down to one thing: failure of the middle class, failure of the elite. It's not the street people that are wrecking the budget, that are embezzling the billions. In the middle of what's happening in Nigeria, the Senate decided to give itself this huge boost, this huge financial bonanza. Everybody kind of complained about it. We talk to each other, we make fun, we kind of create memes about it. They pocket the money, they drive away in the big SUVs, they take the billions home. But the regular guy on the street is literally dying. Why do we think that people are desperate to the point of killing other people for the littlest things? And those are the people we punish when we catch them. But these big guys are doing it in our face, one thing after another. Why? Our system is broken. We cannot bring them to order. We can't, I've been sitting here listening. Yeah, we should have a system. We should hold our governors responsible. We should. How do we do it?
Let's try, please. We are trying to just summarize, then we'll go in depth later on, more in depth into all these things later
so
on.
as far as the Trump case, I'm very happy. I'm not surprised. There's absolutely nothing there that shocked me. And someone mentioned about Biden. I'll be honest, I kind of self-identify as a Democrat, but I take each candidate, I take each president case by case. Don't forget that Biden has been in government for close to 50 years. His records are very clear, stellar. I don't think Biden did a good job for 47 years. Then all of a sudden, he became a decrepit invalid. Nothing has changed about Biden. His mind is sharp. He's still mindful of the things that he considers are important, which a lot of them are important to me. The situation we have with Biden, if we'll be honest, is that 4 years ago, Biden picked Kamala Harris as a VP. Coming up this time, it's very difficult for Democrats to say, okay, we have to switch out these guys and bring in some new people. So it's an unspoken thing. So, but let me leave that. All I'm saying is Biden is not a bad president. You can grade, if we talk in details, we can bring up policies, we can bring up actual programs, and we can go into those. Somebody mentioned about Ukraine. The only complaint I have about Ukraine, and I don't think it's a Biden problem. I think regardless of whoever the president is, it would have still been the issue. Just like I think Middle East, Gaza, Israel problem would have been the same, even if it was Trump. But it seemed like we're doing this medicine after death approach with Ukraine. Ukraine has been greatly reduced because they don't get the weapons they need when they need them.
Don't worry. Let's go in depth later when we get back to it. Do you want to talk about anything about the other topics of the headline?
The two things I want to mention about Nigeria, and I'll try to be fast, is the killing of the soldiers in the East. I keep saying this. We know Nigeria. We've seen histories over the years of every time you trigger these guys, Nigerian army, Nigerian security is activated to act against Nigerians more than against foreign enemies, just by nature. The way these people beat up people on the street, the way they are quick to use their guns on people, and they get almost all the time, they get away with it. So the best thing, if you can't beat them, don't provoke them. Stay out of their way. I believe I know I will upset a lot of people with this. IPOB has been looking to trigger some kind of confrontation, something that they believe will trigger a meaningful scale confrontation that will create chaos. I don't know what they think will happen if they succeed or when we get to that point. Granted, IPOB is very frustrated, it's justified to an extent, but I don't believe IPOB is acting with a plan. I'm not saying for 100% certainty that IPOB did this, but I'm saying that when they have threatened and threatened and threatened that this will happen if such and such and such happen, and then around that same time, chaos broke out. I think people were trying to trigger something. Let me leave it at that point. The last thing I want to say is about governors, because that's a passionate topic of mine. Governors are actually the power holders in Nigeria. We all focus on Abuja, especially my Igbo people, because we've never been president. We are hung up on, we want to see one of our own people in the presidency because he will validate us that we have arrived in Nigeria, that post-Civil War, we are now full. That's not what's going to validate us, in my opinion. That's not. What will validate Nigeria as a whole is state by state. If you think of an ideal situation, in each state, the people hold their governors responsible and hold their federal lawmakers responsible. And if we are operating on miracle, elect the right people to these houses and to the governorship, Nigeria will fix itself in no time. But because we are run, power is at the state level mostly.
Let's keep it brief, otherwise we are not going to round up.
Okay,
so that because we are going to go in depth where you can speak a lot longer. And today it's just to announce we are going to have a hard end of the show for 6 hours. Some people are saying that we shouldn't be going too long, that they cannot share the video. The video is 12 hours long. Who is going to be able to watch 12 hours worth of video and stuff like that? So we are going to have a hard break for this thing. 6 hours, then you can go backstage and carry on from there. Thank you for that, Chris. I appreciate it. Kim, thank you for joining us. Yeah, one of the elders of the platform. I appreciate you. Please go ahead. What do you think about the headlines?
Thank you, forefathers, for hosting, and thank you for having me also. The only thing I'm going to comment on is one is the issues about Nigeria, and primarily my focus is on the national anthem issue. One is when people tell us those things are distractions. You know, I want to repeat it again. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. When it comes to national issues, everybody picks on what is more critical to them. Like elections are coming in different countries. There are people who are going to be voting primarily because, let's say, if they understand the economic framework on which a candidate is running and that economic blueprint suits them, they vote that person. For those who, like in America, if for them a candidate is strong on abortion and the abortion matter is critical to them, they vote the person. Now, for me, once it's a Nigerian issue, I'm interested, even though I live in diaspora. Why? No little issue in Nigeria is of little significance to me. It impacts me in one way or the other. I have living relatives back home. So one is, like somebody, I think it was here or somewhere, somebody rightly said, issues of national anthem are not just, you know, they're not just, it's not just akara or plantain I'm looking for. It's not just, these are big ticket issues. And the president of a country, on 2 instances when we have had national anthem issues, they were debated. Even Babangida, as horrible as we think he was, even though eventually he went and did what he wanted to do, when he was going to approach IMF for the SAP loan and all those things that impacted our lives in the 80s, he threw it out. It was a national issue. We still remember Professor Kuki, you know, the committee that went around asking Nigerians whether should Nigeria go take the loan from IMF or not. It was a national issue, and overwhelmingly Nigerians said no. But through the back door, the president went and did it. Even when Nigeria was going to join IOC, I think there was a national debate. The government didn't just do it. A friend of mine said that this category of people leading Nigeria now, especially Tinubu and his Lagos boys, that they're the most dangerous people that are leading Nigeria. They are very dangerous. We should be very careful with these people. The kind of things they are trying to do, look at it. National anthem, they didn't debate it. You didn't ask Nigerians, okay, what do you guys think? We've had 2 national anthems. We are thinking or toying with the idea of going back to the old one. Do you think it's a right decision? And then listen to the sound bites. Then if you want to take a vote, you know, maybe you want to even break it into the 6 geopolitical zones, you go to the Northwest and listen to them and see their perspective about it. Listen to the Northeast, listen to the South, listen to the Southeast, and then aggregate those views and say, okay, you know, based on what our people are telling us, we are going for or we're not going for it. But we just woke up one day, they've been talking about it, and from the blues, the national anthem just changed. Voila. And now we have a new national anthem. And this is supposed to be a democratic government. Nobody's even looking at it from that perspective. This is supposed to be a democratic government running like they are a military dictatorship. So that's one thing for us to consider. And for me personally, I just think like we've been, I mean, I don't want to repeat what everybody has said, but it's a distraction, no doubt, yes. But to what end? What are they trying to accomplish? Now, I know we say we can't verify the regional structure thing and that document flying around, but for me personally, there's no smoke without fire. What I think is these people are testing the waters for certain things they want to do. They throw these things out and they try and see how Nigerians will respond to it. And then they go back and say, okay, we can actually go and do this thing, or we can't do it. Or whatever else they are planning that we don't know. I don't want to dwell in the realm of conspiracy. But personally, Tinubu and his group, especially those people he came with from Lagos, they are dangerous people. I'm not kidding. They are very dangerous people that we need to pay attention to. The way they are running that country is painful. Everything they do, things that are supposed to be democratic, they don't do it. Don't tell me to take it easy, please. I mean, if anybody telling me to take it easy, then let's not stop talking and just let them run the nation. Those guys from Lagos State, let me repeat it again, they are very dangerous people. The way they are going about running that country is dangerous. And that includes the professor who comes to speak to them for them from time to time. He comes out and he does some dirty work and he goes back to the scene. You know, they never seem to consider anything. It's all about whatever things they want to do. They have their game plan. They have something on their sleeves. They work it out. I was listening to a conversation he was having, that's the president was having with some northern elders that came to visit him. And he said something dangerous. He said, why are people complaining about the national anthem? People are saying that it was given to us by the colonialists. Is our name not given to us by the colonialists? And I looked at it and said, what kind of human being is this? Listen, India is changing colonial names. Bangalore, New Delhi, they changed all those names and brought back all their original names. Lesotho did the same. Even South Africa has done the same thing in some instances.
Jim Ghana too.
You know, and you're telling me this thing. So what kind of this man, is he just, and then, you know, and I'm happy someone brought it up. I'm not sure who brought it up here. Personally, he changed that national anthem because of his hatred for Obasanjo. Simple. Because it was under Obasanjo's government that they sat down and asked Nigerians to come up with different things, and then they awarded it to whoever it was, and then they came up with that new one. That's why he's doing all those things. But you see, people don't learn from history. I'm going to end here. You can't run a government on you don't like your predecessor, you wipe away everything the person did. Every time people have run nations like that, go and see how they end. They don't end well. Come and play your part. The task of nationhood is I do my part. Forefather does his part. He leaves it there. You come. I might differ from forefathers in a little way, but the fundamentals, you don't touch them. You just add one or two laying blocks and build the nation to the next level. But these guys just come, people who just come and say, I don't like forefather, and everything forefather has done, wah, throw it away. So we can't run Nigeria like that. So I don't care about what happens in the US. November night, Americans will go and decide what they want to do. That's not of no interest to me. You know, so I'm not going to talk about it. I think Nigeria is more critical for us to consider, because at the end of the day, if people anyway say everybody should go home to their country, I have nowhere else to go to than back home to that place called Nigeria. So that's why it's of interest to me to speak about the matters that happen back home. For now, I'll leave it there until we come back again.
Thank you. Jago, thank you. Thank you for your patience. So, you know, you were backstage for a bit. Appreciate your time here. So what do you think about the headlines? Let's try to keep it brief so that we can, because there are quite a lot of people coming through and they are backstage waiting. There is Tone, I can see you backstage, and I can see Emeka Eze, Jonaba, Ferrari. So let's try to so that the stuff can be able to move around. Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I've always said that headlines don't really move me. None of them are surprising. Most of them are idiotic, and they're spoon-fed to us to grapple over. I'm not going to grapple over all these stupid headlines that we see. Very stupid. Not for the people who are asking us to discuss them, but really for the country and what they're feeding their people. But you see, what I actually want to talk about, forefather and the hosting. At the beginning of this show, there's about a good 15 minutes of rather roughshod entertainment, or I don't know what even to call it. I must let you guys know, it looks awful. It looks like a mirror picture of Nigeria itself, if you in the worst sense. Because I'm not sure what it was all about. Do you know what I'm saying? All of some adages of old shows. Biden was speaking without being audible. So many of these things were going on, and I was watching and thinking, what is this actually for? Because we don't have to waste time. I'm sure we can start the show immediately, or we can. I don't know. I'm just putting this to you because I'm not necessarily speaking about any of the topics that you have at hand, even though I'm here to speak about Nigeria and possible ways that how we can get our psyche together. That is my remit on this show. National anthem, Biden, as somebody said, really and truly, the only thing that really took my mind this week in focus was South Africa and what's going on with that election. Right now, there's so many elections going on in the world. We're going to have an election in the UK soon. America's going to have the election. South Africa going to have an election. We must understand that last year's election, which was supposed to be ours, we're supposed to be a year ahead. But with Tinubu's antecedents and with the way he's operating, we're a good 10 years behind, as is obvious. And I think that these things need to really, really stir us. If we allow, I believe, if we allow Tinubu to have 4 years, the country could be over. And when I say over, I mean sold to the highest bidder. I'll just leave it there.
Well, thank you for keeping it brief, and I appreciate your feedback. I apologize for the kerfuffle at the beginning. Technical issues, and no excuse for that. So my apologies. Welcome, Henry Omorigie. Please, can you go through the, what do you think about the headlines? From Trump to national anthem.
The national anthem, I think we have the senators, half of reps, they don't have nothing, they have no business to do. When we still have a disaster in the country, people are hungry, the economy is nothing to write home about. We should not have time for this so-called national anthem. I was thinking they're going to do something about the electoral reform, electricity tariff. A lot of better things to think of. They could not debate on that. They could not even pass on that. It was so fast they changed the national anthem. Who cares? Me, I don't care about the national anthem. How many of these senators can sing the national anthem? How many of them? How many? So that one, we're going to talk about that national anthem issue. And secondly, NLC. Do you people hear that they have strike already in electricity companies? They're on strike now, nationwide strike, blackout. People hear about it now? Breaking news.
Wow.
Yeah. So these are things that you should do something about. The minimum wage. There are better things to do. My own opinion, I would like them to just take a bomb, call all the senators, House of Rep, put them in one home, throw bomb in, close them.
Come on. You can't do that. You can't do that. Don't do that.
They're not functioning.
Don't do that. You can't make such pronouncements here. That's not advice.
They're not contributing any good thing in that country. They are not doing anything. You can check your head because I said use it in the rude way. That's the fact. What are they doing? Just tell me. We have
they're not performing very well. We know.
People cannot eat. The lowest food, Gary, they cannot buy in the market. They are sitting there debating about national anthem. Are you kidding me? People vote them in to represent them. Are they doing the right thing? This is a question for those who say they are trying, who say Tinubu have 1%, 5%, 10%. The senators there, are they working for the people of Nigerians? No. The answer is just no. Tell me one good thing that is working in that country. Somebody could tell me one good thing that is working in that country. Buhari promised you people already, you're going to forget, you're going to remember him. Now you people are remembering Buhari now, right? Some of you are talking about Buhari was better than this now. I think these are this. These are not working. I went to Nigeria. I spent more than 6 weeks there. I saw it myself. People are hungry. Now it's more worse than before when I went this year. So they should do better things, not just, you see, we don't need these senators no more. They're not functioning. We don't need them. They decide what they want to do either. They decide without contacting any Nigerians. They just decide what they want to do. And Nigerians are so good. They have demands. Most of Nigerians, they have demands. They forget so fast. It's how Nigerians will shout now, they will rest again. They will rest. Nobody will do nothing. Things are expensive. Nobody do nothing.
Thank you.
They said petrol when Buhari came, Tinubu came in, the election they came in, they gave him to win. He came in. How much was petrol then? How much was it? I was expecting Nigerians going to come out and say, we need this. They'll come out. There was a bunch of cowards. They could not go out. The same Nigerians will be doing party every day in that country. They don't even think of how to say, okay, they're waiting for Western country to come and help them. Is it by jackpot going to solve your problem? You are jackpotting. Chinese are coming in. Think about it. We are jackpotting from our country. It's not good. But Chinese are coming that Nigeria is good. Think about it. Till we say, you know what, it's enough. Till we Nigerians say it's enough. We hold our senators, House of Rep, the governors. If we say it's enough, Nigeria have to shut the country down. Shut it down. Not by violence, just say civil disobedience. You can do it. Private sectors to say, no, we're going to sacrifice these days for the government to wake up. You think they will not wake up? They will wake up.
Thank you.
But we want to do it. Some of you here will be supporting my tribe, my landman, my party. There's not hunger. I don't know anything about party, about my countryman. Not like hunger. I don't know about it. These are expensive. But they should talk about something that's making Nigerians sell so hard. Not by this national anthem. I just feel it's waste of time. Waste of time. But Donald Trump going to come back to be your president in America. That's for sure. If
not in this lifetime.
I accept you.
Hold on. Before people start getting triggered.
You will see Americans. They claim to be the best democratic country in the world. That is wrong. Somebody who commits crime in America cannot hold, I think, good public office.
No, let's move.
But Donald Trump commit the crime. Some of the Donald Trump friends are in prison of. Donald Trump is guilty for something charges, but he's going to go to jail. The answer is no. He's going to go to jail. It's a question. Is Donald Trump going to go to jail?
He's not going to go to jail.
Donald Trump. So
no, you're not there to ask questions now. Try to keep it brief because we need to go around now.
It's memory about Donald Trump. If somebody like me and you commit this crime, what Donald Trump did, we're going to be in jail straight. Is it not?
No, not necessarily.
But what about the ones who are in jail? His friends who are in jail. What did they do?
Depends on the repeat offenders and all the other mitigating factors.
It's privilege of presidency. Privilege of being. How do you put him in jail with all the Secret Service and their complications?
So you mean Donald Trump have immunity to commit crime and still stay?
Oh no, I don't think that's it. I think from what they are saying, it has something to do with he's not committed an offense. He's not an ex-convict. He's not, he's kept his hands clean all this while. So he's an elder. So many things you have to factor in.
You mean all these baggages now? If it was to be me and you commit these baggages, Donald Trump have it. I will not be in jail. It's a question I ask you. You, Mr.
Oh, no, if you're an elder, it's your first time of getting into trouble. They might give you suspended sentence. They do that all the time.
For this baggage he's talking about, not 1 or 2, 3.
This stuff, they said this stuff, they don't normally prosecute it even. This type of case. So I'm not.
That means America is more worse than Nigeria then. So what are we talking about then?
Maybe they are haunting him now. Who knows?
The
stuff has managed to go around. Let's see. I'm trying to manage this. This is going to be tricky because there are a lot of people backstage that has spoken once. So I will have to take some people backstage so that others can come in and have more in-depth.
But don't bring me backstage because sometimes you only take me backstage. Don't bring me back in.
No, I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back.
No. Take other people out. Don't take me out now. Take other people out.
Yeah.
Don't take me out.
Can you introduce your first topic? So if we discuss it,
okay. So
yes, anybody that speak will
if
go
you are
backstage.
if you are backstage, please be patient. We're gonna be bringing you on. So yeah, the first topic, I would say let's go with the southeastern killings. Then later on we talk about the national anthem, and then finally the Trump. And after all, that is international. That's not our country. So we deal with the home issues first before we go international. So KJ.
Okay. Yes, I'll fire, and after that you can take me out.
So let's cap the time. Let's cap the time so it doesn't take 2 hours to go around this thing. What do you think? 5 minutes? 3 minutes?
No, 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes is okay. 3 minutes.
Okay.
I think 2 is perfect.
3 minutes. Okay.
3 minutes. No
3 minutes. Everybody. Okay. People like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Good. All right. Let's do 3 minutes.
Yeah.
KJ, please go ahead. Southeast.
Thank you. Southeast. Here is what I say, and some people have alluded to that. Let me say this: Abia State, all this while, have not had any issue with IPOB and clashes. They never have had. Okay. Now, how it became suddenly and sprang to the point where vehicles are being burned in the city of Aba, it beholds anybody's imagination. Now, what in the first place, what sparked off because the soldiers are not just sitting there, and then so all of a sudden people came to kill them. And I do not accept, I do not in any way subscribe to violence. But even in the reported killings, there are 12 people that said had gone, were not here any longer. 6 of them are civilians, or more people are even civilians. Why is that? In any time they talk about the Nigerian situation, they don't mention the civilian casualties. It's like we are more concerned about the military casualties. Okay? The military themselves are supposed to protect the citizens of Nigeria. But most times you find out that, especially in the East, that these have become a war-torn zone where people are just treated anyhow. So, as much as I say, do not attack a person in uniform, people in uniform should also respect the fact that there is a civilian, or the civilian population is what gives them the name of the country that they are wearing the colors. I have not seen any military person fighting a civilian in any of the developed nations. But here, let me go back to what happened in that state. How come all of a sudden, now that Aba is about to start booming, it's a place where, destination right now, suddenly it has transferred from Umuahia, near Nnamdi Kanu's house, now to Aba, the city of Aba, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a city. Okay, how do you say that? And then what were the military doing? And then just like somebody asked, there is always checkpoints in all those locations, all right? And this thing happened, and we saw a vehicle drive away, and the next checkpoint didn't stop the vehicle. Okay, the vehicle disappeared, and with the people driving it all disappeared. All we are able to hear is the guy making a comment that they are killing these people. And then the army came out to say something that I fear so much, that they are going to come with military might. Is the army now the investigating force, or the police? Or do all of us take laws into our hands? So whatever happens to you, now you decide which way you want to retaliate. Is that the way it is run? I think we should look more closely into it. And since I have only 3 minutes and it's gone, I leave it at that point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well done. Well on time. Man of prestige. You want me to go to Awibom? I think he says he has an appointment. So I don't know if you can excuse him.
You want me to go ahead?
I'll take you out. I'll come back next time after your topic.
Yeah, Van Maswell wants to go away, and he's asking for. No, you can go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay. I think it's getting so redundant.
I tried.
Because you are turning the whole thing upside down. I mean, somewhere it's supposed to be like about 2 minutes, but people are speaking like about 10 minutes. So I mean, nobody have all the whole time to stay here.
No, it's 3 minutes. It's actually 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Can I just speak what I want to speak about?
3 minutes, yeah.
2
I
more
don't have to
minutes.
speak about the Biafra or whatever, you know. Let me just speak about the first point because I may not be here to narrate the whole, you know, the whole four topic. I'm going to speak about the Trump, please, if you don't mind.
We don't want to break it up. We don't want to break it up because it's about the Biafra we are talking about now.
Trump, you know, America is a benchmark of what's happening in the world. So,
man of prestige. We are talking about the Southeast now. We want to stay on topic.
Don't change anything here, please. Don't bring your law here.
Let's not mix it up. Let's stay on topic. Okay.
Come on, man.
Thank you, man of prestige. Let's deal with what happened in the Southeast. Then we are going to come back to Trump later on. We want to deal with local stuff first before we go international.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me start from there, but it's not what I wanted to talk about.
1 more minute.
But we flogged that a lot, you know. I mean, because whatever is happening in the Southeast, we talk about it before, something like that. So, but I have no choice, you know. He didn't give me any choice. So, about what happened in the Southeast is a tragedy. I mean, I don't like it because that place is getting a little bit more peaceful recently. But whatever does transpired, you know, I don't know how far. Like most of them must say, it has taken the Southeast backwards. I don't quite lean in that narrative that he painted because of this one accident. It's going to take the Southeast backwards. I mean, something like this has happened before, you know, maybe in some other part of the place. But it's a pity that had to happen at this particular point. I mean, there has been different theory that is coming in that, you know, because people maybe the government is doing it to sabotage voting. If somebody is doing it, it's going to be some political, you know, it's going to be some other part. I don't think the federal government is going to do that for you to kill the gallant soldiers. I don't buy that. Maybe from the other party like the PDP or whatever that, you know, that he's going against, maybe his political rival in the state. If that's the, you know, if you have to go with that theory, not the federal, it has to be political rival. If that's what actually happened, you know, I don't have any fact to back what I'm saying. But if that's the case, it has to be his political rival that did this. But that notwithstanding, nobody has a fact to say what happened. But my main concern is the extrajudiciary, you know, that may happen, that follow through it, because, you know, you pay for soldiers, which are totally condemned, you know. I mean, there's no place for cleanup soldiers. They should be respected because Nigeria has become a place where you quiet people, you quiet the soldiers. I mean, that's not obtainable in a, you know, in a very civilized country that we are going through right now. So my concern is that let what happened in Delta State not happen. They should think that whomever did it, you know, and bring them out, you know, and let them face the proper penalty, whatever the penalty is. You know, you put them to jail or you kill them. It doesn't really matter to me because that's not a good thing to be killing our soldiers. So I totally condemn, you know. And I have an issue when it comes to the South because I'm going to make it broad. I'm not going to say Southeast only. I'm going to call it South, you know, the South, you know, the Southern problem that we have. When something happened in the North, the military don't go there, you know, fishing at everybody or try to kill. But when it happened in the South, then it becomes a different case. So it's just like we have few kind of law in that country.
Your time is up.
Recently, like in Niger State and some other things, you know, people have killed soldiers. Just nothing like what's going to happen. What happened in Delta State? You know, I hope they don't repeat it, you know, in Abia State. That's my concern.
Thank you, man of Betty. Your audio is delayed.
But anyway, I hope
don't
we
worry,
can
it's
follow
fine.
the process, like you said, 3 minutes or whatever. I
Yeah,
hope
it's
we can
3
honor that
minutes.
process, not just
Yeah,
we're talking about 10 minutes. We don't have the whole time, please.
No, nobody will talk 10 minutes. It's 3 minutes. We have all agreed. Wibo, thank you for joining us from Ghana. You can take your 3 minutes now. If you cross your 3 minutes, I'm going to stop you. So better make it concise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to toe the line of man of prestige. You see, the army has their own constitutional role. And I do not know if the army that I served for 18 years is still the same army that is doing what they are doing now in Nigeria. The army has been communized by the federal government. Once we were not happy when the military were ruling. We expected that when democracy returns to Nigeria, then the army will go back to the barracks and go back to their constitutional mandate, which is the protection of the territorial integrity of the country. But today, the army is doing the work of the police and the paramilitary or the rest of the paramilitary agencies, commonizing them, bringing them closer to the civilian populace, and they are being molested in a way that they are molesting today. It shouldn't be like that. During our time, soldiers were not killed mercilessly the way they are killed today. Why? Because you have taken away their constitutional rights and made them look like paramilitary agents. The governor of Abia State said that he has given freedom for the people to go and celebrate their heroes. What were the soldiers doing in that checkpoint? Before that video, there were torture and intimidations on that particular place. Why would the people in the land, in their own ancestral land, be made to go through what they are going through today in the hands of the military, where you are not fighting war? In Yugoslavia, where we were fighting serious and heavy war, the Serbians, the Croatians, the Crimeans were not treated the way Nigerians are treated on their own homeland. While I was in Liberia, the Liberians were not treated the same way Nigerians are treated on their own land. What is really going on? Who did this? If you are going to see, for me, it's quite bad that soldiers were, quiet. But the worst thing any military organization would do from the hierarchy of the command of the military system would do is to give instruction and begin to make threats that they are making, that they are going to retaliate. Retaliate to who? To a low-hanging fruits, people that were witnesses of what happened there that could not even have the power to stop what was going on. Are they the people that you're going to arrest? Why is this so much common in Southeast and South-South? That people, soldiers are, will suffer casualty, and the innocent people are made to suffer for it. I am not in support of the arrest of innocent people. In the military, we say that you are going, to attack the low-hanging fruits. That is how we say it, and it is not advisable.
Thank you.
There are police intelligence and so on and so forth that can take care of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mazi Prince. So, what do you think about the incidents in the Southeast?
Father, let me surprise you. Okay, I'm not gonna go 3 minutes. A man of prestige is still on platform. He's supposed to be backstage, but he's still here. So I'm gonna throw the line of man of prestige. I'm gonna throw the line of man of prestige and Awimbo and KJ. And one thing I can ask for is this: the military cannot investigate their case. Let them have. The thing is, what is the relevance of DSS? Are they supposed to be like the FBI of Nigeria? What are they doing? Let somebody do some investigation. We need to know certain things that is going on, because pretty much where those people were not the entry of Aba. It was somewhere, just some junction, and there are other checkpoints. So how did those people disappear, or whatever it is? However, like I said, I'm not in support of anybody killing the law enforcement. Please, I will plead whatever it is. At the same time, government should listen to the people. Let the investigation be carried out and let us know what went on. The one that happened in Delta State, which is my state, till today, we don't know anything. Nobody told us anything. In Okwama or whatever it is, nobody said anything. And that's how it's gone. So thank you. That's where I am right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You really left a lot of time to go. AY, that's A1 for Mazi Prince there. He really was concise. AY, so what do you think about what happened in the Southeast?
Hey, Olumide don't pour money.
Me done. Okay, I'm coming. Let's go now.
Yeah, so what is...
Wow.
I don't know.
So
Olumide, hold on. Let's stop this. Olumide, this is what I've been looking for. You have people say this channel, it costs money to keep this channel going. And that's something people forget. And Dr. Damage doesn't do this. He doesn't ask for support. See, we have 300 people viewing this. Please, when you can assist, because this is important for the channel to keep going. And more things can actually happen. As you can hear, a lot of people are looking to do things on this channel. So this our donation is greatly appreciated, Olumide. Thank you for the donation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Olumide. Nice one. So, you see, just like everybody is complaining, if we want this country to be good, we got to look for a way, no matter how difficult it is, to try to stay on the path of the truth. Most of the speakers, I think everybody is pretending they don't know what is going on in the Southeast. The initial report is allegedly that IPOB were the people that attacked the soldiers. You see, in every part of the country, just like Man of Prestige rightly said, that when this stuff happened in the South, they throw military. When it happened in the North, they don't. I don't believe that, because Zakibiam is in the North. Basajo evaded Zakibiam, just like the way he evaded Udi. When Boko Haram started, the people from Borno, in fact, some Northerners, they used to play around it, defending it, sympathetic to them, until the team got to the point that it was against them. They started shouting. Now, the military were there to stop the war. Even today, what is happening in Zamfara, in Benue, in all these places, military they have serious operation in those areas. As it happens to the Southeast, you can't pretend you were not aware that Ima Powerful, the spokesman of IPOB, declared a sit at home. Of course, what follows? The operation of IPOB is you don't obey the sit at home, you get slaughtered. Let's not pretend this is what is going on. It's sad the soldiers are gone, but here is what I'm going to say to the military. Don't go after the innocent. Don't kill the innocent. Look for these people that are killing your people. Go after them. Go after them. Look for them. Leave innocent people alone. Let innocent people have peace. They are also suffering the same thing the military just suffered. They've killed a lot of innocent. We can't pretend. So we need to be careful. The country needs to be at peace. We got a lot. Like, how do you even stop poor people from going to the market to even where they get their daily food to eat? These people, they don't have high-paid jobs. Some of them, it's what they sell a day. That's what they use to feed their family. You stopping them from doing all that. These people, the so-called IPOB, whatever, if they are the ones doing all this, they are not state actors. The other madman will stay in Norway or Finland, wherever he lives, and be declared sit at home. He should come into the country and fight and declare sit at home. We need to be careful, respecting, obey these non-state actors. No matter how you want to define it, they are non-state actors. They need to let peace reign in the Southeast. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. They should not go after civilians. That's very important.
Why he correct his statement? Nobody concludes IPOB did this thing. Not cause
I say allegedly.
Yeah, so people should be careful.
That is what I said. Allegedly. That is the news out there.
That's true. There's no evidence, and as a matter of fact, IPOB said they didn't do it. So I don't know why they would do something and claim they didn't do it. But I guess. Thank you, Chris. Please go ahead about what happened in the Southeast.
You can put me on the back seat.
Yeah.
You know I don't like disturbing space.
Thank you. Earlier, I made some statements that I'm happy to shed more light on. Namely, I pointed to the fact that IPOB made statements, and I'm glad that that just came up. And this is routine. IPOB has, over time, proclaimed these sit-at-homes, and there will be threats made leading up to it. And sometimes, even within IPOB, conflicting statements will come out. We are in support of this, we're not in support of this. But the point is, no one seems to be fully in control to say, when we say we're on, we're on. When we say we're off, we're off. Even Nnamdi Kanu at one point said, I denounced this thing being called, and it still went on. So, which tells me IPOB is not completely in control. And it's a disservice to us for people to keep thinking that IPOB is this together organization that speaks with one voice, acts with resolve, knows what it's doing. It's a driver that can't control the vehicle it's running. However, having said all of that, I have not accused IPOB of being complicit. What I have said is that, well, what I want to say now is, one, I commend the governor of the state having come out upfront, promised this bounty, put this bounty on whoever did this, because it's very, very important that when people commit this level of crime, that people be found as quickly as possible and be brought to justice, and that it be clear that it's not tolerated. If that doesn't, what happens with Nigeria everywhere, whether it's Delta State, Niger State, Benue, wherever, is that Nigerian lives are so cheap. A vehicle will get burnt up out of someone's carelessness, 30 people die. Tomorrow we're talking about something else. The same type of thing will happen in a week. We're going. So I commend the fact that the governor prioritized this and put out this money. When you put that much bounty out, because every crime that's committed, there are people that saw it. The way you solve a crime is to entice people to say what they saw. If they can say it safely and get rewarded or get something on the back end. So I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful that they get to the bottom of it, find the people that did it without unleashing any kind of violence on the general public. That's the right way to do it. But in general, we have to figure out how to bring the army, the police, the security, all the different branches of security in Nigeria into simple discipline. They don't act with discipline. The reason Nigeria is in the shape it's in is that all of us are afraid of guns.
Thank you.
So whoever has guns and uniform, we go along with what they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that submission. I think it's Chim's turn. Okay, Chim, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, forefathers. I'll take a different turn from the usual. What I just want to say is that we're trying to work towards a more perfect.
Sorry, Chim. Chris, I'm going to take you backstage so that some other person come on. So
absolutely fine.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to take a different perspective to this issue. So we're not the only nation that has fought an internal conflict referred to as a civil war, irrespective of what side of the divide was pushing whatever views they were pushing. What sensible nations do that are working towards a more perfect union do is that, some of those flashpoints become a rallying basis on which they improve their union. So the Americans fought the Civil War. The relics of the Civil War are openly discussed. The causes of the Civil War are openly discussed. It forms part of their history for their students of history and anthropology and sociology and political science. And you see the way even people who were born 40, 50, 60, 80 years after it, the way they talk about the American Civil War and the issues openly, candidly, as if they were there. And even the country itself decides to celebrate well, whether it is when it started or when it ended, when the ceasefire was declared, as a national thing. That's the way. And now this is besides whoever caused it or what was the issue. But in the case of Nigeria, we are in denial. We live in denial. We're denying that we had a civil war. We're denying there was an aggressor. We're denying there were some people who felt aggrieved. We're denying all those things. And those denying is what leads to when people want to say they want to remember their heroes, whoever it is they think is their heroes, or people who fought for their, for their children and whatever, all those kinds of things. And then some other side, this time maybe the federal government now wants to hedge and say, don't celebrate that thing. I do understand it. People should be allowed to celebrate whatever monuments they want to celebrate. That's why it's called a democracy. So the moment Nigeria begins to realize that, listen, for people who come from the Southeast, especially, and now I want to be fair, because remember, the Nigerian Civil War was a Southeastern issue, not an Igbo issue. But because the Igbos in the Southeast are the bigger or the larger ethnic group, they sort of like own it. We had cross riverians. When they slaughtered Southeasterners in Kanu, it was not only Igbos that were killed. There were people who were from Cross River. There were people who were from Ijo. People were killed. So what I just want to say is, hopefully one day we will have a government that will be large-minded enough to say, listen, even if we disagree with these people from this part of the country contextually on how they look at these issues, we should let them celebrate what they want to celebrate. As long as in their process of celebrating, they realize that other people have a right. Do you understand what I'm saying? If the whole Southeastern states decide to say on 29th of May or 30th of May, whichever one is correct, that they want to be able to celebrate those who fought on the Biafran side, it's up to them. Let them do it. But if Nigeria is large enough to say, okay, we want to celebrate this, because there were Nigerian soldiers, there were Muslim soldiers who were fighting for Nigeria's entity to stay one, who also died in that thing. So we're going to declare a general this thing to say, 30th of May, we will celebrate that war we fought as a nation, but we're celebrating it for a different reason, because some people died to make sure Nigeria remained one. That's just a point I want to make. I think this is where the Nigerian government needs to begin to think strategically. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Nice one, Jim. Jagun, so what do you think about this matter? Tragic loss of life in the Southeast.
I think it's another sad case, prolonging case.
Forefathers, you can take me off.
It's going to keep going on. It's going to keep going on until God knows when. But Forefather, if you could just allow me, there's something I sent in the private chat, and I think it would interest you very much. But if you can just play it, it's less time than I have to speak, and I'll just close real quick after you've shown this light video.
Okay, let me do that now. Just hold on.
Thank you. That's it. That's all. Now, yes, thank you very much. The reason why I was asked to show that, I saw that this week, and I read a lot of the comments underneath, and I saw the different levels of the Chinese army, the way they operate. When I saw it, I looked at the precision of these men. I looked at the dedication and the discipline. And then I was reading the comments, and a lot of comments were coming from Russians and Chinese, and even Americans were speaking about how wonderful, beautiful, they were using these terms as to the army in China. And I just looked at it and I made comparison to what I've seen in Nigeria as per the army. We are absolutely nowhere in this globe as to any level of precision, dignity, dedication to duty. We are nowhere. And so when I look at the Biafra situation with the army situation, I'm thinking, man, we're still bushmen. We behave like bush people. I don't know how else to put it. We're not civilized at all. We don't behave. We're not up. We're down, slouching. And for me, it's a great shame, because it's difficult for me to see, out of all the issues that we have and out of all the headlines that we discuss, very difficult for me to see that how is any of this going forward? The economy of Nigeria, run through Tinubu, is in the toilet, and we're all standing around. And then, push come to shove, we're killing each other. We're killing our people in the East. We're killing our soldiers. I mean, is there any respect at all? Do we have any respect? I'm going to leave it there, because this kind of subject,
Can I just share the Nigerian army? You know, we like to talk down the Nigerian army a little bit, but let me just share what they are capable of. Quickly, yes.
Go for it, bro. Forefathers, there are some people that have not spoken. People are speaking the third time. Please, bro. Reshuffle it.
Yeah,
some
you haven't spoken. I know that for sure.
I've not spoken at all today.
Forefather, please let everybody speak.
Yeah, it's because you were not around when they were doing the.
What do you mean? I've been here now since I came. You
reshuffled.
That's
Nothing has gone wrong.
It's okay. I'll come back. Let me. Okay, what I'm gonna do is let me see what I can do. I will shuffle Tone to next to because he was here before any of this at all. So yeah, he was here before, and I just left him back there. He didn't even do any introduction.
Manipulator.
I'm not manipulating. I'm just correcting an error. So they are. Is it the Nigerian army? They are not so bad.
Let me see, Joe. Let me see.
All right.
These are loose hands.
There's about 10 of them.
They look at us.
Bruh, those people can't find the word, though.
All these enemies of progress, they will never be happy. Yeah, all this hard work they put into match like that.
No,
You guys are
I thought, honestly, Forefather, I thought that would interest you. And I do appreciate what you're saying, that we are Nigerians. We have to be proud of who we are. But we have to tell the truth. I think it was Chim that just said, look, I think pride takes a lot of work. You can't just be proud. And it seems to me Nigerians are just proud. Why? What have you done? What have you achieved? These things are serious, man. We can't just be pulling wool out of the hat and saying that we've created magic. There are people on this planet, there are nations on this planet who are taking things extremely seriously. They're not playing with anything.
Taking time now.
Imagine.
Going to speak later.
Sorry, my brother. Can you just imagine? Can you imagine?
He didn't use a lot of his time. So
can you imagine? Don't worry about him. There are haters. There's a lot of haters here. But what do we don't care about them.
Take 1 minute.
Can you just imagine a Chinese?
Yes, he didn't use his 3 minutes. He used
Can you just imagine a Chinese soldier being killed? Not to say it can't happen, and not to say it only happens in Nigeria, but can you just imagine it, given what you've seen? I can't.
Thank you. Henry Omoroge, please go ahead.
Let me take my time to address something fast.
Forefather, please put me on the line where I belong to, please.
Let me tell you something, Forefather.
Okay.
Someone want to play any video.
Yeah, he can go before me.
It doesn't matter if it's time, use the time, don't use the time. It's not interested anybody here. Most people here want to speak. So if you want to play video, it should be counted to his own time. So that's it.
No, it did count. It did count.
What are you complaining about? Have you got anything to complain about, really?
Leave it.
Jago, it's my turn now. It's my time. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking.
Yeah, he's using his time to talk about all this.
Shut up.
You see now?
Don't do that. You're going to end up backstage.
You see what I'm saying? This is my time. Interrupt me, insult me.
Can you just carry on talking now? It looks like you are soliciting this now.
Put him backstage.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Henry.
You're running things, Henry. Arsehole.
See? That's what I was saying. Like the IPOB issue, but people say it's IPOB or whatever. Nobody knows. Since I never heard about what's happening, something like this never happened before in Abia State. People should bring the police to investigate this issue, not the military himself. My question is, what are the military doing there in the city? What are they doing there? I think maybe AY, you never go to Nigeria for many years. If you travel from Lagos to the east, you will check count how many checkpoints you will see. And if you are traveling from Lagos to the north, and see how many checkpoints you're going to see. So my question is, do we need the military in the town, or they should be in the border, or they go and fight the Boko Haram? Do we need them in the city? What is the job of the police officers? Like here in Germany, we don't see military in the street here. I go to the barrack to visit them. I want to see my friends. Or the American base, we go to American base, see American soldiers. They don't move around with their military uniform and start harassing people on the street. Everybody have right in this country. So my question is, why we are in this democratic country government right now? What are the military doing in the street? That's the question. And the way they harass people in the street, the way they brutalize people. I have camouflage, I wear camouflage pants, jackets a year. Nobody asked me, why do you wear camouflage? I went to Nigeria with my camouflage short too. The military man saw me. He was, are you soldier? I said, no. I said, is it Nigerian camouflage? He said, no. I said, it's American camouflage. He move ahead. He move further. Because no, I'm not wearing Nigerian camouflage. You have no right to stop me wearing my camouflage. He just want to ask question. Are we in the military rules? What are they doing there? Do you believe? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't even know who did that thing. It could be people against government, politicians can organize people too. Organized crime. What is this unknown gunman? They always say in the East, unknown gunman. It's always unknown gunman. Who is bringing these people there? This is a good question. Because government is doing good in Abia State. They want to destabilize the state. My own thinking.
Thank you.
You know how many supposed to be there? They should be by Boko Haram fighting the terrorists. They should go after the bandits who's going to one village to another to invade other villages. What are they doing there in the city? That's a good question. They're talking about
Thank you.
Sorry, 30 seconds. They're talking about the military.
No 30 seconds. You know you can't have 30 seconds. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear what you are saying. I feel like it's unfortunate that it happened to the state where Governor Oti seems to be having a lot of positive messages and signaling coming out from there, and you hear this. I didn't know that they marked a day for the Biafran conflict, so that is a good thing that they are remembering that day. It's a shame that this has just come and ruined the actual remembrance day. Tone, my apologies. My apologies, Tone, for missing you earlier on.
Yeah, but I must say, Jonaba
came
backstage,
please,
on the panel, so I think he should be speaking before me, though.
Okay, Jonaba. Let me bring Jonaba before you.
Thank you.
Why Jonaba? I'm here before Jonaba. Why are you people trying to play this? You
are not here before me, my brother.
I was here before Jonaba.
No, because he was backstage, coming in and going out. Maybe that's why he missed
Then it doesn't. It's not.
I did not even come in and going out.
I was looking at the queue. How you place it? Why not?
Justice is okay. Justice is okay. Let him speak, and then you will speak, and I will speak after you, Justice.
Let Justice speak since he's driving.
Yeah. Okay.
Justice is okay. After he finishes speaking, you will speak, and I will speak after you. Yeah.
Justice, please go ahead regarding the matter in the southeast.
Okay, thank you very much, Godfather. It's so unfortunate that when I look at people speaking here, nobody here will be less than 40 years old. And sometimes when they talk, you begin to wonder, is these people from the mass? Because we keep lying to ourselves, and I wonder the kind of children we're expecting to have. Today, everybody is talking about killing the military, but we have been killed since 1925. Every time killing happened to the military, people come making yabbing their mouth. But you cannot ask yourself the question, are we at war? Why is military littered our street? Why every time military is on the street? And you say you are not at war and military is in your street, killing innocent people. And none of you who said enough is enough. But because it happened in the East, your self-hate will not allow you to say the truth. Somebody coming here to tell me IPOB this, IPOB that, you must be out of your mind. Is it today? There's a report. Let's go by evidence and checkmate all these things. That was a report from Amnesty International. Military killed 150 innocent Nigerians and Biafrans included. There was a report also coming from a newspaper in Nigeria. They killed 150 innocent people. But 2 military died, and we are here saying this and that. What is wrong when people say they want to sit at home?
I think there are 5 soldiers that lost their life.
It doesn't matter. The 150 people are not human. Are they not children and fathers and mothers of people? What is more special about human life of military than the innocent people they are killing? There was a report. Why not bring out that report? Let's talk about it. That military massacred 150 people in the East for doing nothing. All they are asking that they should be treated like human beings. And we are here talking about 5 military men. Are we at war? Why can't we tell ourselves the truth? 40 years, all of us here, more than 40 years. 50-something years after the war, they are still massacring Igbos. 60 years after independence, you have not made any single progress as a nation. And you cannot go back and ask yourself, how can we continue like this? And people will come here and they will be analyzing IPOB as if IPOB came since 1960. As if IPOB came since 1967. Nnamdi Kanu is still in court. He won every of his court. But none of you are talking about justice. But all of you are here are talking about the injustice meted out to a particular set of people. And you people are not talking about what have they gotten justice for the treatment they got. But you lie, you deceive. And when we insult Nigerians for their lies, people will say, be proud of Nigeria. Proud of what? Proud of stupidity, proud of poverty, proud of hunger. What are you going to be proud about Nigeria? That in a country you are claiming you are in a democratic world, and you are claiming that you are not at war. You military littered your street. Like a brother was saying here, I was in Nigeria a few months ago. As soon as you enter from Asaba to the east, every checkpoint is like half a mile. You must see a checkpoint.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, your time is up.
And you guys don't have shame to talk about it. It's a shame.
Thank you, Justice. I really like the way you try to describe the victims of some of all these things. So that is also important to highlight. You know, we are not only talking about the military, the soldiers that lost their lives. Ferrar, who is next, Tone or
Fofada, just a quick stuff to observation. Please, just the guy that just spoke right now. When you speak, you say some people. Okay, because you just come on platform and you classify everybody as we don't know. Listen, I have never said that the military is right, you know, or whatever it is. But for you to come and say we all, it's like hasty generation, and you don't do that. Thank you.
My brother Dumeje said every Nigerian is an illiterate, and I stand by that. Because we are so stupid that we don't want to stand for things that are right. So
take a seat, I beg. Just take a seat, I beg. Take a seat.
before you annoy Tone.
What's this man
So
about?
between Tone and Janaba, who is going next?
Let Mr. Abba go. Let him
Okay,
go.
Please, why am I not mentioned? Why am I not mentioned? Please.
Yeah, it's gonna be your turn soon. Let them just sorry, Mika Eze. It's gonna be your turn soon. Janaba, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon from this end, fellow panelists. It's nice to be here again. It is fortunate for those that lost their lives, the military.
Janaba, can you raise your voice? We can't hear you. It's like, I know you have a fantastic voice. Raise it a little bit, please, sir.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I mean, good afternoon from this end, and good afternoon, fellow panelists. I think what is going on in the East is what you guys want us to talk about. But before you guys get to us, most of you have been talking all that stuff. So the East, something I just my sympathy to the those that lost their loved ones, whether to the soldiers or to the civilians. I pray that our country will have a leadership whereby such thing will be thoroughly investigated, and those that involved in this act against the military will be held accountable. My prayer is that no innocent one or innocent life should be lost in the case. They should take a diligent and look into it, who did it and why they did it. And those that are responsible for it should be held accountable for the killing of whether these 5 soldiers or any other civilians, or who are those that are perpetrating that kind of activity in that area. So that is what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tone, please go ahead.
Hi, greetings everybody. Greetings our new elder, Elder Chim. Okay, greetings Oga John Abba. Right, okay. Without wasting too much time, I will not comment much about Trump. I'll rather concentrate on our country. I think America will sort out himself because they they practice a real democracy that they all understand. So back to the Southeast. Again, some people are going to get triggered. See, what you guys don't understand about the military man, whether he's a Nigerian or whether he's Ghanaian, whether he's British or American, is what you're taught from the military academy is obedience. You obey orders. So those people there in the office, you're talking as if people just soldiers just went willy-nilly to the street and set up checkpoints or whatever. They are being it's a direct command from their commanders, and then from their commanders, the chain of command up to high up there. So I wouldn't blame any military man out there on the street. He is just taking orders on what he has been the direction that came from the top. So they are not like Nigerian police that they will just when they are just so bored and broke, they will just go to one corner and set up a checkpoint and start collecting 100 naira from 50 naira. No, the military is well organized. In fact, in Africa, I would say the Nigerian military is one of the best. But I don't know for now because, like I always say, the standard had fallen over the years. So we should stop sticking our hands on the military. And now with the Southeast people, more so Igbos and all that, when things happen, see IPOB. That is why I will never, I repeat, never support IPOB because it's a messed up organization. Samuel Ekpa is encouraging and young people to go to their death to attack to Nigerian government and all that. You can't do that if you do not have the arms and the organization to take on Nigerian government. It is suicide. And when they kill you, don't come and start shouting that you're being marginalized. It is suicide. You can't take on the Nigerian army. You just cannot. We have seen over the years now, for the past 2 years now, how people have been killed. We saw amulets and jars all over them, thinking that bullets will not go through them. That is suicide. If you want to go down that way, you want to go down guerrilla warfare, you better do it right.
Exactly.
And this killing that we just witnessed is the hallmark. We can see the hallmark of the IPOB that is loyal to Simon Ekpa. I have been to several platforms where he was broadcasting. Basically, a lot of young people are being brainwashed to go all out with violence against the Nigerian government. You don't do that. You will die before your time. That is a reality.
Thank you.
What we should be doing is what we're doing here. We'll talk and organize. But if you say you want to carry arms, you better do it well. That's my thing. You better organize yourself well. But where is the funds?
Thank you.
Where's
Thank you.
the money?
Thank you.
Where's the money coming from? So
Let's get it flowed. Tone, your tone.
yes.
Okay,
So let's not.
because you didn't speak before. I don't
So
know. You
let's not
didn't
be
do any
emotional. Yeah, I'm
introduction.
cutting. So let's not be emotional about this. Let's just deal with facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferrari. Please go ahead.
I want to beg the indulgence of members of the panel and the moderator to help me push my 3 minutes to later so that I can compile all my time, because I am here not to debate, but to teach. And the topic I want to teach about is how did we get here? And it connects all the points of discussion we are having, but fragmented 3 minutes, and that wouldn't make point of my discussion. So can you all push my 3 minutes down the next talking point until I can accumulate enough minutes to make my points to those of you on this panel and the Nigerian people, where I will show a mirror of yourself, where I point the fingers.
Those who say, hey.
So when we go around again, no, it is right. It is right. When we go around again, then you will have 6 minutes.
Just kidding.
Yeah, and if I'll wait till we go around again.
Alaba said he wants to teach. Alaba said he wants to teach. Teacher, teach me nonsense. Now you want to.
Yeah, we need some teaching and debate.
To be fair, some people want to teach. They feel like they need to teach instead of just comment. So Emeka Eze, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I have respect for everybody in this panel. And let me speak my mind. I'm a Nigerian of Southeastern extraction. But let the truth be told, my brothers and sisters. I am offended, I'm irked, I'm angry that we are very, very ahistorical. Some of us are ahistorical to reality on the ground today. My point is one. We are the military in the Southeast ever before the existence of IPOB. Number one question. We are their military at checkpoints. Wasn't it what you see at the checkpoints? We are police. Then when the IPOB issue started, or Eastern Security Network or whatever, the police were running from there. And they have to bring a bigger force or a stronger force to contend with that. So we lose sight of history. And as one of the panelists have stated here, Samaleba now say, go and kill. Hitler, go, kill and massacre. And you are killing. You are telling people you did not arm. How can you, in the right sense, if you are in your right sense of mind, arm non-state actors? How can you get the arms back from them when the deal is done? That's our problem. Please, I have been part and parcel of June 12th celebration before ever it was declared a public holiday by the Nigerian Federation. Nobody has asked anybody to sit at home on June 12th. People go and parade, people go and demonstrate, people go for their businesses.
The military kills June 12th. The military kills some of my friends too in June 12th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's when we are demonstrating June 12th, you don't ask people to sit at home because we are demonstrating on June 12th. Before the emergence of IPOB, look, we sit down on every May 30th. What do? We listen to Aburi Accord, Ahara Declaration, and everything, and drink, and listen to Biafran national anthem. We don't go out to ask anybody to sit at home or don't go to market and bomb markets and machete people. Why would you do that? You now enforce what we are doing now is instill fear in people, not to compel obedience and respect. That's what is happening. Samaneba is telling you there, go and kill, go and massacre. Nnamdi Kanu that is being held at against his will and against judicial pronunciation. We tell you, who is that to speak when I'm speak? I am Nnamdi Kanu. Who is that to speak when I speak in the Southeast? Ojukwu never made such a statement. Zeke never made such a statement. Mobuko Okoye never made such a statement.
God bless you. Tell them the truth.
So
Thank
what
you. It's
are
a shame
we
your
talking
time
about?
is up. It's an
Thank you.
interesting opinion. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Mazi Prince, the Mazi and the Prince at the same time. Is it Mazi? Is Mazi not the king? Okay.
No, Mazi is not looking. Mazi is Mr.
Mr. Prince. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Please put me backstage so that
All
others
right.
can call. Let me get over this nonsense that is killing me.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate your passion.
Make no stress yourself. This way, now you and who they correct. For me, I think I've spoken on this topic now. I've spoken on this topic. This
Okay, so can
particular
I speak?
one.
Since
So,
I spoke, can I
yeah.
speak?
Nafas. He
Yeah,
finished.
KJ can go
KJ,
ahead.
go on.
All right, thank
KJ,
you.
go ahead.
I can't wait to jump into the fray because of this Mr. Emeka man. These are Nigerians or Igbo people who get up and speak what they don't know. I'm from Ozuakoli, and as far as I'm concerned, since I began to become knowledgeable and go to Ozuakoli, there've always been a military checkpoint between Omoahia Road and Ozuakoli, all the way to Okigwe, all the way that way. What is he saying? These checkpoints have always remained there. It was there when I was in primary school. It was there when I began to drive myself back to the east. It's always been there. Okay? We have always spent money. The only reason why some of us didn't spend money on those checkpoints because of some of the small positions we held. So when they see you with another number, they don't know whether you are in the military or you're not in the military. They wave you to pass. What is he saying? You see, these are some of the narrative that gets me, who are you trying to please? That's always been the problem with the East, the Igbos especially. Some of us who are in a position of power to speak, we want to attempt to please the North or please whoever is our godfathers to say nonsense. Okay? The soldiers have always remained there. Is it not the kind that brought the soldiers? Is it when did IPOB started? And then sometimes people come and say IPOB. How many are the members of IPOB? I told the people on this panel that I've gone to my community and I asked the youths there, why do people sit at home? They say it's their own making. I'm telling you what people told my community. Who is there to come and see them, stop them from going out? Who comes to stop them from going out? They decided on their own that that's part of their sacrifice until Nnamdi Kanu is released after the prison. If you want the East to come back, release the man. After all, you have defeated people on your post. Nobody comes there and talk about it. This so-called man who was just finished speaking now didn't come and talk about the injustice meted out to this young man who has been in prison for the past 3 months in a secluded place where if you stretch your hand this way, you'll be touching the walls. If you stretch your hand this way, you'll be touching the wall. He has been in that confinement for over 3 years. Come on, let's be realistic. Let's be human. I said what gets me aggravated is when I say injustice being waived. It doesn't matter to me whether you're Igbo, you're Hausa, or who tribe you are. Okay? What matters is that we are all human beings with blood running our system. The blood does not have Igbo tribe on it. It does not have Hausa tribe on it. Okay? Let's stand out against injustice. That's simple. Okay? Now, you talked about sitting at home. Do you know that before June 12th was declared as the day of, it was already being observed in the West? Did anybody send the army to the West to go and stop them, those state governors from sitting at home? Did they ever go there to stop them from people from observing June 12th when they declare their public holiday in their own locality? Why is everything that is done in the East different from any other place? Why? Why do we have to be the ones always having to do that? All right? Before June 12th became, now the June 12th that became national holiday, who brought about June 12th? It's not Abiola. Why can't the same thing be accorded to people in the East who lost more people than one person? Come on, guys.
Let me ask you though. Let me ask you, KJ. Do you think maybe because of the presence of the military in the South, is the level of loss of life due to this type of violence is less than what you have in the North? Because in the North, sometimes you hear that these bandits are operating for hours, nobody shows up. But in the Southeast, because they are everywhere, that cannot happen.
So far, in this so-called banditry we're talking about, the bandits have shot down more than 3 of Nigerian Air Force planes. Have anybody ever gone there and wiped down the whole community? Not less than 6 months ago, the governor of Niger State went to meet Tinubu to complain about, to say government should not tackle the 70 soldiers that were killed there. Why didn't they go there? Have the army taken over the Niger State? Have they gone there to fish out those people and cover that place and level it like they level?
But what I'm saying is that could they be helping prevent loss of life the way it's happening elsewhere in the southeast?
Which loss of how? The southeast,
because the loss of life in the southeast is a lot less than other regions.
The southeast and the south are the most peaceful part of Nigeria. As we talk this, as me and you are talking now, why is that there are more military people there and more police people there? And more military, civil defense there.
I don't know whether you can say. I don't know why. But can you say the south and the southeast are the most peaceful? The south had their.
I'm not talking
for go to Nigeria yourself. You see it yourself. Go to Nigeria yourself. You not travel there.
No, I've been there now. When I went to Port Harcourt, I saw the ravages of the conflict that was going on there. See, it doesn't matter about recent enough to know.
They should send them to the military, to the northern part, where they have Boko Haram. We don't need military there.
Because my concern is that the loss of life in the south is quite low, and maybe it's not a bad thing that they have a lot of presence there compared to the north where they don't have presence. I hear that they will be operating for 2-3 hours, nobody shows up. Well, that's not going to happen in the south because there's always
don't forget they attack NDA too. Don't forget they attack.
That's the point I'm making. So that's the point I'm making.
When they went to NDA and
what did they do?
Tried to bring it down and they took some of the officers away. What did the military do? Did they go there to bring down the whole place?
That is the question. Too. Answer that question for me.
See, but KJ, don't you think you will be the one also accusing the military? If they send all the military over there, it reduces the loss of life there, but a lot of people are dying in the southeast. You'll be the one saying, they don't care about us. They abandoned us for our fate. They leave us for hours. People are ravaging us and all the rest. Wouldn't you say that?
Boko Haram, leave people alone, civilians alone.
No, I'm just asking that because maybe what they are doing there is to make sure, because the southeast is close to south. They want to do this.
We know why the military and all of them are there, because they're making money extorting money from people. We know that. Who is the statistics there? They make over 100 billion, almost on a monthly basis, from those illegal checkpoints for the people in the east. That's why they
bribe now.
They have checkpoints. They have checkpoints in other parts of the country too. To be fair,
where
that lady that was driving through Nigeria, was she not stopped in Ibadan to be extorted? They tried to extort money from her
by police officers, not military.
Yeah, police officers. It's mostly police officers now.
The military have their own civilian money for them.
Yes. So in Southeast you have military
I just
everywhere.
Want to know that all these narratives are
and people like Emeka are here to defend nonsense that I don't know where they're coming from.
Please, I did not call anybody by name. I aired my view. You can air yours.
Hold on. Let's keep it down. Let's try to keep it
what he's saying is not correct too. I went to school in Nigeria. And primary, secondary, university, and master's level, for goodness sake. Nobody should be calling him and make you analysis.
You couldn't learn anything from those.
Thank you. You've learned a lot.
BP medicine is very expensive. I beg you.
Okay, so Jagun's turn. Jagun, please, if you want to say something about this before things get too rowdy.
Yes, it's good that Emeka is back. Calm down, Emeka, if you can.
Why would you be saying Emeka? You were at primary school that you see military on the streets.
Can we let's try to be orderly. Let's try to be orderly, please. Jagun, please go ahead.
It's okay now. It's okay. Stop crying.
It's not crying. Don't do that now.
I think it's fair for people to have different opinions. However, how they're tackled, how people with different opinions are tackled, especially in that you're East, though, you don't believe anybody can have a different opinion.
Exactly, my brother.
You just castigate them. I think it's so poor. It means that
don't interfere, because what Emeka said.
It's not about interfering. Don't take it like whilst I'm here, hear me out, my friend. Hear me out, my friend, as I'm speaking now. Whilst I'm here, anything I want to speak about, nobody can stop me. Nobody on the whole planet. So I'm saying what I need to say, regardless of your emotional deficiencies. So meanwhile, I understand somebody might be upset with what people say. The castigation of it, you rip the person apart like he has no mind, no sense, no heart, no flesh. You just pour poison on him and burn him. That's what I hear when I see how you guys communicate when there's a disagreement. And for me, it just looks like a lot of dumb people. That's what it looks like to me. How can he do that? And how can you have that opinion? Now, I understand that Nigeria is a complex place, complex issues. But I think if we can't speak to the issues, we're not doing anything. We're just cutting ourselves down. We're in a country that is oppressing every last single one of us. Yet we all find ways of separating from each other. Is that how to fight the polity? Can you fight the polity as a single individual? Or is it what is that our shared experience that we can now take up some level of unction to move forward? No, we don't do that. We fight amongst ourselves. To me, when I look back and I just look at it, it just looks disgusting. And you know what it looks like? It looks like Nigeria. We're complaining about Nigeria, and we are the problem. We, every one of us on this platform. It just always looks disgusting. It's funny how what we look at and what we imbibe. You know, the position of being emotional, there's something that they call emotional intelligence. And since I've been looking at that term, I've wondered, am I emotionally intelligent? And to be honest, it's something that all of us need to look at. We need to know how to speak to issues and how to stop being so personal and so aggrieved. I mean, we're so easily insulted. Any little thing, yeah, I'm insulted. Well, yeah. Oh God, it's like, to me, it's like, are you ever gonna grow up? Are you gonna grow up? Pathetic. But that's my comment. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think it is Amadio.
Champions League is going on now, guys.
Why are you announcing Champions League? That they don't have copyright for it too. Are they sponsoring this channel? They have to pay. Where you know the damages needs every resource that they can provide. Please, Amadioha, what do you think is going on now? What's going on with this discussion?
Okay, Forefather, this is it. My disease is here. The issue is that I will not trying to take word into your mouth or if you make a. What is that? When you say something that is not contrary to what is going on, I will tell you that is not it. And from the start is, IPAB came which day? I was born 70s. Since I was born, I've been seeing military checkpoints. Even on my wedding day, I know what they did to me. I wouldn't, if I say it's a bad experience. After coming down from here, my wife came down from here. I know what my eyes saw in Abo the road. So coming here to say that no military checkpoints started during the IPOB. That's where I said, no, that's not it. That was not true. So sometimes we put out truth. That was be a military checkpoint. It may say it may not be the level it is right now. It's much right now than before. Yes, I agree. But don't say there's no military checkpoint. It came after the IPOB or this or that. Remember, there is Owazirike, there is Mazop. There is so many groups have come. So let's make some things right so that it can be okay for everybody. And second, what I want to that's just my point where I know it's okay. What you said is said something. There's something you said that is right, but when you said military checkpoint during the IPOB, that when I said no, that had been military checkpoint. So secondly, concerning this killing in Aba, I will tell you, so that I blame the militaries. Why will you lose your gun when you're in checkpoints? I know that people in Southeast, the so unknown gunmen, the command coming from somewhere, some people are in the bush, they don't even know who they are, giving threat, they will kill a military man. And you're on a checkpoint, you're losing your guide. It's not like that's not they kill how many policemen near my local government. Why will you be in a checkpoint and you sit in a bar eating and drinking and just drop your gun? They just come there and waste them, just like that. That's where I blame the military. When you're in a hot zone, you know that people are threatening. You guys have been threatened by people I don't even know. All right? Be at alert. Be at alert so that they won't give you a surprise attack, but they will keep 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that? That is, I would say we have a strong keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you don't want to do what? Investigate it. How does it happen? And you want to retaliate to the innocent people. For me, that's only where I blame the military. Whenever they are on duty, they should be at alert, anywhere, wherever. Don't go on military. You'll be eating. 5 people will be eating without you looking their back. What are you doing? Are you on a checkpoint? You're a target. Even here in America, a policeman cannot be eating, buying food without looking their back. If you're approaching too much, his hand is already on his waist. If you move too much, it's going to like take you out. That's how he is also. A policeman driving, you're moving towards him, his hand is already, his gun is already out. If you move too closely, I could say, I'm going to see my family at home. He's going to take you out before you even do any, even though you're carrying just a knife. Then a Nigerian military will just lose guidance. Come. I don't support their killing. I don't support the innocent people dying, but they should be more at alert. If they are more at alert, they won't kill them. If they are more at alert, they won't dare. Nobody would dare come. The way you see that they are equipped and at alert, nobody would dare come close to that place. But you see that somebody can buy them out, do anything, but they should be at alert. They should be more trained and be at alert. That's my own point.
But if they are so much on alert, it makes them seem hostile. Because anybody that comes close,
at alert, like if you watch now, 5 of them will just go and start eating without.
Yeah, no, that one you are correct. You are right. That one, that's just.
They should not see them with talking stories. I forgot that they are talking stories. Or collecting money. They will start collecting money from the bosses. The intention will be collecting that money, extracting money from people.
Come on, man.
And when you do that, you're fully open to anybody can come there and finish you up. When your duty is to just line up and start collecting money, all your intention is not collecting that money. So anybody can come and take everybody else. That's just my point. I condemn the killing, though. That's just it.
Thank you. I think it is either fixed or
no, it's my turn. It's my turn.
Are you Ogochukwu today? What's happening now?
No, that's my Ogochukwu is actually my real name. So, but this is good day, everyone.
Welcome.
In my place, there is a saying that Nadu rather no no. So the thing is, people like KJ are the kind of elders you have in Igbo land, and you will not be scared of coming home. You will not be scared of breaking cola and eating with your brothers. But when we have some people who comes and all they do is, in English, if you want to lie, you call it being disingenuous, right? You cannot be slightly dishonest. It's either you are dishonest or you are not, right? It's either you are dishonest or you are honest. So lie is a lie, right? My brother Jagun, you were on point saying that nobody should be attacked for having a different opinion. It's okay to have a different opinion, but I think some of us are not good at condoning blatant lies. When you lie like with meanness, some people lie with boldness. You'll be forced to question, where is this coming from, right? Because I know growing up, I grew up in the North, right? The only thing that we know in the North are policemen. You only see military, maybe when the president is coming or maybe when they're on parade. But when I moved to the East in, I think, late 90s, that was when I started seeing military on the road. The first time I could remember, the first time I saw military was in Mpo, Tazan area. And I asked, is there war going on? They said no. So why are they on the street? To them, it's normal in Southeast. So for someone coming up here to tell us that why you started seeing the presence of military in the Southeast is because of the activities of IPOB is a blatant lie, right? And I've never heard Simon Ekpa calling on anyone to attack the military. What Simon Ekpa has been saying and insist on, Simon Ekpa have been invited on this platform. He stated it, that all they do is to protect our men and women in the villages that the Fulani cattle rearers or headers invade and get killed and raped. That all they do is to protect the life and properties of our people. They don't go after any military. However, have we not seen that some of this military aided or do these attacks on our people? Clear example was the one that happened in Aba. There's this market in Aba when Governor Oti came and raided the market. In front of that market, we have the presence of military. Actually, 2 checking points around that place, military checking point. And those activities, kidnapping our people, is going on there. So what is the military doing over there? If lives and property...
That's all Panta.
Yes. There's there were 2 shaky military checkpoints there, and people get kidnapped, people get killed, and their dead body be dumped there. So why the need of the military there? That's to show you that the only thing they do there is to collect money and aid these kidnapping activities. And somebody is coming here to defend the presence of military in the Southeast. You don't love Southeast more than I do. I'm Wafo, which means I'm a full-blooded Igbo man, front and back, no mixed blood. Do you understand? And I go home all the time. So nobody should come here and tell me otherwise.
Sure?
You don't love, you don't love my people more than I do.
What does Wafo mean?
Wafo means son of the soil, like Papa Igbo, Mama Igbo, every full Igbo, no mix.
Right? Like me.
Yeah, my brother here, Tone, was trying to tell us that the military...
Like fake Igbo people, like,
not like fake Igbos, not like the ones that grew up in the Lagos and they don't know anything going on in Southeast, you know. My brother here, Tone, said that the military behave like zombies. And they truly are. They take order. But I cannot take order from my boss or from my superior to go kill innocent citizens. I can't take that order. Instead, I will remove that cloth and leave it for you. How much are you paying me a salary?
Let's not break rank. I'm going to put people backstage if you break rank.
I've lived everywhere in Nigeria. Tell me any state and I will tell you how that state is.
I'm going to put people backstage.
Is this time off already?
Let's allow, it's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes.
It's not up to 2 minutes for fathers.
No, I set timer for everybody.
Okay, let me just conclude. I just want to tell us why this
I'm sorry, you can't. Just
30 seconds, Biko. Please, 30 seconds.
On everybody.
No,
should I give him 30 minutes as a democracy?
Give him 30 seconds and I will go. 30 minutes, I will go. Please.
30 seconds, sorry.
Okay. 30 seconds. So the 30th of May, that our people are calling to be given for us to respect our fallen heroes. I don't know why it is very, very difficult for some of us to understand that we need that 30th of May to respect our fallen heroes.
I support that.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you what happened in Abia State, because Abia State is not the only state that obeyed that 30th of May sit at home. In Southeast, we have more than 5 states in Southeast, right? But this is what is happening. This APC gangsters are against the development coming in Abia State, so they want to destroy Abia State at all costs. One, Hope Uzodinma, and Wike are after.
This area, you guys understand that now. I know you have a lot to say, Kene. Let these guys speak, then it's going to come back to you faster. Yeah, Fix, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Fix is speaking from Abuja. First of all, I want to
Are you son of the soil? Are you son of the soil first?
Wait, Abuja.
Just in case.
Yes, I am.
So that I can wait your statement. All right, go ahead.
First of all, I want to condemn the killing of those soldiers. You know, where before on the 30th May, they used to use as in the high pops. They used to use flag and do some celebration and some this. Then they attacked them with military. So they started sitting at home. But this time around, there was no confrontation with the video that we have been seeing so far. So that it shouldn't have happened, because now people that innocent people are bearing the consequences now. So it's not good. And I want to say something about Brother Emeka. Honestly, if you say military is not in your village, I don't know. In my own village, there is presence of military from primary school up to today. So I don't know the side of Igbo land that you came from, that you have not been seeing military. So that one is apart. Also saying there is a military in Abuja here. So and Abuja is a north. So there are also military checking points at this corner. So with what is happening, I don't think it is good for us, because with this man being held, I don't think there should be killing people to make the case worse. Because recently, many people have been putting their mouth, raising alarm on how to release the man. Even of recent, they released this Abakari. So Kanu should also be released, to gain a very large extent of getting peace towards the eastern region. So what I don't support is the killing of army, because when they're killed and go away, people are suffering it. If you watch people living around that place, they have been indoors, and it's not fair on them. Since there was no confrontation this time around, they shouldn't have killed those military people, because with all the video that we have been seeing everywhere, people sat at home willingly. So there is no need for that, But for Brother Moka, please, honestly, when we are talking, the way you went on Nnamdi Kanu, what he says and what he did not say, everybody has his own style, So that's just what makes me to come inside. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm in Abuja.
Abuja, we know life. No life for Abuja.
Yeah, man. Look at that. You are just hovering in darkness. I'm sorry. This
Listen,
Abuja business where they
please, the panelists, please, 1 second of observation, please. I want to
30
apologize
seconds.
to
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay.
30 seconds.
First of all, I want to apologize for being misunderstood or speaking what is not in my mind. I'm not saying there is no military presence in the South. It's the level it is today. That's what I'm saying. Secondly, there is no military in my place. It was when this issue started that people were carried out of their house. People, if you want to do burial, you pay 2 million before you do burial. That our people invited the military. So I'm speaking from my own perspective and experience.
That's pure criminality. Now you shouldn't be connecting IPOP to it. It's pure criminality. So that is it.
I don't want to go into this debate, please. I didn't say there was no military presence.
Excuse me. So everybody is condemning the killing of military. What about the killing of the civilians? The civilians that were killed.
So that I can send the caller to you.
What about the civilians that were killed by the military?
Oh, Elder, okay, I will send it to Elder.
I'm more concerned with the killing of the civilians than the military. Who is military? What's my business with them?
Is it Goro or
it's not for any other thing. The military that killed is making our people to be dying more. So that's the thing.
I don't know them. They killed my people. I should be concerned about the killing of my people than military. Who is military? What's my business with them?
Military
Where are they coming from?
Military is the one keeping most of those people safe. And I hear what Fix is saying. But Fix, I hear what you are saying, but it's not an excuse for the military to start targeting innocent people. If some guilty people kill military officials and officers, they shouldn't go and start taking it out on the community. That is not helpful behavior, and I think that thing that the Nigerian military does is very, very unprofessional of them. So they need to check themselves on that.
They have been doing it for many years. They have been doing it for many years.
It's just like you have given them license to just kill at will. Once you do that,
they shouldn't do that. It's a sign of a stressed military. They don't know what they are doing.
It happened in Odi. It happened in Zakipiam. It is true.
Discipline.
It needs to stop. Those are the kind of things the government should be stopping. Not all this. Putting
what we should be talking about is to advocate for proper training for the military so that they understand they don't have the right to begin to kill the civilians in retaliation.
No. They have
no right.
You are missing it. They have proper training. The training they are given is that there are bloody civilians out there and they are military. That is their attitude, and I really think that is wrong mindset to have. They are beginning to change it a little bit, but they really need to change properly so that they recognize that their job is actually to protect those people.
Yeah.
The job of a military is to protect the people, not
but they're taking lives
victimize them in any way.
Their job is not even to be within the civilian community in the first place.
That's the problem with the country now. The country is stressed. They don't have enough security
But
forces.
now,
Society,
communities are inviting them because they can't control what is happening. Both Fulani has
Niger, let another person continue. Now, whose turn is it to
Governor, please, let's move to the bill. The bill of the region, breaking Nigeria into regions.
Oh, no,
Thank you, sir.
They say it's false. They say it's false.
Mr. F, ask me a question. Mr. V in Abuja, what happened in Abuja recently on the computer? What's it called? The popular phone.
Banex.
What happened between the military and the people there? You understand my point? So that what happened there?
Amadioha, don't start another discussion. Don't start another discussion. Let's go, Jare. Let Amadioha wait. Don't worry. When we open the panel, you can have all kinds of conversation.
So that topic.
Henry, you want to say something about the issue in the Southeast, or we go to Awimo?
Let me round up Southeast a little bit small. Is it not time for the so-called corrupt Southeast politicians to move away from all this their greedy behavior, bringing military to come and torment, kill their people? Why should they invite military to come to torment their people? They know the roots of the causes of that problem of insecurity. They know the roots. They should find a design solution. Because their great selfish, greedy interest. They don't. Number one, Opis Odima is one of the disaster in the Southeast. Look at Otis. He came in as governor. These are the country states. They say they don't have money, they don't have this, but he's doing things. But they are just. He's one of the best governors right now. If people don't want to say that, I will say it. I mean, pure Benin man. We don't fear anybody. They talk as he be. He's one of the best governors right now. The money they say, they don't have money. They don't have money in Abia State. He's doing something about it. But they come to destabilize that state. They should go and they should bring police to investigate the issue of that crisis. People should not come here and start bringing IPOB do this, IPOB do that. I'm not a member of IPOB. I'm a pure Benin blood, pure one, local one. But
let me just add this. I'm going to make sure I don't penalize you for it. It's like, I feel like the Southeast, given everything they've experienced, their leadership should have a little bit like been a little more conscious and focused on their development more than any other group, because
that's what I'm saying.
They have been disadvantaged by Nigeria. You would think they should not be collaborating too much with the center. Yes. They should be working to develop their areas.
Let me tell you why it's not working like that.
Because they have to conclude the footstep of their forefathers from the north. They have to conclude their mission to oppress, to make their people. Because the people from the north, they could not finish their mission. The so-called EU for the south is the politicians. They have to use this term to make their own people. Instead of to wake up to make sure to change their own states, their own community to look like Lagos, second Lagos, or better than Lagos. No, they are there busy going to Abuja, doing this.
It's like they don't have a middle ground. It's like it's either this Uzodinma or Kanu. There's no middle ground. And the only middle ground is Peter Obi, technically, is the middle ground.
Uzodinma was never elected by the people. Uzodinma was forced on the people. Uzodinma used to be a 419, like criminal, well-known 419. You know 419, and the holding the 419. He was a well-known street boy, right? So he was forced on the people. He was never elected, and he's doing the tax they gave him to do, which is to destabilize that region. That is what Uzodinma is doing.
Tell me how.
Do you understand? And then we have another rascal called Nike from the other side.
How it is done.
Pardon me?
I say you are telling us how these things are happening, that they are bringing people like Uzodinma into power to destabilize.
Exactly. They are using the courts. They are using the court system, the messed up court system to accomplish this. Ordinarily, Igbo people would vote for that kind of a miscreant. We don't have time for voting his life, right? And now you see what happened.
Hold on. There are many Southeast Assembly members, National Assembly members that are there right now. There are many senators from the Southeast, and many of them go and collect money. Many of them are part of the people that voted for this national anthem.
They are part of the problem.
Come back, nobody still holds them.
Now, see, when it is easier to destroy things than to build. We are building. We are now sieving out the trash from the main grain. So we are sieving them out. The ones that you see in the crop of the elements you see in the National Assembly now supporting every bill, bringing up, are part of the problem. They are part of it. And for example, in Enugu State, Chimaroke Nnamani has a stronghold of Enugu State. Some of those representatives from Enugu State are his boys. Even the governor, the present governor of Enugu, is his boy. So now it is not upon us. Now it is now our responsibility to begin to educate our people. You see, these people, do not vote for them. They are on the same platform with these criminals. So don't vote for them. So we are trying to educate these people. But the problem with Nigeria, there is hunger. People are hungry. They will come back with money, stolen money, call them out, call them in their houses, share money to them, and then they will begin to sing, Ojebego, Ojebego, now you will go follow, now you will go follow. Before you know it, they will vote for another criminal in. So we are beginning to educate our people. We are reorientating our people to begin to elect better people. And thank God, what is his name? P2B was voted in then. He opened the eyes of the Anambra people, and then Oti is voted in now, and is opening the eyes of Abia State people. Now, only two. Hold on. We are coming now. Enugu will be next. Imo State will be next. Gradually, it takes time to build. We are building. So, but as much as we are building, we don't want to allow the spoilers to continue to spoil the little that we've built, and that is why we always come up to condemn the activities. So what is going on in Abia State now is the well-planned, arranged activity. If you make your investigation deeply, you will see that those people that they are saying that are IPOB attacking the military are not really IPOB. These are these guys' boys. What's his name? Asari Dokubo's boys being recruited by Hope Uzodinma and his miscreant gangs. They are the ones doing this killing, and they will turn around and say it is IPOB. It's a planned deal. They want to destabilize that state because of the kind of development coming in that state.
Can I just ask you one question real quick? Yes, I would just like to ask Emeka one question, if I may.
I will ask the question, then Awibon needs to speak. Okay,
just one question. Just one. I just want
this thing. And Ugochukwu used 30 seconds to answer it. Jagun, please ask your question.
Thank you. Bros, I like what you said, especially about we are building and it takes time. Anambra State, Enugu will be next, Imo State. Can you kind of break down to me? Because I like this kind of talk where we're moving. I like forwardness, where we're moving forward and there's a direction that we can. Can you just tell me, what do you think you are building towards? If you can just give me that understanding.
Your question is very simple and straightforward. We are building towards a better Southeast. See, in our place, they said, charity begins at home. You must be good at home before you bring that your goodness outside, right? In as much as some of us are fighting for cessation. Let's assume the Nigeria succeed. We have our own place. Do we continue with this crop of criminals to be our leaders? No, we need to fix our home. Then we'll now unanimously come out and say, you know what, let us go. Because by then we've built that foundation of having good leaders in our place that will continue the good leadership moving forward. Not after secession, we still have criminals holding on powers in that region. So that building is towards a better Southeast. Let's do that first. Then we'll now see if we really need to go or not. Okay. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Sorry, let me just do something for the viewers. Please like, share, and subscribe, and also super chat. The channel needs your money, even if it's £2, $2, 2 Kenyan shillings, and some people that live in India, rupees, whatever you have. Dr. Damage will appreciate it because there are great plans to do great things. Okay, donate and like, share, and support. Not just come here to talk and abuse people in the chat, and even people on the panel. You know, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your time, people on the panel. You sometimes just put your hand in your pocket and donate to our brother Dr. Damiji so that he can bring more quality program and discussion because these discussions are important. And make no mistake, they are actually very, very important that we keep having them because it actually opens our mind to things that we never really thought of before. And when Masker was here last week, it shows that it's good to interact. We should interact with each other so that we know where the lines are, where the lines are not, where to stop, and how to understand each other. Thank you, Jaja. Jaja, thank you for the this. You see, this is it Canadian? Canadian this in dollars. You see, you have to remind Nigerians to donate. Thank you, one Nigeria. Thank you for the donation. This helps every little helps. $1, 1 penny, like it helps to add to the chest that Dr. Damage has to be able to do more good work for you all. Okay. So yeah, okay. Oh no, let me okay, Henry. Oh, thank you, Henry Gabriel. You know, he's on the panel and he's also chatting and contributing. Very, very good. Good, you know, triple trifecta. He's on the panel, he chats and he donates. You can't ask for more than that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to the discussion. All right, Henry Omorige, please go ahead.
Talking, we didn't finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as I was saying, there's a better way to make sure things go in that country, and they knew it because they knew when things are going well in that country, those bunch of criminals, politicians, they will not be benefiting again. Nigerians are wise these days. They want to destabilize Nigerians, so Nigeria will be fighting themselves. They will be exploiting from our wealth, our resources. This is how it is. Because this insecurity is in the east now, or wherever in Nigeria is, they are gaining from this insecurity that's happening there. It's time for Nigeria themselves, under Nigerians themselves, to come say, we're not doing your dirty job no more. We're not going to do your dirty. Who's doing the dirty job? Under Nigeria are doing the dirty job. It's time for them to stop this doing dirty job for politicians. I will bet you, these people who attack this military are not from these IPOP people. I will bet you one of you here. Because it don't make no sense. If you look at it, it don't make sense. They allow them to play respect for their heroes. They'll go and attack military. It don't make no sense. Think about it.
I suspect that too. This one just looks a little bit suspicious to me.
Yes.
It may not be IPOP. It may be the faction, the what they call it, ECPAS faction that did it. I don't think it's IPOP.
Not even ECPAS faction.
I don't think
it is who's on the mark.
That man not good for one day. It's the devil incarnation. If it's what he come out from his, what came out from his mouth sometimes when he speak, you will ask, is not from this man from the east? I'm so angry when I see some of these men who have chances to build their own state, to become, so that people will come home and invest more. But they are there destroying their people. All they know to go to Abuja. They will be governor for one state. They will be in Abuja more than the state they are governing. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense like that.
That was on the mind is awful. I remember he was the one that was saying he wanted to give people visa to travel overseas, isn't he? Is he not the one?
Yes.
Yeah, that guy is horrible. That guy is a piece of work.
Some of those riffraffs, he's clapping, he's happy.
What do you expect from a driver?
No,
is he a driver?
Yes,
that was his profession. He used to be a driver. He was their driver.
But it's not a good driver. You could have said, what do you expect for a good driver? It's not a good driver. Hope Uzodinma is a failure.
Forefathers, please check the private chat.
All right, let me confirm.
Okay, let me I think you want to change the topic.
I've been ignoring all morning. It's just not right. Please.
Let me see. I will check it out. I will watch him. And I will
So my own conclusion is they should wake up. They should stop doing that dirty job for these so-called politicians. If nobody is doing that job for them no more, look at those states now. Who's going to do that dirty job for them? Nobody's going to do the dirty job from them.
Yeah.
Like those state government election is coming now. Who's going to do the dirty job from Obaseki? Everybody, all man go hold himself. These are getting changed. People are getting wise these days. Huh?
Thank you.
Opus don't have children. You have children, right? They should bring children out there to go and do the dirty job. Look at Sari Tokumbo, who talk about Nnamdi Kanu, tomorrow will change here, change here. Look at him now. He's begging, always crying every day. Yeah? Tinubu forget about him. Is that people you will take serious? You don't take people like that serious. He have criminals around him. He can do anything to work for the government.
The diaspora, I think your time is up, to be fair. The diaspora, I think it will take the diaspora that have proper nationalistic mindset to really transform that country. Maybe even if you are of Biafran mindset, the way you want to transform the country, your region,
some of them
don't worry too much about fighting the government. Worry about transforming your area to develop. Development is what your people need, not all these argument about stuff. Because whatever country you want to go, you want to develop, you want to found a good society. Worry about doing things that is going to develop your areas. And some people will worry about changing this crazy government that keep prioritizing all the wrong things. Because the diaspora has a lot of protection. That's what I'm saying. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Why you don't ask yourself why Chinese people are coming to Nigeria? Nigeria, the village, Chinese people, they are everywhere in the village in Nigeria. If Nigeria is not good, what are they looking for? We have a lot. We have potential in that country.
Yeah, they are coming to take our national resources now.
They don't want to go back no more. We should wake up. Stop doing that dirty job for them. Nobody will give me $1 billion of naira or dollars to do the job for them. No time, no chance.
Yeah. Let me acknowledge these people that are donated now, including yourself. By the way, let me acknowledge them. Jaja. You know, we have to. You see, when we call on Nigerians and our viewers and whoever is watching, it might be even a British Oyibo. Yeah, it's all good. Any money is welcome here. There's no money that is not welcome. So you see how they respond when you ask them. Sometimes if I didn't ask them, nobody would respond. And the damage never does. He doesn't ask for anything. And I think it's something that we need to be doing. Jaja, thank you for the donation and then, answering the call. One Nigeria, the same thing. Thank you for answering the call. Henry Gabriel, as always, thank you for answering the call. And it's in euro. Hey, which country is this one? He donated in euro.
He's on the panel here.
He's on the panel too. He's on the panel. That is heavyweight there, euro. And A for real. Thank you for the $19. That's the highest today, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not the highest. Olumide is still at the top with 130. What was that? 139 or something. Let me see. Somebody else donated. Who was that? That could be there. Yeah, that's Oi. This person is trying to challenge my ability to pronounce words. Oi one. Oyi. Okay, Oyi one. Of Oyi.
One of Oyi.
Okay. Thank you for the donation. The £2, the heaviest money here. That £2, you can't mess with it. That is real money. It's Majesty's pounds, one of the strongest in the West. Real K, thank you for the €5 again. You see, the euros are coming in now. They are just rolling in all over the place. And where's this thing? This one is the pounds. You see, the pounds always have to show its weight. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate you guys for donating. And let's get on with the topic. Tone, I think it's your turn. You haven't said much. Owibo, if when you get the time, come back. I had to allow by the time Kene comes here, the discussion is going to take a bit longer. Kene, when he starts going on that, starts imputing that, as long as he involves the Southeast, Kene is number one. And you know what?
But it was interesting. It was interesting too.
No, but let me say something to Kene. Since you are so passionate about the Southeast, your focus should be organizing so that people help develop that region.
Exactly.
Targeting. That's what's needed.
In as much as I'm very passionate with Southeast, I'm also very cautious because Nnamdi Kanu, just as he was so passionate about Southeast, you see what is going on with his life right now. I still have little ones because our people is dum tupu, dum cho, right? They will say, they will hear you, go, we got your back. And when you find yourself in trouble, everybody will mind his business and you will be dealt with. And that is the problem. But it's a major reason why I always come up here to advocate for the Southeast, for the good of Southeast. Not only Southeast per se, but generally that I don't see. I've ceased to call it a country or a nation. But the Southeast specifically, we need a better leadership in Southeast. Let's be honest to ourselves, right? What we have right now is just pash, cut and join. The only leadership that we have in the Southeast right now is that of is it Oti, right? I've forgotten his second name, Oti,
Alex
the Abia
Oti.
State governor, right? And he's giving them real challenge, right? And I think Soludo has beginning to pick up the challenge from Oti, and maybe he's trying to do a better thing in Anambra State. The only stubborn goats that we have in the Southeast are the Enugu State governor and the Imo State governor and Abia State. But Imo State governor happens to be the ego that is very, very stubborn. He doesn't even want to change at all. But you see the Ebonyi State and Enugu State, maybe they are trying to do the right thing. But the one that we can visibly see right now is that of Soludo. Maybe he's trying to, fix Anambra State, taking up the challenge from Abia State. And we wouldn't want Abia State governor to, to slack. We want him to throttle them until they are all shamed, right? So that they'll begin to do the right thing. And that is why we should support him at all costs. We should not allow the likes of Hofu Dodema to destroy what he's trying to build for the people of Abia State. We should condemn it when we see one. Thank you.
Yeah, let me go to, I don't know, Prince, I don't know whether you're driving. Wibon, thank you for your patience. You've really been very patient, waiting for your turn. So what do you think about this Southeast stuff so that we can go to the national anthem? Oh my God, this Southeast topic is taking the whole time. We are supposed to finish in 6 hours. That's when it gets to 6, and we don't have a lot of time to cover the national anthem, the Trump, I know KJ wants to talk about Trump.
About the Trump and Coach. I mean, let's talk about
Okay, let's go to the national anthem. Let me play something that Dr. Damage made, at least the channel made regarding this.
So tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
10 Things that are wrong with Nigeria's new old national anthem by Rudolph Okonkwo. As a teacher of post-colonial African history, nothing the Bola Tinubu government has ever done has embarrassed me as reverting to Nigeria's old national anthem. What will I tell my students when they come back in September? Should I tell them that
in brotherhood is stand? Yeah, what is tell them?
National anthem of their own if they felt that the 1978 anthem was flawed and inadequate?
Backward.
With what face will I teach them of what the Belgians did to Patrice Lumumba and the people of Congo, where over 8 to 16 million Africans died between 1885 to 1908, the atrocities the British committed in Kenya against freedom fighters and the Mau Mau, the British concentration camp during the Second Boer War in South Africa, or the punitive Benin expedition of 1897 when the British used 1,200 men to destroy the Benin Kingdom and loot their artifacts. How do I explain to my students that the government of the so-called giant of Africa has decided to run back to the vision of our country that a pampered British expatriate suggested for Nigerians as they prepared to leave? Here are my top 10 things wrong with the new old national anthem. 1. A British woman named Lillian Jean Williams wrote the lyrics of Nigeria's new old national anthem. We have yet to start dealing with the post-traumatic stress disorder of having our name, Nigeria, given to us by girlfriend of colonialist Mr. Frederick Lugard. Now we have to add Lillian Jean Williams' vision of Nigeria to our trauma. What could be more humiliating? It is like a woman agreeing to the name that her rapist, who got her pregnant, gave her child and singing the lullaby he wrote for the child. Tufiakwa. 2. The second line of the first stanza says Nigeria is our own native land. Is Nigeria really our own dear native land? Think about it. Do we, as native people in that land, feel we have the rights and privileges that natives should have in their lands? With so many of our native people now living in IDP camps, are we not heading to the same fate as Native Americans now relegated to life in reservations? Governor Bala Muhammad and many like him have continued to insist that Nigeria is open to any Fulani from anywhere in the world who wants to come in and live in any forest in Nigeria. Over the last 6 decades, people like him have implemented that policy. So, is it still our dear native land or just for mouth? If it is our dear native land, how is it that 60 years later, we have not been able to feel free in any part of the land? Why are we hostile to each other in what is supposed to be our native land? Free, though tribe and tongue may differ. What kind of educated illiterates still call themselves tribes in the 21st century? Most of the 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria are nations and not tribes. They were nations with their own rights before the British came. That distinction should have been clear to anyone who wants to be president of any African country. We cannot have a tribe of useless and poorly educated politicians who are ignorant of the power of words demean the about 250 nations that have existed as long as the Germans, the French, the English, and the Russians have by calling them tribes. 4. In brotherhood we stand. This was an admirable aspiration some 60 years ago. But we have gone in the opposite direction for so long that we have lost the right to mouth such expression without first reversing in actions fortified in law some of the policies that may.
I don't want to play the entire thing, but you get the gist that Rudolph is very much not on the side of this. I wanted to find this is a lady that wrote it, a British woman that was in Nigeria. And look at this. This is the one that really got me going.
Backwardness or forwardness we have?
This is the one that got me going now. Look at this. They said, in the name of independence, the winning. Oh, geez, what happened now? I think I went too far. I zoomed in too much. Let's go back. Where is
Is Nigeria going forward or going backward?
I think we went backward with this one. And I like the analogy Dr. Damages gave on it.
That was a good analogy. I will never stand for the national anthem. Never.
But forefather.
Yeah.
If we don't support the national anthem, can we make this thing go viral? This analogy.
Yeah, we can
put it up there and make it go viral.
Yeah, that's something I think we should do. I want to find where they talked about. Let me just search 500 really. That's it. You need to find 500. Okay, look at that. It says, in the name of independence, let me highlight it so people can see. One step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time. So it says, in the name of independence, the winning entries should have been chosen from the 500 entries that came from Nigerians themselves. Others again argue that the music should have been composed first and then lyrics fitted to fit it instead of the other way around. So the more than 500 Nigerians put in entries for the to win the Nigerian to provide the Nigerian national anthem in 1959, and our leader still chose Oyibo woman. 64 years later, and our leader still go back and chose Oyibo woman. You can't make it up. You really can't make it up. Something is seriously wrong with our leadership, and this is something that I was talking about. And you hear what the Dr. Damage was saying about it now. What is he going to go back and tell his students? that the same people that did all this to you are the ones these our leaders are running back to constantly. They can't seem to understand that we are our own people. You have 200 million people in your country. Nigeria exports music. We don't have enough musicians or music writers to
They should go and check their brains.
compose.
All of the all Nigerian leaders. They should go and check their
Father,
brains.
when you started this program, my introductory decorator was here. AJ was speaking. All right, saying about the white person that composed Nigeria. The woman says it's a racist language. The one explained to her what happened. The one was like, why are black people so backward? You understand my point?
Wow.
What she said. She listened to AJ. We just said something about white composing national anthem. It was a racist language. Gonna be life. Then when I explained to her what happened, she was like, why is she from Dominican Republic? She said, why is black people going so much backward like that? You know, I don't know.
And the reason what makes it seem like we are going backward is also because the people don't react. Because if how can all those House of Assembly members, all of them don't understand this is a terrible thing to do? That you can't, this is sending in the wrong signal to your
Nigeria, I'm here. I'm here.
Are they not there?
I'm back. My network is giving me problems.
Let's start with Owibo on this issue then. Owibo, thank you for joining us. Your network is
it's giving me problem. You know, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
I came in before just to
windy,
disagree. Yeah, it's windy here. You know, say here now are they bush, you know, so you don't see light everywhere. So it is the network that is giving me problem. I was the Abuja man. I couldn't see his face, and he is in Abuja. You see how that is. You see, my people. The only thing I want to say, I disagree with my senior retired comrade. Nigerian soldiers are not zombies. If they give you a order, it lies in your own prerogative. It is your prerogative either to obey that order that they give to you, or you go away. And remember, the army is a voluntary job. Nobody conscripts you to enter into the army. If they give you a stupid order to go and attack or intimidate innocent people with the uniform that the same innocent people are paying you for, the most honorable thing is to leave that job. And that was what I did. I did it in Southern Kaduna against the Southern Kaduna, for the Southern Kaduna people. And that was the reason why I left when I did not even due to leave the army. So coming to this particular one, Ghana was given Gold Coast before by the Portuguese. And when we grew up, took over the responsibility of the leadership of Ghana, we changed it from Gold Coast to Ghana. Other African countries did the same. And I'm wondering at this particular time, why these people now reintroduce or resurrect a national anthem that was written by a British woman who, their people, orchestrated the killings and the slavery, enslavement of our people. I'm shuddered to say that those you are elected are confused people in a confused country. They are very, very confused. They do not know even what to do. In a country where you have enormous resources to go round, $1 today is almost 1,500 naira. A liter of petrol is about 700 to 800 naira. You put Nigerians in a very precarious situation where you now they just misbehave with the enormous resources and salary that they are paid them. You are paying them. For me, that is very, very dishonorable from this kind of people. They are confused and they don't even know what to do anymore in that country. That is the reason why anytime I come out here to say, even before the presidential election, I said that the problem of Nigeria is foundational problem. The army created a lot of problem in that country.
They made Nigeria what it is today. That you don't have right to elect or vote peacefully the person that you want to lead you. It is the army that orchestrated this problem for the Nigerian people. Over 200 million people. The only thing that your parliamentarian and the president Tinubu will do is to go and bring back something that people, has even put into the dustbin. What a country. What a country. That is why Nigeria, the giant of Africa, should go and learn what is happening in Burkina Faso today. Burkina Faso has taken over their gold mine. They have taken over everything from France. And for the first time in the history of France, they are suffering a budget deficit of $5 billion because of what Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and the rest of them has done. When will Nigeria rise up to protect their citizens and their integrity? Thank you so much.
Wow, that was precise. That was precisely done. Wow, you just finished on time. Okay, I think Pastor was here to comment on this national anthem stuff. This for me, the anthem is quite important actually. A lot of people sing it. The military have to sing to it. The House of Assembly members, the lawmakers, even judges, all of them sing to these songs. And a president that we elected in 2023 decided that one of his main priority is to go and do this. You see, some people say it's a distraction. I refuse to believe that. And why I say that is because if you want to distract Nigeria, the bigger distraction is to tell Nigerians, go and write this song, and whoever wins, we are going to have a competition. Whoever wins, we change our national anthem. That would have had Nigerians work together to achieve something. That would have galvanized the country together, but he didn't do that. He just went very quickly, within a week, changed it without consulting the people at all. That is not, he's not doing it for us, he's doing it for some other person. So people say he's doing it because of Obasanjo. If he wanted to totally kill Obasanjo's this thing, he could have done what I suggested earlier on by asking Nigerians to come up with an idea for the song. And that's something that is easy. Nigerians will be happy to come up with a new song and they will be able to pass it through. But instead, he just did it this way. Maybe he just need to please people, also to signal to some of his partners that he really means business. He is very, very much in this thing. Because it doesn't make sense. Everything he's doing doesn't make sense. And I don't know whether this man is trying to throw the country into chaos. I don't know, because most of his policies, if this man came into office, if Tinubu came into office, President Tinubu, let me respect his office. If he came into office, he didn't change the Naira policy, that's the currency foreign exchange. He didn't do this stuff that he did, this national anthem. What else did he do that is crazy? He didn't. Okay, he went and implemented the student loans, which is a good thing. Or the only thing he needed to do was the subsidy removal. That's all. Then go after all those who were doing round tripping, which he has done. But he went and this he floated in Nigerian currency. Something that is like sacrilegious to do in an economy like Nigeria. He did it anyway, and nobody challenged him. No economist came out in Nigeria and said this policy is not good. It's going to destroy the Nigerian economy. They didn't do that. I'm a little bit surprised why that didn't happen, because we have a lot of economists in Nigeria. We have a lot of economists overseas, and even I didn't know. When the whole trouble started, that's when I went and checked the information, and I thought, oh my goodness, this stuff is not supposed to happen. I thought when he said he was going to float the currency, the black market value is going to come down and the official rate is going to go up, and they're going to meet somewhere in the middle. Not both of them go north. And that's what has happened. And the Nigerian economy has destabilized. Dangote has lost money. Poor people have lost money. MTN has lost money. Everybody has lost money. When they scored him, they checked how many people approve of him. Most of the country completely disapprove of him. The South and the Southeast are the strongest people that disapprove of his performance this year. The most lenient part of the country is the Northwest, which is, I may be surprised, because that's where most of the kidnapping is happening. They are the ones that favor him the most, and even them, their numbers is around almost 60% unfavorable. They don't like his performance. So far, if he maintains his performance and goes towards the next election, you all think he's going to win? He's not going to win. No, he's going to lose. If this economy doesn't recover, if he doesn't fix the mess he has just made, he will lose the next one.
Bros,
I'll leave it there.
That's very interesting what you say. However, have you forgotten already that we've had 8 years of Buhari that was a complete waste of time, first and second term? I don't think you're paying attention.
No, Buhari, his biggest failure is on security, that he didn't act well enough. Most of the other things he did with what he had. This president has 10 times better environment than Buhari did. Buhari came at when everything was going down, flood, COVID, everything. But this president came in, Dangote refinery is ready.
You're not getting Jagun. You're not getting Jagun. After the first 4 years of Buhari achieved nothing. But he won the election, right? He won the election. Tinubu, this election that brought him in, he never even won the election, but he came in. Not to talk of when he is in charge of everything now. How dare you stop him from winning?
I think he can lose.
Going to win again.
Make no mistake, he can lose.
Now he's in charge.
Lost. See, he basically lost this election. The problem is that the other party was divided. In any other scenario, he would have lost. The other party won 60% of the vote. So I understand what he's saying.
Have you forgotten that there are judges that he's in charge of? He's in charge of the court right now. At the end of the day, they will go to court and he's going to win. That is the thing.
I don't think it's going to be that simple. I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think when you say that, if I was Tinubu, if I hear you say that, I would say you're an enemy of progress, because that kind of stuff will lead his own people to think they already have it in the bag. Politics is a very dangerous game. 10 years can happen.
He has it already. And talking about enemy of progress, he's the number one enemy of progress, because Nigeria never even voted for him. So he walked his way, rigged his way in. So he's the real enemy of Nigeria. I mean, Tinubu.
I'm saying that if the economy is like this, and he hasn't made any progress in any other major areas, he will lose.
We know that.
Who got to announce the result?
We know that he's going to lose, but at the end of the day, he will still be the president.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to be the president. I think he will lose. I think even a lot, because he's put Nigerians through so much hardship, more than any single president. And if he doesn't fix it before the next election, he's going to lose.
Forefather, I don't agree with you. I think you all
are you in Nigeria? Okay,
you all are misreading Tinubu. When Tinubu came, he did not promise any Nigerians anything. Please, let's be straightforward. He said,
he promised. Sorry, he promised. He said that he's going to tax the hell out of Nigerians.
He said he's going to increase.
He said he's going to recruit heavily in Chatham House.
He's going to increase the tax net and make sure that every Nigerian is captured in the tax, which he has done. And he's still doing. He's still creating, other novel ways of capturing tax. Gentlemen, he didn't say he was going to build new airports or new roads or even give you free education. He didn't say that. And you people voted him. Oh, wait, we didn't vote him, but eventually he got there and we didn't protest. So let's enjoy our pudding, because it's already in the making. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy it.
I think you are overestimating his ability to be able to confound Nigerians. Yes, he is wielding power. What he did in the National Assembly this week shows a lot of power. Nobody stopped him. And again, where is P2B? Where is Atiku? Where is Audible? When all this is happening?
Don't go there. He came into the.
I'm asking, because we are all here complaining, but none of them came out.
As yastic, he said, "I will do what I did in Lagos. I will build it the way I built it in Lagos." Before he got to Lagos, there was Otodola as governor. Is it Otodola? Yes, and there was all the other ones who had jacked on their
okay.
Yes, who had already been in government, but he went there and he brought in Alpha Beta, that bettered the people, the tax of Lagos State. Now he has come to the national stage. He brought in his Lagos boys. They also brought a new which is bettering the taxing system of Nigeria. Gentlemen, do you think we should hold him? He's doing what he did in Lagos. Let's enjoy it. I mean, look, it's not all the time we
I
should
think
quarrel him. Let's enjoy it. Okay, and
the
then
only area
if we don't like it, we will go to the street and say, Oga, enough is enough. Simple.
I suspect that the only area Tinubu will improve in Nigeria is revenue. He knows how to collect revenue, and that's something I think he's already beginning to show. The other area that might improve under his this thing is the way what he's doing to the Bureau de Change people now. You know, they were doing a lot of speculations. He has a kind of curtailed their wings now. But that is what he should have just done and left the economy alone. But he didn't do that.
You believe
Pardon?
on Tinubu government? You believe
No,
on
I
Tinubu
don't
government?
believe in it. I don't believe in his government too.
They don't have
Forefathers,
They are sabotaging the country.
He's going to improve on revenue by taxing the people to stupor, closing businesses, discouraging people from doing businesses. That's not how you tax. You create job, then you get your tax. You are not creating any job. You are not giving any opportunity for job creation, and you are taxing the people to stupor. For example, right? Do you know that, forefathers, if you have children in school, for example, in Nigeria, and you want to pay their tuition, the moment you click money sent from your bank app, banks will start taking their own. Banks will take their own. As your children receive the money, for receiving the money, bank will take their own as well. And if they want to go and pay the school fees, banks are going to take their own as well. It's too much. You send money for your mother to eat in the village. As you send the money, banks will take. As she went to collect the money, bank will take. As she goes to the market to buy, tax will be taken. Everything is taxed.
If you look at Nigeria, Nigeria is one of the least taxed countries in the world.
No, Nigeria is not. Nigeria is one of the worst.
If I show you the chart, you'll be surprised how
No,
low it is.
let me use US for example. I can send money to you in this country, forth and back 10 times in a day. Bank is not going to charge me a dime.
Let me tell Forefather.
Any bank is not going to charge me for transfer.
Transfer money to anybody.
Do you understand?
Here in Germany, they don't take
The only time bank will charge me money is if I fail, for example, to if I'm owing the bank and I fail to pay on time. That's the only time, and this is mostly from maybe credit card. That's the only time.
Just like you use your
I thought I had shared this sheet with you. Nigerians don't pay tax compared to other nations. Let me just show you the information so that you understand what I mean. You see where Nigeria is on this list? That is, you see, that's why it's good for us to be checking these things. See where Nigeria is on this list. There are only a few other countries that pay less than Nigeria. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait.
Forefather, let me tell you.
Forefather, you are insulting Nigeria. You are insulting Nigeria. So if you are comparing country now, you be comparing like Sudan, Brian, and Chad with Nigeria, that they are doing. Nigeria is doing better than them. Obviously, Nigeria should be doing better than these people.
Many of them pay more in tax. That's what I'm saying. When you are
and that is why they are the way they are. That is why they have hunger. They don't have jobs. Nothing is going on in that country.
You are mistaken. Look at the most taxed countries in the world.
Okay, let's not show no charts. It's not a chart to understand how this is Nigeria is.
France is the highest. Denmark, you see them. Hold on now. Let's try to get facts straight here. If you look at the top taxed countries in the world, they are the ones doing the best actually. From France, Austria, New Zealand, Cuba, Greece, Netherlands, all the top countries. If you look at them, United Kingdom, all of them, United States is even on the list. There's somewhere in the middle. But you have to scroll, even Jamaica, all the other countries, many African countries, Algeria. You have to scroll all the way down to see Nigeria.
The difference with some of those countries is that those countries don't have the kind of resources that Nigeria has, especially mineral resources. They don't have it. So they have more. Denmark, France. What does France have? France has nothing. Denmark doesn't have anything.
Looking at the chart, put United States at the middle. That means
they don't have anything.
The chart is
Let me find
so their only source of income is through that taxation. That's the only way the government generates revenue.
United States has more oil than Nigeria. If you check it, let me see where United States. Let me find it in this country.
Forefather, you forget about Saudi Arabia. You didn't hear Nigeria then.
Forefathers, United States. If I'm looking for a job right now, all I need to do is to pick up my CV, my resume, search for job, apply
You see,
in 1
United
week or two. I will be called. I will get the job.
Hold on now. But maybe because they are
Right?
paying more in tax. Now, look at United States this in tax rate. That's the overall is 27%. While Nigeria is 3.3. That United States that have more resources than we do. And many of these countries, you see, we think that we have more resources than most countries. There are a lot of countries that have a lot of resources around the world.
We pay tax in United States. At the end of the year, you receive a tax return. Some of us, you've already budgeted what you're going to do with the tax return. You receive some of the money back. But in Nigeria, pay whatever tax you are paying, nothing comes back to you.
You don't get nothing back.
The government, the leaders, squander the money. They embezzle it. That is the pay.
What if I tell you that what you see in Nigeria now is what we are paying for?
Forefather, when you said, no, let me correct you something. When you doesn't pay tax,
what we are paying for is not a lot. We're not paying a lot.
Based on our economy, what we are paying right now is too much.
When forefather said Nigeria doesn't pay tax, I say it's wrong. Let me tell you what's going on in Nigeria. Have you owned a business in Nigeria? Like you don't own a shop.
Real business.
You rent a shop. All right. Do you know that you end up paying three different type of tax, 4 or 5 in that shop?
Yeah.
Local government will come with their tax.
State
will come. The street will come. You end up paying like 7 times tax than what you are paying here. But the issue is that those money is not being remitted. It's not being recorded by the state or anybody. You go to the individual. That's the problem we have. More people are not paying tax. Each shop that is in each shop, you end up paying tax to the area boys in that control that. You allow that they collect tax money for your hand for renting a shop, selling market. You allow that they collect tax money. Tax is called that no be saying.
I think you may have a point there. There is tax even in Onisha market and some parts of Nigeria. But the problem is that it's not
you see that 3 point something. The 3 point something that you are seeing on that.
Important. Sorry, let me just 30 seconds. Let me explain why it's important. 30 seconds, Kenny. The reason why it's important that it goes to the center is because the center, when that money comes to the center, the financial institutions around the world use that to grade the country's ability to get more money. Most countries live on debts, but to be able to get that debt, you need to be able to show that you can raise money. And if you don't show you can raise money, Nigeria is at the bottom. Hence, you can't get money to do things you want to do for your country. That is one of the problems we have.
Okay, forefathers,
please go ahead.
One of the problems that we have in Nigeria. Yeah, call me Kenneth. It's fine. So one of the problems that we have is lack of remittance of those taxes they collect from people. For example, if you are carrying your goods from one state to the other or from one region to the other, especially, let's say, food items, right? There's what they call produce. To each state your truck passes through, you must pay that tax.
Audio is bad.
I don't know. I think it's from you. You are lagging. It takes time before you hear what you I don't know. Maybe it's from
your internet is poor.
Yeah, I think it's your internet.
Okay.
So you pay those taxes. Those taxes, those revenues are not being remitted to the state because an individual is a contractor to the collection. You know, he's being contracted to collect those money. So the money never being remitted to the government. And also that particular goods, as you get at the goods gets to your store, you pay about 3 or 4 taxes on each item, right? Those money are not being remitted to the state. It goes back to the individual. So if those money that are being taxed on those commodities are being remitted to the state, I bet you it is not that 3 point something that you will be seeing. You see more, right? So it's not remitted. And that is why this incompetent criminal government is finding other avenues to tax the people more because they think that the people are not paying enough. When in actual sense, the people are paying more than they should be paying. So the problem is lack of the right mechanism to collect those taxes and making sure that those taxes are being remitted to the government portfolio purse is the problem. They don't have the right machine. They don't have the right tools to collect the tax. But rather what they do is they give it as a contract to their brothers, to their friends, to be as a form of contract job, collect tax, give me the one you can give me and keep the rest. Nothing is being documented. That is the problem in Nigeria. And was it not what Tinubu did in Lagos State? Right? He gave his friends and brothers the contract to collect tax in Lagos State. And that is actually what he's doing in Nigeria right now. So the tax is too much on the people.
Forefather, let me blow your mind there. Every Thursday in Abia State, every pure water seller is the cheapest. Okay, pure water seller is a pure water seller. Every Thursday, pay tax for hot pure water.
That. I don't know. I think it was KJ.
Yeah.
I don't know what is happening to
Mute
KJ.
yourself, please. Mute yourself.
It's okay. Please go ahead.
So during Tinubu regime, when he was, I don't know if it still happen right now. Every Thursday when he was the governor, everybody in every market in Lagos State pay tax, even pure water seller, newspaper vendor, they will come there, collect the tax. All right, controlled by one person. When the person will take the money, take his own cut before he reaches the government's hand. Maybe it's like chicken change. All right, but if you don't pay that tax money for that day, you won't be able to sell or hug anything. So when you say we don't pay tax, people pay tax, but this issue that I said is not being limited to any place. Until recently,
Excuse me,
if you have
Amadioha, let's not confuse tax and rates. Even in this country, United Kingdom, people that have restaurant or sort of thing, they pay rates. Regardless that they pay their income tax.
Rates.
So let's just mix it up.
Business rates. I said tax. What is tax? What is tax? What is rate?
Tax is what they take from your profits.
Business
rate, you pay it nonetheless.
People pay tax. No. Listen, like here in the United States, you pay tax for everything. Even the house you are living, you are paying tax. Everything you do here, you pay tax. All right? They must tax you for anything you are doing here. They will tax anything.
Are you the one saying it?
Let me ask something, right? Forefathers, do you know in this country, right, there are some states that if you buy food, any form of food, uncooked food, and maybe clothing, you don't pay tax. State like Minnesota, North Dakota, those states over there are some waivers they give on taxation. If you buy food, for example, you don't pay tax on food. If you buy clothes, you don't pay tax on clothes. But in Nigeria, is it so? You pay tax on everything.
Okay. Either way, from what I can see, the numbers are still very low. If you think we are paying tax in Nigeria, maybe we are taking some rates that is not going to the center. The problem is maybe that is the problem.
Yeah,
they all need to be filtered into the center so that we can actually leverage it to actually get more done for the nation. I don't know why we let it remain this way for so long.
Forefather, they should do something about the bank issue. That bank issue, they're escorting money from Nigerians so much.
The banks are the criminals.
The criminals. This so-called $30, what they call this people, they call the man who first bank. What is his name? All those men who say they are billionaires. These are the people they are eating from managers.
Yeah, but the percentage you are taking is less than 0.2%.
No, it doesn't matter. If you send money to persons, they take money from you. If
you can't even contest it,
they take from you. But here in Western country, every 3 months, I get my banks. Every 3 months they pay. I pay €15, including my credit card, everything. €15 every 3 months.
Every 3 months. Hold on. Let's do that calculation. At 3 months, €15, so €5 per month.
Yeah.
So depend on the number of transactions you make.
Everything is there.
But depend on the transactions you make. It might actually be more expensive than Nigeria. It might actually be more expensive than that money you just quoted just now. May actually be more expensive than Nigeria, because the Nigerian one, the one they take is 20, 50 naira.
For listen. You make mistake. Think about it. The income for Nigeria income. Think about it.
No, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm taking that into account. If it's 50 naira, before that 50 naira goes to 1,000 naira, to even come close to even start competing with your €5, it's going to be very slim.
Okay, for the 15 naira for over more than 100 million people. How much I want to give you?
Yeah, but they have to get money to run the business that they are running.
For that, not every month, every transaction they do.
That is how
they do.
Banking for you, Henry. You don't understand how bank works.
No,
even in this country.
So.
Henry, wait, Henry. If we are criticizing,
this is wrong.
Let's criticize. It's I'm just
not so in Western countries. It's not so. It's not so.
The fact is, right?
Every I do to anybody in this country, I don't pay anything except I take my card. I take my own card to go to that bank to collect withdraw money. I pay maybe €5, €3, something like that.
See, the charges are around 52 naira, 53 naira. When the
Do you know that
you have to do 50
Nigeria will
50
charge you
20
Nigerian
transactions to
banks
get
forefathers?
1,000 naira.
No, forefathers. Nigerian banks will charge you for text messaging you, for emailing you. They will charge you for text messaging you, for emailing you. I don't solicit for text message. I told them I don't want text message. They say I must. Yeah, you must, and they must charge you.
Okay,
forefathers. If I start going raw now, you people will say I be scatterhead. What is this guy's problem? What is his father's problem or his parents' problem? He's calling me a drunkard just because I'm here.
Who is that?
Is this guy mad? This whatever Motown, this RPOB.
I can't see him here. I can't see him here. I don't
Look
know
at
why.
him. He said, please, he got tone. He's a drunk. Look at his red eyes. Always confused. What's the meaning of that?
If you look to the
Motown, is he on the panel? I can't see me on the chat.
Forget the comment section, Tone.
Don't listen to them.
Forget them.
No. Listen, this is what we are talking about. This channel needs to
that's
change.
him there.
We need to be responsible. I have not engaged with this guy. I've not talked with him. Why is he calling me a drunkard?
They call me terrorist.
I reply now. They will say I'm overreacting. It is not right.
You don't need to take them
They call me the devil. They call all kinds of names. But Tone doesn't like people calling him names, so we have to respect that.
I didn't talk to you. I didn't
They
say
call me
anything to
anything,
you. I didn't
but
get
I'm okay. I'm fine.
So why?
Tone, if you don't have to
being
call you names,
disrespectful?
you should not be coming here.
Forget them, Tone. Honestly.
Don't let me and you have problem. Don't please. If you know the person, you better you're encouraging irresponsible behavior here.
Him on timeout. I'll put him on timeout.
It should be happening. It should be happening.
I'll put him on timeout. Yeah, I think he cool off for a bit. Pastor probably came in to talk about the national anthem, adoption, which is strange. That I really hope that the next president that comes in just removes this useless national anthem that he went and put on us. Welcome, Pastor.
Welcome, Pastor. Say something.
I think he's having network glitch.
Okay.
UK, or maybe UK. All UK is having more problem.
No, it's not that. He's mute. He's muted himself. He won't unmute. Come on. Technology is confusing him.
So technically, our government, one of their biggest failings is that they've not been able to generate enough income for the country. And because they are not able to generate, they are not able to get financial.
Father, you say someone should speak and you are speaking.
Invest. I asked him to speak now. He's having technical issue. What am I supposed to do?
Take the next person. The Tone is there. The next person should go.
You want Tone to speak? Okay, Tone, say something. Since he wants to hear from you.
Sorry, who is having technical issue?
They say it was you.
You now.
No. Sorry, I so far I've been there since I thought so. Forefather,
okay, Pastor, you want to speak then?
Yeah, if that's okay, if it's my turn. I've been waiting.
That's fine. Go on.
More than your turn, yeah.
Forefather, your argument that Tinubu will lose the next election, you gave reasons for it. The question is, let's argue that, let's say, he's going to lose it. Who is he going to lose it to?
I don't know yet. They are going to come up with something that they have to. If they don't, then he's going to win. If the parties remain divided, he's going to win. But if they unite, they will defeat him.
Forefather, we are living in a real world. We are not discussing a hypothetical situation here. We just had an election that just went by. We know the parties that played in either individual or corporately. They are still the same people in us. So we're talking something real. So based on what is on ground right now, from now to 2027, who do you think he will lose to? Based on your argument.
if P2B is able to create a structure where Labour Party is maintained but works with PDP, and PDP, like people like Atiku supports P2B and Kwakwanso, all of them come together, yes, they will defeat him.
So, all right. Anyway, I don't see that happening, for father. I respect your view.
The odds are slim. That's true.
Go to court, we'll be there.
The
That's
odds
for
are
sure.
slim that all these things can happen, come together to throw him out. The odds are
So,
slim, but if it happens,
because
they can't throw him out.
don't forget that it's very difficult to take out the sitting president. It's very, very hard. He has all the machineries, all the manpower, and for the fact that he controls it. Permit me to use the word. He more or less control control INEC. So who is going to do
Don't
that?
forget the justice
But
system too.
the
Don't forget
justice
the justice
system is there. So I remember when we were talking this morning, we're talking about accountability, which is the major problem that we are having. I know we've moved past that unfortunate incident that those military were killed in the east. Very unfortunate, but I hope OT solve this problem ASAP so that it does not escalate beyond what is on the ground now. Unfortunately, again, I repeat, nobody will be held accountable. The recent one that happened, have you heard about it again? The Okoma one, have you heard about it? No, it's at entered voicemail. So we'll see. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. All right. Tone, I think someone wants to hear from you. Henry Graber
Okay.
wants to hear from you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What everybody has submitted is makes sense. But what we're feeling, and that is why people will be saying that every weekend we come here, we all talk and talk and talk. Why we don't talk is that we don't take ownership of what we say. We don't say the truth. We don't say it as it is. Even earlier, Henry said something. He said these people should be. I know it sounds gross that they should be locked up in sort of place and something thrown there, and they're just quiet, all of them. Sometimes you just feel
Let's
very.
not be saying something like that. You could get doctor
No,
damages.
yeah, no. I'm just referencing that. You just feel very strong because the way these people behave, because there's no, we said it last week, there's no consequences for their action. That is why they can come and do whatever until the death sentence is put in our constitution. That you go and steal some certain money. Listen, there's
China
no
law should be
there's
better.
no but or
China law.
ifs.
That's it.
You guys go and write it down. Tinubu's son will come out for governorship in the next election. I won't be surprised that he will be the next Lagos State governor. I'll be here. We're talking about, and we're talking about IPOB. We're talking about this. Listen, my brothers. I'm not against anybody. I say the truth as it is. Only that the truth sometimes it makes us uncomfortable. Even me, it makes us comfortable. It is time for us to unite and deal with these criminals. We too, we have criminals in our backyard. We should all deal with them. We're talking about Hausa people. Let them listen. The thing they are up north.
Fulani,
Is it nice?
Fulani.
It's not nice. They are having their own challenges. It's not nice. These military people that you see and all that is the other rank that are suffering it. Can you see a major, a lieutenant colonel, or a colonel that is suffering all that? Do you know why I left? People will say that I've done my bit, and I just felt that listen, I can't continue. Else one day I'll just get some guys and I will do something crazy, which I really don't want to do. I know that I had to come back here because I hold a British passport. I had to come back here. My mom wasn't happy in the first place that I went into the military because she thought I lost my mind. I just had to leave. I did my bit and all that. I had to leave. So let's just be clear on that. I'm saying that whether I loved all my time, I loved it, but I knew everyone that was there at the time and all that knew that at some point it's going to get worse. And look at where we are today. I don't want to criticize people because it's the reflection of the head that we have. They say the general well-being of the body will reflect the head. The head that we always had in Nigeria is sick and faulty and demented. If the head is right, you have proper chief of army staff, you have a proper inspector general of police, you have proper governors and all that. So it's so what we have.
Though, is the body not also sick? Well, it's not only the head though, because the body were the ones that allowed him to just pass this law straight through the National Assembly without barely challenging him. Then the people themselves, okay, some people reacted, but most of the people that reacted are often the ones in the diaspora.
Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you, forefathers? You see those people in the National Assembly, they live in another world, though. They don't care because it's like a cult. When they get there, listen, they'll say, "Oh boy, just go relax and all that." You know, it's like a cult. Do we not have obedient lawmakers there? Are they talking? Have you ever heard any of them stood up and talk like freedom fighters? They're all relaxing.
That's what I'm trying to highlight. It's like how there are many. It's not few. I think altogether there are almost 400-500 of them.
Godfather, what about
That's what I'm saying. There are many. There are many of them.
His office, NDC, they have a corruption against his office.
Exactly.
But it's your
So
president.
until we start calling out our deficiency, if somebody is wrong and all that, if the person is an older person, I'm not saying that we should. It will be a disservice to me today if I see Tinubu now. I will be disrespectful to him, but with all due respect, I will tell him that, sir, what you're doing is wrong. And that is what we're not doing. We'll come here and be defending somebody because he's your Yoruba man or he comes from Osun State like you and all that. And now I now understand even why Kulata supports Tinubu, because Tinubu is an Osun man. Possibly even maybe Kulata, he's not here today. Unfortunately, he's from Iraq as well. So we can't continue. We just can't continue that this way. If Obi gets it wrong, which I believe there are many things that I will have Obi to change. Last time we had him on here, I know that the way he answered the question I put to him, I wasn't very satisfied. I just shook my head. I said, listen, if this man wants to toe this line, he still have not understood that these people, you're dealing with criminals. Look at the Labour Party. The Labour Party is very, very sick. If you remember, guys, I was the one that said it on this panel that this guy should leave the Labour Party and go and form his own party. But now it's a discussion now. 4 months, 5 months down the line is a discussion that is on the table. People are dirty.
He doesn't want to leave the Labour Party, and
he doesn't want to leave.
I find their silence a little bit telling, because
exactly.
Why are they all silent about this anthem change? Either because they too are afraid to speak out because they know what Tinubu meant by doing this stuff that he did, because it's an open goal. Most Nigerians are against it.
And somebody saying that is a beef with Obasanjo. I don't believe it's a beef.
No,
it's
not.
It's
not
because he has said before. There was an old video that if he has his, but the thing, let me just say something. The anthem for me is not a big deal. The big deal, why people are very, very annoyed is that is the issues that he should be dealing with is not what he's dealing with. He should be dealing about hunger of the nation, about how to, because I don't know the ministers.
But that's what makes the anthem a big deal, because it signals to you that his mind is never in the right place to fix all this.
In the right place, exactly, and that's why people are.
That's what it's signaling to you.
People are so annoyed, It
was a big deal for going to that extent. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We don't need it.
That is a signal. When it's like, how women are going out with a man, they look for, in bad signal. That is it. When somebody gives you that kind of signal that his priority is to change the Nigerian anthem to a former British colonizer one, when he could have the Nigerians do it, the Nigerians would be very happy to engage on this. And it would have been a positive exercise. But no, he didn't do that. He would rather do that one. That tells you. And then you see P2B, Atiku, all of them silent. For days, they remain silent until the stuff went through, and none of them still have complained, said anything. That should tell you something is off. But that's just me.
We are in
It's a
trouble,
civil
forefather. We are in
society. I want
trouble.
you to go and research how much Tinubu is worth. He doesn't care. This man, maybe you guys don't understand. He doesn't care. If he goes now, they will give him a befitting burial as
Tone,
Tone,
with due respect, I would like to correct the misinformation that forefather put out there regarding taxes. If anybody gives me the chance, that's not the topic of my topic. I'm still hoping to gather my things for 12 minutes to talk, but I just think there was too much misinformation. And I need to correct it. If anybody is interested, I have data.
Yeah.
I want to present it.
That's fine. If you prove it, I'm all good. But if you don't prove it,
we'll prove it. Does each of you have Google or Google with you right there? You could just fact check.
I have Google right here.
That's good. So forefather just presented a list of countries and showed that the taxes that they are paying, that Nigeria is only paying 3%. First of all, that is a lie. I don't know where this talking point is coming from. It's been coming out lately.
You can see where I got information. Stop saying I'm the one that made it up.
I'm not saying that. Another person called Johnson Emmanuel on Niger Watch also put it out there. He said most of advanced countries in the world have a tax GDP of over 40%, while Nigerians is 10%. This happens to be a lie also. So they've been pushing that out there. Why they're doing that, I don't know. But let's do fact checking and let's get our data straight so that we don't argue on BS. Now, let's start with, I Googled, there's an organization called Organization for Economic Cooperation. I don't know where Godfather got his list that he shows us, but that's where I got mine from. And I checked the countries that are Organization of Economic Cooperations. Okay. So I don't know which countries he cited. I just decided to pick one country. I picked Chile, and then I picked Nigeria. And then I Googled that what is the average income of Chileans? Their average income is $33,000. $33,042. What is the average income of a Nigerian? Google gives me 2,163. That's a massive. I did my calculation. That's a 6.5%. That's a 0.065% decrease in what a typical Nigerian make to an average Chilean. So I Googled what is the average tax paid by somebody in Chile. And it points out to me that a typical person in Chile pays 24% of tax. And I Googled what does a typical person in Nigeria pays for tax. It says they paid 7.1%. Here are where we educated people do damage to that country when we present false information. Now, Chile makes, deduct 33,000 from 2,000. What is that, my people? That's 30,000. Do the maths. That's a massive percentage difference in income. Then the statement that the rest of the world pays 40% or 35% as they've been pushing out there is also false. The average tax from this Organization of Economic Cooperation is 34%. People, we all went to school. Let us use data rightly. It is destroying our country. Let us be appropriate with what we push out there. If anybody want to counter check, please plot it in the way I did it. And if we have further questions, I'll get to it. But I've not talked on my topic. I would like to reserve my other 3 minutes, push to the next topic so I can join all my points together. Thank you.
Yeah, the stuff you said just now is almost, I can't even make head or tail of it. Because it's just all over the place. You're not
just Google it. Don't beat it down.
Okay, let me Google it.
I don't think we should. Pereira. I'm afraid if I might, Pereira, you do this quite a bit. You bring us back to points. When forefather was talking that, I didn't say a word. The reason why I didn't say a word, because he said it about 3 or 4 times, and none of it makes sense. Now he's going to engage you and take us veering to some place that no
If
one
he
wants
can
to be.
engage me with facts, let's do that. That's
No,
what
it's
the
not. It's
challenge
not.
was.
You just heard him. This is not the first time that you've heard him. He said this 3 times on this channel, and it makes no sense. He
But you
hasn't
are
put any
spreading
calculation.
lies on this
Oh,
channel.
all right. Sorry.
Sorry,
Continue.
Jabu, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'm
No,
saying
Jabu,
that
go
this is
ahead.
a
I
waste
got your
of.
point. I got your point. Argue
See,
with your
you guys
colleagues.
don't want to.
This is just a complete waste
See,
of
you
time.
guys are
If
going
you're
far. We should be
forefather
helping
as
Argue
forefathers.
with your
advancing
colleagues, and I
these
got your
data
point.
that
Jabu,
he himself doesn't.
Why did
See,
you do that?
because he's just
forefathers,
talking, he's not letting any other person talk.
Don't do
Can
that.
we keep it?
forefathers,
Can we
a
keep it
That's
down?
second,
wrong. Don't
Let
do that. Bring
we
it
need to
back.
talk to each other.
a
I'll take
second.
you out again. I'll take you out. If you want to create confusion here, you go
Forefathers,
out.
a second, right? Forefathers,
Ferrera, to be fair,
please,
you were all.
forefathers,
Can
do you
I
want
please?
to start?
Can you please?
I said a minute, please.
No,
I
don't
asked
give me a
forefathers,
minute.
not
Let me
you,
just
please.
finish.
Hold on.
Okay,
I just want to chip in
okay.
something. I'm not here to talk,
50
right?
So
I
let
seconds.
me
just want to
then,
chip in something.
I speak the truth. I speak the truth. You are going to talk.
Forefathers,
Take 30 seconds to respond, please.
yeah, just 30
Wikipedia.
seconds. I'm just saying, in any, honestly, you were all over the place, and forefathers is right. Like I didn't get head or tail
Okay,
of what
can
you were trying
you,
to
based
say.
on questions, can you take it in a way that you can understand so I can lay it out straight for you, one by one?
I'm
Okay.
saying, aside from the fact that you said this was what the Chileans was
Let's start from
earning.
the fact that this is what Chileans make. Chileans make
Sorry, hold
33,000.
on. No,
Okay.
that's not the point.
Oh, what's the point?
From the fact that you said they was earning 33,000 and you deducted a certain 2,000 from it, we got all of that. But the rest of it, it was just like
It was muddled up. Okay, let me break it down.
very muddled up, and I did not understand anything.
Understand? Okay, you got the part of the income. We don't make the same income. You got that part, right? 33,000 to 2,000. You got that part. That's out of the way. The same thing on taxes. We don't pay the same amount of taxes or less taxes like we are being made to believe. Nigerians pay 7, that is right here. The personal income rate in Nigeria, I'm reading it direct from Google, stands at 24%. Personal income tax rate is average 24% from 2011 to 2023, reaching an all-time high in 2024. A record low of 24%, right from Google.
Okay,
so I'm
now,
saying Nigerians pay 24% of their income as tax, while Chile pays 17%.
So that you know what you are debating against.
I speak the truth. Is that clear?
Forefathers, let me help you.
Hold on, Kenny. Let me just show him first so that we don't argue over nothing. Let me just.
I'm here,
if you can hear me,
hold on. I can hear you, Kenny. Let me just show him what I'm, because maybe he misunderstands what I'm trying to highlight here. Tax revenue versus GDP. Do you understand what that means, Kenny? Ferrari?
What does that mean?
The total tax revenue you collect is not the tax rate that you tax everybody. The total tax that you collect versus the size of your economy.
Make points of those numbers.
You came and argued against a false premise.
Forefathers.
So your argument is misplaced.
You can't use that as
because that is how nations check these things.
Forefathers, give me 10 seconds, please. Forefathers, if I'm your instructor and you source material from Wikipedia and cite that you source this material from Wikipedia, I'm going to score you 0. Wikipedia itself stated that the material you find from the Wikipedia itself is saying this, are not to be considered as a reliable source or reliable information. Please stop Wikipedia. It's a bunch of lies on Wikipedia. They are not reliable.
So Forefather, you don't know before, Forefather.
Because
don't go there.
Stop Wikipedia. Whenever you pull up Wikipedia, my stomach turns.
What you do? You see what you do?
Please.
You want to compound any sense of knowledge so that we just believe all the nonsense we all spew out. There has to be a collection of information, and Wikipedia often have citations of where the source of their information comes from, and they gather information from different sources, while the others are just one specific organization you go to, you check their information, but you don't often know where they got their information from. So the idea that I don't weight these things, I weight them. If I see that it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense.
Can you bring Jagu back? Well, I feel a sense of injustice has been perpetrated against
the panel is full. If you want to go out, so he comes in.
Okay, let me go. Let Jago talk.
Because a sense of injustice has been perpetrated against him.
I don't support injustice. Let me sacrifice my time.
All right. That's fine. He wanted to go.
No, I don't support injustice too. Let me sacrifice.
Oh, Nigerians, lack of support of injustice.
But forefather, wait, sorry, my guys. Forefather, in all seriousness, because you do this to me a lot, and I think it's just becoming encouraged. Wait, let me land, forefather. Don't do that. You're so rude, and you expect everyone to fall in line. You see, okay, just let me land so you understand where I'm coming from, please. Because we have to appeal to you because you're thinking correctly.
Try to explain calmly. Let's talk to each other in
let me speak in the way I speak. All you have to do is listen, and then I will listen to you if there's anything necessary. Bro, I was speaking after not speaking for about 2 hours. I don't know whether you witnessed what's going on the platform. And then when I spoke, you said I'm the one making trouble, and you kicked me out. I mean, I don't know how you manage your mindset.
Because you know why I said that? Because one, you were talking over Ferrari, so it became rowdy. And what you were telling him was saying that what I'm saying.
But the thing is, I began to speak. I started speaking. Ferrari.
That you were saying.
Yeah, I think that's why.
What I said. I
think that's why you did it.
Yeah, that's why I did it now, because you were being rowdy and you were not letting me respond.
No, calm down. You see, calm down, because you see. What you and somebody else said to Ferrari is that you didn't make head or tail of it. Me personally, I kind of followed what he was saying. You guys didn't understand it. Fair enough. Now I said the same to you, that what you've been saying, not once, not twice, but for 3 occasions, taking us away from what we're saying just for you to pontificate. Yeah, for me, it's a waste. And engaging it is a waste, because the way you read all of that data, you've read it the same way all 3 times. It doesn't make sense. We've all put to you that can't be the case. And Nigeria is a different concept. But you're just looking at numbers and want to be up with all the white boys in the planning. I mean, it doesn't make no sense. What you're offering, it makes no sense. And yet you penalize me for it. You penalize me for it.
Hold on.
Wonderful.
So now let's get to the bottom of why it doesn't make sense. So you see, now we are going to get to the bottom. So why does it not make sense?
You know, if you remember that we've had this discussion before, I can put it forward again. But as I said, the reason why I stayed silent and I didn't want Ferreira to go down this road is because we've had the conversation before. We are not going to convince you any other way from where you are. And you're definitely not going to convince us. So I'm thinking it's a wasted and mute position. We should move on. That's where I am.
So it doesn't make sense because you can't understand, or you are
no. You see, you didn't read me well at all.
Because I asked you a straight question. Why?
But I did answer it. I did answer.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
You see, my friend, all it is, you see.
Forefather,
if I may,
let's try to do to and fro, so that we get somewhere. The viewers are probably listening to when people make accusations like that or assertions. They need to be able to justify it.
Let's forget about this argument now.
Can we see? This is important. If you don't want to listen to it, you can take a break. There's a lot of other things to do. Let me get somewhere with him. Okay? Because maybe I will learn something from him. Maybe I will learn something from him. Maybe he will learn something from me. Maybe the viewers will learn something. Let's get somewhere.
I even want to explain to you why I think that you are missing what Ferrari said. Ferrari was very clear. And what he simply said in a layman's language is that Chile earns more. And consequently, we cannot use their taxation system or whatever they are being charged to now use it against Nigerians that earn much less and make much less. It's simple. And that's what we keep doing.
And what did I say to him? What did I say to him about that?
What is going on? Which cannot be the same.
See, this is what I said.
How do we even get here?
You see this value here? See, I don't know. See, if you see this value here, tax revenue as a percentage of GDP, it has nothing to do with your tax rate or your income. It's what you already are.
Why would
That's
you?
what they are charging you with. That's what
Why
they are
would
saying.
you?
That can you
Why
let
would
me
you
finish?
discuss?
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if you earn $100 a year, the question is how much they charge you. That is what they are looking at here. Nigeria has a GDP per capita that is relatively high versus what we are actually taking in as revenue. That is what we are talking about. Other countries are able to take in a lot more than we do. It has nothing to do with your tax rate.
The last time, forefather, you put the same thing to us. I told you that the actual working population, the working population of Nigeria is about 26 million in a 250 million person economy. 26 million are the working population, and that's where all that tax you're talking from is coming from. How is it going to be the same as somewhere like the UK, which is 80% employment for the employment age? 80%. How are you going to compare?
But I want to ask
What you're talking
What
doesn't
about
make
the
sense
self-employed?
because it hasn't taken in any factors. It hasn't considered anything. All it is the shame that you're feeling that our tax is
Just
3% on the data, and I want rudder in another place. It's
There are
just
just a
poorer
quick
filthy.
question.
jargon. There are
Just
poorer African
Forefather,
countries. I
just
don't
a
need
quick
to. I
question.
don't need to explain to you because you are just frozen in place.
Forefather, just a quick one.
Okay.
If this is the topic, why don't you just allow it go around? I don't understand, man.
It's not a topic.
Some people are just
No. See, sometimes when you're having conversations, to get to a deeper understanding than everybody just saying surface stuff, you need to have to and fro. And that's something I want to do. When other panelists are talking and maybe some other person oppose him, I will say everybody should leave them, let them get to the bottom of it. That is very, very important. I've seen
But
it
anyway,
happen,
forefather don't
and
know
it's
when to
actually a
stop.
good
That's the
thing.
problem. You don't know when to stop, forefather.
Oh,
You don't know when to
stop.
stop.
What should I stop? When I'm
Let
trying to
somebody
show
let's
clear
continue.
evidence,
Let's continue.
I don't know
Let's
when to
move
stop.
to a new topic. Then start with
Stop moderating, Jare. Mind your business.
Pastor
If you want to go and
Andrew.
moderate, if you want to moderate, go and get this thing and come on
Pastor
and go
Andrew
to
electricity.
damages and let you come and put you on this thing to moderate. All these people that like to pretend. See, I'm not. See, the truth is that there are different ways of doing
moderator, my
things.
friend.
Hold
Pastor,
on,
you
now.
guys
Let me
sleep.
talk. Can you let me talk before you make me put you backstage? I will put you
Abba.
backstage. See, there are different ways of moderating. There are really different ways of doing it. And I really feel like our people need to actually get to the bottom of things. This thing that we just come and hold position, it looks like we are just, like if Ferrari came here and told me something that will convince me, I'll say, thank you. You've educated me, period. I move on. And people don't notice it when I take correction from people because I don't make a big deal out of it. I'll take correction and move on. But other people, they want to freeze themselves in position saying, I'm the one being stubborn. Because you don't give me anything to move. If you give me information that moves me, I will move. Why would I sit there like a mumu? I'll not be mumu, at least not willfully anyway. All right. Who is next? So we are now talking about taxation, or we are talking about anthem. Or do you want to go to international politics? So we are going to be closing soon.
International politics.
In our discussion. Let's move on with that.
Let's go back to our discussion. It's my turn, though.
Okay, Amadioha, please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, listen, guys. One thing, if I don't learn anything from me, I learn anything from forefather. All right. If anybody did not see change on forefather, I saw so many. At least this platform have helped forefather a lot, whether I like it or not. All right. If it was forefather,
so are you saying forefather is a bad guy?
No, if it was forefather before, if for forefather before,
Amadioha, are you politely insulting forefather? What are you saying?
No. Yeah, if forefather used to know before this issue of Biafra and killing of soldiers in Southeast. You know that the topic by now everywhere will be hot. Even what is his name? This guy on the comment section. What's his name? Your friend that wants you out. What's his name?
Kulata.
The other Igbo guy that wants you out.
Answered.
Passat
will be here. Passat
virus.
Yeah, if you forefather before,
he's there. He's in the conversation.
I just want to acknowledge forefather for some time. He has put so many things in place.
Bad money, don't be all this talk. Go $1,000 to forefather to enjoy his life.
It's nice when somebody do good. We acknowledge that the person did good. All right. I really appreciate him for that. And for all of us here, though, I just on the issue of a national anthem, I just want his name to be, who is the person that changed Nigerian national anthem from Arazo Compatriots to, I don't even know what it's called right now. His name have already been written in history. Man, being the president of Nigeria, he's always the person that changed the national anthem from this to that. So that is a history that has been made. So whatever that comes out of it is not his business. What he knows is that he have done his own part. Secondly, go back issue of the security. All right, I was trying to say something concerning our security, also the cost of what is going on. I don't see a reason why I have issue with somebody, I will invite my brother as a military to come and do with the person. Then when the problem comes out, the military will start. Why do you do this to our person? Why would somebody, I have issue with you, you have a friend that is a military, you have audacity to go and bring him to come and do with me. Use the military power to do with me. Then when the person comes, he be insulted by the civilians, they will end up blaming civilians. You see my point? Because my people say when an elderly person turns say to rise, children will do what? Voya vam vam vam. When a military person leaves barrack to come and use uniform to intimidate people, all right, then he got beaten. After getting beaten, the military have to come and defend their own person. But it could have been avoided if the guy have not left the barrack. So much everything going on in Nigeria. Military death we have avoided 1 million times. If the military know what they're supposed to do, the militaries will be in upright position. Don't know what happened in Delta State at that time. If the military know their job, those people should be alive today. If the military know their job, those ones that died in Abba will not be dead today. So that's just my point. So yeah, whatever we are saying here, we should, and most of us don't even do that here. I don't know my guy that live here. He went home. He went to military barracks to go and take 3 military guys to guide his compound and beat up an Okada man. And the guy came here and was telling me, I shot on him, I walked him out. My wife was like, what the hell? I said, why will you come and tell me that? This is the guy back.
I'm gonna tell her, what do you mean if they knew their job, they would have been still alive today?
He said?
What do you mean if they knew their job, they would have been?
Yeah, okay. My point is that what happened in Banas, all right? What happened there, assuming it was like the military man is killed, all right? The cost would have been if he was in his place, he wouldn't come and do this the arrest of a police or a civil servant. As a military man, he take his uniform to come and intimidate because his friend bought a phone. You know that if he comes there, he come and intimidate people. The conflict will not take place. So if he was about this thing, he was killed on that process. Just like
so that was why the military thing happened in Abia.
Look, now the military guys, all right. If they're in their place, you understand my point now. Know what you're doing. There's military everywhere. In some places.
No.
You're checking points.
I'm gonna do this. Is what I'm asking. You said if they knew what they was doing, they would have still been alive right now.
Yeah, they would be
alive. So I'm saying, what did they do?
Don't let them be asking questions. Let them make some.
And this topic, we've already done this topic. I don't know why Amadio went back to this topic. Amadio, you have said it before. Why did you go back to it again?
Because I'm seeking clarification. So it's only right to ask questions.
What I was saying. All right.
So it's only right to ask questions. That's what the
questions that I have right now here.
That's what the conversation is about.
I think it's valid that he has.
It's a valid question. I'm not asking a dumb question.
The topic wasn't supposed to be discussed yet, but
he made it. I mean, listen. Can I ask my question, please? So, thank you, Amadio. So I'm saying you made a statement. And I'm trying to clarify what they did wrong that led to their death. Because we're trying to justify their death. Well, not justify, because that would be a disservice to what you said.
What I'm doing, let me correct what I'm doing. I don't say they are death is justified. I'm saying prevention.
No, I took that back. I'm saying what did they do
prevention
wrong?
I mean is this. If those military on the checkpoints know that they are a target, it's not like they are targets. Where they are a target from militants. Everybody want to see a military kid and be proud of and post it on their target. then how would somebody come and take out 5 military men if you are at alert?
But
They should be vigilant. That's all. They should
in
be
this
vigilant. That's all.
instance, what did they do wrong? You still haven't answered what I'm trying to figure out.
They were loose. They were
Okay,
loose.
they are loose.
Vigilant.
They are not vigilant. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not vigilant on that part. They're not vigilant on that
What,
part.
how do we know there wasn't?
Because I've seen 2 incidents. I've seen happen 2 times they killed the other.
Have you been to Nigeria before?
Yeah.
Mr. Man,
Yeah,
have you
that
been to
one
Nigeria
happened
before?
near my place near my place. By
No, I'm asking you, have you been to Nigeria?
What is that?
Henry, let him this
let me tell you why I
what
judge
does that
it.
even got to do
I
with
judge
the
it by that, all right? There have been, I'm from the Southeast, all right? There are so many incidents of killing police, military men in that a lot have come. And most of them, all right, 80% always happen that the police or the military people on checkpoint they are busy either collecting money from the motorists, forget that they are target, or they are busy drinking and eating.
I know, I'm a deal. Believe it or not, I know all of this, okay? But
So
I'm
that's my
saying,
point.
and yeah, I understand that. And if that was what happened, then that would explain why they was killed. I'm trying to say, because you brought it up in your statement, is that what happened in this present instance in Abia?
No, I don't say that's what happened. What I say, if they are more vigilant, maybe they won't have killed. That's what I say. They should have prevented it.
I'm still confused. I mean, am I the only
point.
one being confused?
Come on, I speak the truth. He's saying that he's not saying that it definitely happened, but he said if they were more vigilant, maybe they wouldn't have suffered their
But
fate.
how do we know they? Okay.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. No, no, no.
90% I'm sure that was 90%.
So that means we don't know, but
they are taking like a goat. 90% are taking like a goat. Military people are taking like 90%.
So basically, we don't know what happened before they got killed.
So that's why we say not to.
And in the end, I see, but Emmanuel is also coming from the point of view that he has seen some lapses. He has seen some lapses. That's why he's saying what he's saying.
I've also seen military guys carrying handbags, and I've also seen military guys shitting on the side of the street. But we don't know. I'm trying to say what happened, because he said he made a statement saying they weren't vigilant. So I'm trying to figure out, was it their lack of attention that got them killed? Was it the fact, because he also mentioned them taking bribes. He also mentioned them. Let me finish, Henry. Hold on. So he also mentioned them eating, meaning they weren't doing what their duty was supposed
It's not
to
I
be.
speak the truth, Stone. Why is he
You get what I'm
talking? I
saying?
don't get it.
No, he's asking questions. See, okay, I speak the truth. Let's try to close it down on this. I think all he's saying is that based on his observation of the way military
90%.
personnel have become a little bit lax, they are becoming a little bit lax in their posture, that it could have led to the reasons why these ones were also.
Or it could have just been they just attacked, even though they was innocent, they just attacked them. It could also be that.
It's possible, and they may even be alert and they still get attacked.
All right, so that's what I want to get clear.
When I say Southeast region, all right, some guys they are just trying a way to kill the military or the police people. They feature on it, and you're on that particular zone, you should be at alert. Always.
But let me ask you, Amadioka, what you are saying to me, I'm sorry, it doesn't really make sense, because it seems you are lecturing military men how to do their job. These guys are well trained. You're talking to a trained.
Come on now. That's what he's saying. I know exactly what he's saying. That's not fair.
Don't come here with your hypocrisy here. Don't come here with your hypocrisy here.
How do you know? How do you know for sure they were not at alert? How do you know they were sleeping? How do you know they were eating? How do you know?
When last we went to Nigeria?
It's
not
even. Listen. I'll tell you that. AY, as I said, 90% of killing that happen in Southeast, most time, those military people we are taking unaware, and you have your rifle cocked, full loaded, and somebody will just stop a car and open fire on you without nobody reply back. That means you don't even know when they came. You don't know where they came out from. That means you are not even at alert. That's my point. There's one that happened on my play between Abia and the Wole Road. All right. these 3 police and during that 3 police and 2 military guys, all right, early morning, they came to work, park their cars, all right, go to where a woman they are frying akara there. And all of them eat their big akara and dogi. Together, nobody's okay. Let me watch. You know, Anoga men are parading everywhere. That when it was hot. Like it was hot. No one's okay. Let me watch where others eat. But all of them were like drinking like somebody just dropped.
Amadioha, you are going far, right? Somebody was asking why the military were killed. The answer is very simple. No military was killed in Abia State. No military officer was killed in Abia State. It's a planned, arranged attack on the people of Abia. They arranged it, right? The military came in and killed 5 civilians in Abia State and then turned around and said, oh, we were killed. No military was killed in Abia State. And that is the answer. No military was killed.
So you are now
5 civilians. 5 civilians. No, I'm not making up anything. 5 civilians were killed in Abia State, and that is my concern. Why would they be killed by these military guys? Why are they? What are they looking for in Abia State? What was the military looking for in Abia State on 30th of May?
You asked a question, and we it's okay. There's no need. Just pipe.
I'm not here for you to interrogate me.
No, but you
I'm just adding to what somebody said.
So once you reference,
you can interrogate me.
1 second, please. So calm down. There's no need to be antagonistic. Okay, just pipe down. All right. You reference what I said. There's no need to be angry. So if you reference what I said,
angry?
I have the right to ask
Can you just
a
ask a question instead of talk about the...
Oh, forefathers, just please.
I will stop you because the last time you didn't go anywhere.
The next person, please.
Emeka, I just want to thank you for giving me space. I thank you, Emeka.
I think it's is it Henry or KJ? I don't know.
It's Henry. I
think it's Henry. Henry is
he's going after me, Henry, the KJ.
Okay, he says KJ. All right.
KJ, say something.
KJ, you want us to go to the Trump this thing? We don't have a lot of time, so that we can move on to another topic. Like Trump, Trump is going to prison. KJ, your president is about to be jailed and never to be seen again for years. What do you say now?
This was how we started, and I laid down my belief. You see, one of the reasons why I will not, and I've made up my mind not to discuss certain issues on this program, is because some of you don't even follow this news. See, I'm a news donkey. I mean, just put it that way. So if I'm interested in a news issue, I follow it. I listen to both those who do not like the person and those who love him and those who are in between. So on the issue that was talked about, and I laid out my belief. The reason why we all like America, some of us like America because America said we are the land of the brave. They're not afraid to question authority. And it has something, like I said in the morning, it has something to do with we Igbos. The Igbos are people who like to question the reason why things exist the way they exist. Once you come of age, your father tells you, look, I'm sorry I have to go this way for those who probably don't think I'm selling Igbo this day, I'm not. Once you become to the age of 18, your father calls you and sits you down and says, at this point, you and I are colleagues. Once you marry, once you get to the age of 18, your father stops trying to direct you. He will advise you. He will tell you. I remember the first time I was growing up, my brother started chasing, my elder brother, who was quite older than us, started chasing women. And I asked my father, why is he allowing him bring women to the house? He said, no. He's older now. He's a man. He should be allowed to find his path. All I can tell him now is this path I followed it. This is why to result. This path I followed. This is why to result. It's now left for him to take his decision. Now, why am I saying that? I'm coming back to the question you asked me. In the interest of every one of us, what I like the most is for justice to reign, whether I like you or I don't like you. I don't have to like you for you to have justice on your side. Now, coming to the America, my advice for America is that they have set a particular belief around the world that they are people who stand for justice. And the way they treat whatever case they have resonates around the world. It will either encourage people to keep believing in their system, or to discourage people not to believe, or to make other people say, and they said they are the custodians of democracy. Now, I have followed the court case. I followed each of the defense. I listened to both the defense, the prosecution witness, the prosecution lawyers and their witnesses, and I followed the defense and their witnesses. And I know what happened in between. Okay? Which I'm not ready to begin to go into. All I'm going to say is the American system has not yet been exhausted for those who believe in Trump and for those who believe in the system, because there are two ways, two people are celebrating. Some people who are Democrats are celebrating. Other people who are not, the Republicans and majority of the liberals are not celebrating. So let's leave the system to exhaust itself. Let Trump do all he needs to do, and let the prosecutors do all they need to do.
So, but let me ask you now: do you think if he's fully like sentenced and everything, and he's been convicted already, but if he's sentenced, let's say non-custodial sentence, he could still go ahead and win the election? Do you believe?
Okay,
let's say up to 100%.
I'm trying to drag me to where I don't
no,
want to.
Father, what you're supposed to ask KJ, if they send it to prison, will you be sending me food in the prison?
Can you let this thing go? Please, do you think he will win? He's not going to go to prison.
Let me go this way, Father. You see, in American politics, they say they do not interfere with the election. In other words, once the election kicks into place, they're not supposed to be able to. They're not supposed to continue to prosecute that guy.
Yeah.
So that law in the first place have been broken. And remember, when you break it, you're not only breaking it for Trump. There are other people that are going to come behind that will also be affected, or those who are already behind.
Although they did break it against Hillary Clinton, though. They did it against Hillary Clinton heavily.
She was never a president. Now, coming back to what I'm trying to say, there are many Rubicones that have been broken. We don't know how it's going. We don't know whether when they finish with him, if the Republicans take over, they're going to go back to Benghazi, because some people also broke the law. We don't know whether they're going to go back to those who also exited Afghanistan, leaving some Americans behind, who were eventually killed. Whether they're going to go behind. We don't know whether they're going to go behind to find out. See, there are many factors that people are not putting into place because they think the person they hate is the one who is receiving the fire.
If he gets a non-custodial sentence, KJ, he cannot run.
What I always say is, what goes around comes around. Let's be very, very careful. Secondly, what you ask, direct to the question you ask, even if he's now sentenced, he will not serve, will not be in prison, because that's the system. The system didn't say he's going to be in prison, but they're going to work out something just in case. And they're even saying, but me, I believe they're going to sentence him and they're going to put him in prison, but it may not be that way. It may not just be that way.
Even a non-custodial sentence, he cannot run. He's a felon. 34 times and over.
No,
okay. Let me deal with that.
It's not what you think. It's what I know.
That's why I said
some of these conviction is appealable. He can appeal it, and he can still run.
Even to the Supreme Court. Now,
that is the system here.
If they stay the appeal,
listen. You get your time and relax.
The useless conviction can be appealed.
Now,
the 34 count charges is appealable.
Charges. How did he
get
it's
only.
I said it too. Let's allow one person to speak so that we can hear it.
Oh, I muted myself. Sorry.
Now, the 34 charges came because of the 34 different checks that was written. So they say once you write for, you say first charge, second charge, to 34. In the first place, it's even not true, because like they said, if it was not trumped up, it should have been just one charge. But to make it look heavy,
Donald Trump,
it was 34 times. So the 34 different checks he wrote, each one was a charge.
KJ, can he be disqualified? KJ, let me try to ask you questions so that we get somewhere. Can he be disqualified from running just because he's a convict?
Earlier on, somebody said he was disqualified in 3 states. No, he's not disqualified in any 3 states. He cannot be disqualified.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's not true. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, he can. He actually can. So It was removed
Let's
off the
allow
ballot.
to speak.
It was
It's
removed
your
off.
turn to speak anyway, so there's no need to. This is your turn to speak. So
Listen, oh my,
hold on now. Don't worry, it's your turn to speak. And so please go ahead. What do you want to say about either Trump or the national anthem? You know, those 8 topics are the ones you haven't spoken on.
Forefathers, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, but sometimes you need to try to let conversation flow. You know, so if, for example, if 2 people, you already said that yourself. It's always good to do that. Me and you have done this several times. You by now you should know how it works. You're a moderator.
I know.
So sometimes you don't have to make a new introduction. It's already coming up. It's flowing. Just let it go like that, and then you build.
I'm doing it like that because there's somebody next to you that is itching to speak to. So
because I don't like talking too much. I just want to. I hear what people say, and if I hear something that I think is inaccurate or I need explanation on, or I want to expound on, then I just come in. I don't have time to say, "Oh, it's my turn to talk." My turn. I don't like hearing my own voice. But in any event, so you can. He's been removed, as far as I know, from the ballot in Colorado. So Colorado took him off the ballot. Now, to what case?
You are wrong. You are wrong, Oga. You are wrong. Go.
Okay.
Go.
He was removed off the ballot in Colorado. So
let me confirm.
And it was appealed, and the appeal court through their cases.
Yeah, okay, but he was removed of Colorado. So hold up. I'm not here to espouse Trump or Biden. I don't like either of them. Okay, I'm not in love with any of them. I don't like any one of them. So next, if you're a felon in the United States, you are automatically barred from running for office of the president of the United States. So him saying this one was a lie and that one was a lie, and the jury convicted him. And all he has to do now is to appeal. If the Court of Appeals in New York grants a stay of appeal, then he could be outside as a free man appealing his case until it reaches a conclusion. If the judge that was in charge of the trial rejects his request to stay out on bail, he rejects to give him an appeal bail, he will be incarcerated if they give him a term of incarceration. So he will be locked up while his appeal is pending. So we do not know how that is going to play out. And that is just the law. And to be clear, I had no interest in this case. I'm just telling you how it goes with regards to
Colorado was a mistake. Just to clarify, Colorado was a mistake, and I think the Supreme Court overturned it, and is allowed to.
I didn't say they didn't overturn it. I said he was taken off the ballot.
No, he's back on the ballot.
On the ballot, like you said, but I said they took him.
You see what is playing out?
They tried to do it, but they
failed.
failed.
What is playing out in the U.S. politics should be an eye opener to each and every one of us.
It's not your turn,
Kene.
Is it your turn now?
It's not your turn.
All these so somebody cannot steal 5 seconds and talk.
A man of justice like you, you were fighting for justice a moment ago. Now you are jumping through.
Just 5 seconds.
A man of justice.
No, I just wanted to tell you guys that the U.S. is a third world country. We should not be looking up to the. No, it's a third world country. Look at the jamboree that is being played out in New York.
Let's not do that. Let's allow Ferrari say something because he's a lecturer. He wants to. He said he wants to.
How many minutes?
He did say he wants to teach us. So
I need at least 12 minutes accumulated.
Not 12 minutes.
I need at least 12 minutes
because
for 10 minutes.
It's 6 minutes that has accumulated now.
No, I gave him my own 4 minutes too.
KJ just spoke just now for 10 minutes. He was not interrupted.
Let me tell you to backstage. Ferrari can take my time. Let's listen to him.
Okay, you have used your time. Look at people that don't have time. You just use your time and you're giving him time that you don't have. The only person that are giving time now is AY and Jagu. Yeah, they're going to give time.
No, it's not true. I give space for KJ. Don't forget that, forefather. So now it's my time. But I give him now my turn to talk. Speak 12 minutes.
Not 12 minutes, 3 minutes.
No. No.
He's got 3 minutes, so 9 minutes. Let him speak for 9 minutes.
No,
Ferreira?
don't be unfair. KJ
Ferrari.
just spoke for
That's
10
what they are.
minutes. I reserved
Plus
my
mine,
first
plus
3
mine, 12
minutes for the
minutes.
first topic.
No,
For
because-
the second topic, I did not speak. This is
Okay,
the third topic.
Because it's
So
to
I'm
and fro. It's
counting.
to and fro.
Hold on,
Add
Ferreira.
my own
Add
journal.
my 3
Add
minutes to
the A1
Ferreira.
own journal.
Add
So
my 3 minutes.
let's give him space to speak.
Add my own journal.
Give my
Add
3 minutes to Ferreira.
my own
Ferreira,
journal.
now you have 12 minutes.
So
Ferreira,
Fofana,
please,
blow
Look at that one. Look at the one that don't have.
Fofana, blow the
Put
key
me
to
on
the
the
again,
back.
guys. Let's start. Everybody, let me
You
again.
see the,
You
you guys are really funny. The ones that don't have time, they are the
Fofana,
ones
you
that
have no
are shouting,
choice.
take my
You have
time,
to give
take
him
my
the
time.
12 minutes.
You don't have
Hey,
time,
give
KJ.
my time to him.
Ferreira, take my
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Guys, let's get serious.
Let's
Let's
get
get
Fofana,
serious.
you have
Yeah.
no
You
choice.
have 30 minutes. Ferrari, I have 30
Okay.
minutes.
Ferreira,
Ferrari,
just keep speaking, my
Ferrari,
friend.
don't.
Yeah.
See, hold on.
Let me
See, hold on, Ferrari. Just hold on. Let's not abuse this. He can't speak more than 10 minutes. That would be too long for one person to hold the whole panel.
Why would you cut it to 10?
Because otherwise you have 30 minutes. One
It
person
will be interesting.
talking.
Fofana, let him speak first.
No.
Put him
He's
as
not
a
the one
guest.
moderating now.
KJ just spoke for 10 minutes. KJ
Pereira, stop arguing. Pereira, don't argue. It's not this.
10 minutes.
Stop
10 minutes
arguing.
solid
Just
time
deal
now.
with the subject, bro.
Okay,
Deal with
guys,
it.
let us start. For those of you
Keep on
gave me your
talking. Nobody's going to
minutes,
stop you.
please don't be mad with me. This conversation is about those of us here, educated people on the panel, and about Nigeria and why Nigeria is not working. All the topic we are talking about to me are very connected. What is independence? And the question I want to answer today is, how did we get here? Somebody asked this question on Mayegun and it got me thinking. How did we get to this state of impunity, insecurity, lack of good governance, or whatever items we IPOB, whatever items we want to list? I want to be very honest with you guys. I don't think we got here by accident. I think we got here in what this is my opinion, call the failure to react. What is the failure to react? In Nigeria, although we don't blame Nigerians or after our colonial people left, you can't blame Nigerians. They imbibed the clothes of the beast, which is the hierarchical nature of the white man that defines everything in terms of hierarchy, upper class, lower class, master, servant. And so we imbibed this after independence from everyone that joined the military to those that participated into politics, and then we perpetrated it. And then we also got their education, which was also a little bit confusing for our people because it was an education of Mungo Park discovered the Niger, not the education of them knowing about themselves like the fatherless people, Dele Ogun. So we are where we are now. And if you are Nigerians, so what has been our attitude to power? Our attitude to power has been that they cannot and should not be questioned because they are in charge. And if you're brave enough to question anyone in power or their competence, the Niger response is to lock you up, throw you away, so that mosquito will teach you some sense. This is what we did to Fela 40, 45 years ago. Now, Fela went to school abroad along with his other colleagues who learned to go learn the white man's way. Before he was a little bit radicalized in America when he met one woman. Now, all his other brothers that he left behind, when this injustice was happening to Fela, they didn't say a word. They faced their book. They put on croak. He sang everything in his song and put him to jail to the point that the judge come back to beg. Not only did they do it to Fela, it all started also with Awolowo. The Awolowo case, the judge throws him in jail, and judge's statement was, "My hands are tied." It begs the question: if you go to school to be a doctor, a carpenter, a lawyer, and your hands are tied, would you want a doctor whose hands is tied to treat you, or an engineer whose hands is tied to build your bridge? That is the question that we face. So our problem lies with the educated people and the type of education we have. And me and you here speaking today, we are one of them. We are one of them because we don't react. Let me take you spiritual now. I'm a man of faith. And when I ask for forgiveness from God, I say, God, at least in my church, we say,
forgive me for the things I've done and for the things I have failed to do. One day it struck me, why should the things I failed to do be a sin? Shouldn't it be the things I have done that should be sinful? Yeah, but the thing, God has put a mandate on each man that what you do not do sometimes can become a sin. The same thing you could, and that takes me straight into nature. Nature abhors non-reaction. If you look at physics, for every action, there's always an equal and opposite reaction. If nature abhors not reacting, then why are we human beings not reacting when things happen? We just stay calm for one reason or the other. We could outline that in several books. So here we are where our country is, and we still perpetrate these activities right here on this panel, whereby everybody's opinion is this. Everybody's quick at condemning this, condemning that, condemning Tinubu, condemning the government. But do we take a mirror and look at ourselves and say, what is my contribution to this? You know, I expect, if you want to look at life in itself, evolution in itself is a reaction. If nature tries to destroy you, you fight back. When bacteria attack your blood cells, the body immune system fight back. If you don't react to change or evil, you will go extinct. And that is the story of Nigeria right now. We are gradually going extinct because we are justifying non-reaction for non-reason or the other. So let us look at each other and see how each of us respond. We have the likes of Dele. He's acting his role now. He's talking every day. We have the likes of Elvis acting his role, talking every day. The likes of Omoye Kona talking. The likes of Rudolph talking, and the likes of those of you here talking. But the fact is that sometimes, even while you're talking, you see this very little injustice in front of you and you still don't react. This is part of it. And there are those that are reacting, but they are reacting in the wrong direction. They are reacting in the direction of the storm. The storm is coming, they are reacting, they are heading the storm. They call themselves intellectuals. And I attack those ones, not attack them. I mean, I attack their point of argument, the attack of issues that, don't you know that position you just held contributes to the oppression of my people? Well, everybody's educational level is different. You might be thinking as a professor, but they are still at elementary level. So you got to come back to that level. That's why my colleagues I debate, others I teach. We have to teach ourselves as Nigerians that this issue of not reacting, particularly those of us who are privileged, we need to check our privilege, and we need to examine our sense of privilege and say, what am I reacting to? Is the reaction enough? Should I react more? Should I react less? Now, don't react to the point of killing yourself. That might be dangerous. Obi in his position is reacting. Like I said, Fela has reacted, he's gone to his grave now. Nigerians that are jackpying, they are reacting. They are escaping from something. And the Nigerians that are already jackpot, but yet could still find mentally in their head to defend the insanity that is Nigeria currently, or justify the action of the morons that are ruling us, they have a problem. I can't define their problem for them because I'm not a doctor, but the fact still remains. Reaction matters. Now, reaction doesn't come in carrying placards only. It doesn't come in marching. It doesn't come in this revolutionary thought that is in people's head. Reaction comes in having the right strategy. Reaction comes in voicing your voice when you have a voice. So go and thank somebody like Rudolph for giving Nigerians a voice, because that was what has been missing since the beginning of independence. Nigerians have no voice. Their voice has been taped and solidly quieting. And we need to emphasize that we need to take a mirror and evaluate ourselves. Each time we talk, each time we push the tribal agenda, the political agenda, whatever agenda we push, is it fair to all concerned? Is it good to all concerned? Is it punishing to all concerned? You understand? It's like a preaching, I know. But somebody got to say this, because if you don't react to evil, that evil will consume you. Eventually, I can list leaders that didn't react when they were supposed to do. The evil consumed them. Unrosi did not react. Evil later consumed him. Muritala did not react. Evil consumed him. The likes of Obasanjo, I believe that God wants, and Babangida, God wants to give them a long life so that they can see the ruin that they have created. If not, that evil too will still consume them. All these Nigerian big men, rich people, and those that are making it today that are not part of this struggle to say, let us change Nigeria. Sooner or later, that evil will consume them. We have to react if it is just saying the truth. And reaction is not lying. Reaction is not embedding figures. Reaction is not trying to justify insanity. That is not reaction. That is aiding evil. That is aiding evil. I hope we will reflect on this small speech I have made, but I want to thank the likes of Rudolph. Like I said, I didn't even know you were going to bring up the issue of numbers and banking. I was on that guy, Johnson Emmanuel, yesterday on Niger World, keep saying Nigeria is paying less than 10%. That's a lie. When educated Nigerians put out lie to justify the need to collect more when we've not justified the ones we have collected, that is evil. All this political problem and security problem is as a result of the evil of the educated people, the lawyers, the doctors, not speaking when they should have. I want to stop there because sometimes I think I talk too much. Thank you all for giving me audience.
Well, Ferreira, well done, Ferreira. I agree with that very last statement of yours, though.
Can you hold on, please? I think that was quite good. The timing is impeccable. It's quite impeccable. Please go ahead, Jagun.
No, just like yourself, I was just commending what was said in many ways. I would just like to ask a question, however, as to, I do take on board that you would like to have a different way of discussing issues on this platform, and I think that's part of the reason why you're doing what you're doing. But is there a secondary reason why you have put things in the way you have put to the panel today?
Yeah, there are always secondary reasons. You know that they'll learn every day. Even as you react with this panel, you learn every day. And then you say, oh my God, what just happened to me was what happened to Fela. And Fela said, human rights are my property. You can't dash me my property. You do that parallel thinking and you say, that is why Nigeria is fucked up. You understand? You do that parallel thinking, not just until they shoot you down. You understand? So that's the underlining one. But the super underlining word goes from the words of Martin Luther King, the urgency of now. The urgency of now. Jagun, you know what got me thinking? There were so much of my colleagues that we fought Babangida together. They're professors now. Why are they quiet? Why is it only Dele that is talking? Is it because they're making millions? Why is everybody quiet? How can we be quiet? Because what we are doing now is worse than what Babangida did to us. But I understand. I'm not blind to the cultural perspective of things. Back then, the students were the conscience of the nation. The workers were dead as wood. They don't react. It was only student activity that we served to conscientize the country. And so we were radical students. We reacted, we marched. But over time, they killed that radicalism and brought over the student body. So nobody in the society talks anymore. The workers just goes along. Everybody goes along. The journalist goes along. The lawyers goes along. The judges goes along. Professors that are supposed to build the future generation, they go along. So think about the jargon. What are we building now? What are we building?
Well said, bro. Well said. Forefather, can I ask you? I know you began, but I would like to know what your feelings were about what was just said, please.
Most of the stuff he said before, he has said it. That said now, he said it before regarding criticizing and making sure you respond to the injustices you see on the ground in Nigeria. The one that jumped, because I know all those already, which I agree with. The one that jumped out is the one that he still repeated, that people are lying about the tax, when clearly the information that we are sharing is a totally different one. The information is about tax revenue, money you get from tax versus the GDP of the nation. It's not about individual tax. It could be from anywhere. A tax could come from anywhere. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, please go ahead.
Data was to compare tax revenue to GDP. Let me ask you this simple question. Where does GDP revenue comes from? Is it only from tax?
No, it's
Exactly.
from transactions.
So why are you presenting that data?
GDP revenue comes from.
It could come from tax.
GDP is not
It could
revenue.
come from resources. It could come from so many
work,
areas.
from
So
activities.
it's not just from. So that data is telling us that we're collecting less because GDP revenue comes from tax, which is a lie.
Eh?
You didn't get me? Let me repeat
GDP revenue doesn't come from tax.
It does, but that's not the
comes from
only
GDP
thing that
revenue.
makes GDP revenue. Tax is not.
Sorry,
It's just a small portion.
Sorry, Ferrari. GDP is so way larger than tax.
I know, we're saying the same thing.
GDP, not the other way around.
So
Tax
why would you?
Can you just listen, please? Tax has to come from GDP, not the other way around. That's how it works.
I never heard that before in my life. Go on, we can move on.
We didn't know that.
No, tax doesn't come from GDP. I'm not agreeing with you.
GDP encompasses all economic activity.
No, GDP is all the income your nation gathers. That's your GDP.
All of them, isn't
All
it?
the income, taxes,
then they take tax from
selling
them.
materials, resources, everything your nation gathers. That's your GDP, gross domestic product.
Exactly. All the financial and economic activity.
So don't connect tax and GDP because tax is
Why
not the
not?
only thing that generates GDP. Let's just stop there and move on.
I don't know whether you understand the concept.
We might have to have that another day, bro.
Yeah,
please.
yeah. He doesn't understand the concept we are talking about. Eagles Air, please go ahead. What do you think about Trump? Is he going to go to jail? And is KJ going to cry all the way, follow him?
No,
No, KJ, sorry.
on,
This is not, KJ has been very, very measured about this.
Speak on national anthem too.
I don't think so. I don't think so that Trump will go to jail.
Yeah. Do you
I
think
have a
he's going
reason
to win
to
the
say
election?
that.
Do you think he's going to win the election too?
It depends on the citizens of University of America. It depends on them, who they choose. The reason why I say that Trump is not going to go to jail, number one, is that all the charges is appealable. And Trump do not accept that he's guilty of it. That's another thing you need to bear it in mind. And it's on an appeal right now. Now, there's something that I found out in the US. As long as Trump is concerned, a judge may decide that fine is going to pay over so and so charges. Because each charge is carried for, if you check very, each charge is carried for 4 years imprisonment. Now, the way it is, they are going to allow him to say, okay, pay so and so fine. And you're going to pay for it. And when you pay for it, it's over. But this this judgment can never stop Trump from running this election. It will not stop him.
Okay, let's ask more pertinent and maybe even more important questions. So, given where Trump is right now and how crossed he is, and Trump has, he does hold a grudge, and if he goes on to win the election, do you think America is going to be stable?
I want you to understand something. I just want to understand something. There's something I know about America, and that is this. America, even they have internal problem within themselves. An outsider want to fight America. The two people who are fighting themselves join hands together and fight the outsider. When the fight then finish, they come back again and face their own issue.
See, now that is interesting.
Now, America, what I'm trying to say in effect that America
Eagles Air, hold on. What you just said just now is very interesting. I asked you whether America could become unstable. Then you went straight and said if people try to destabilize America or attack America, America is going to unite and go after them. Is that not indicating what could happen? That something may happen in the world that America needs to go into a major war. Otherwise, America itself may become unstable if they don't have a war to go to. Basically,
America,
that's what you are implying.
The way America is existing, America will not go directly into a war with any country because they don't want to lose the position they occupy in the world. Rather, they will instigate problem in your country, and you begin to have problem with your country with another country. They will be there to supply ammunition to support. America is not ready to go into any war with any country. Rather, they use diplomacy to follow everything that happens. Diplomacy, I disagree with you. I will not agree with you. I will follow this way. But they go at the back, behind, and instigate problem between you and another country. Now they will come in. America is not ready to go to lose that position to China or Russia.
Are you sure? Let me show you. Let me give you
120% sure. 120% sure.
Let me just give you this indicator so that you can decide. You see, the First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War, Korean War all occurred while a Democrat was in office. And now this Democratic president has decided that Ukraine can use their weapons and attack inside Russia, something that Russia has warned them against doing. And
First of all, he didn't accept it. He didn't accept it all the way, forefathers. You have to say that the way it happened. It happened. They didn't accept to use their weapon inside Russia. But now people are they are debating there. Like
no. They said they have already given them this, and even on the down low, they've already given them permission to use it inside Russia.
Yeah, but in a limit, in a special, what do you call it? Special
way to attack a country in a special way. What kind of special attack is that?
What do you expect? You can fold your hand. What do you expect?
Forefather, I want to understand something. There is a statement Joe Biden made when he was giving his speech. He said that to attack is a form of defense. If you listen to some of his statements, he said attack is form of defense. Now, if they be able to attack some area like Kharkiv, where Russia have a strong power to attack Ukraine, he found out Russia will go back. Because when you attack, it will make an opening to draw back some more. But if we watch this scenario, this war that's going on in Ukraine, we found out that Ukraine is fighting right inside their own country. They are not fighting outside Ukraine. So they need to make a move to make sure that if they attack, destroy some certain things in Russia, it makes Russia to draw back some more.
Russia has been very kind of measured in the way they are going after Ukraine. If you look at the way Israel is going after Hamas, Russia is nowhere near that. Russia has been very measured. If they start doing this, Russia could escalate it. And if Russia
do you know that Russia is attacking Ukraine from Belarus?
Do you know that Russia came to invade Ukraine? Don't even go there.
What do you mean came to invade?
Do you understand?
Yes, it came to invade Ukraine.
That is besides the nature of the war I'm talking about.
So they have the right to defend themselves. They have the right to
attack. I want you to understand that Russia is attacking Ukraine from Belarus. And as long as Russia is attacking Ukraine from Belarus, now I want you to understand what Biden is trying to do now. If any attack come from Belarus, attack direct to that direction. That's the strategies now. They are coming now. Any attack that comes from nearby country, attack that
I don't know if you're aware, forefather. I'm not sure if you're aware. You know, the French, the Germans, the British, they have a lot of ammunition on the ground in Ukraine. And they're not saying that they have men on ground. But the Russians know that they have men on ground because there are certain artillery that are being used right now, British artillery, that the Ukrainians have no way of operating. They don't know how to operate it. And these bombs are ending up in Russia right now. So the thing is getting more complicated. Don't get it twisted. It's not getting any easier. It's getting more complicated.
Yeah. What you see? This is weird statement. Look at this. I don't know. Can somebody, Jago? Maybe you can understand it. I don't know who is better at English. He said U.S. President Joe Biden has secretly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia, solely near the area of Kharkiv, with American weapons. What does that mean? I thought Kharkiv is in Ukraine. How is that inside Russia?
talking about Kharkiv, I want you to understand something.
That is
Where is
confusing.
Kharkiv?
Talk about
Where is Kharkiv?
Kharkiv is
when you talk about
Ukraine.
Kharkiv is Ukraine. Kharkiv is Ukraine.
But is it on the border with Russia? Because they share a border now.
But Kharkiv, Kharkiv is a border.
Inside Ukraine. It's inside Ukraine.
Kharkiv
Like
is inside Ukraine. Kharkiv is a part of Ukraine, but it's a border between Russia and Ukraine, like a Crimea. Do you understand? Now, Russia has been using Kharkiv as a stamina, as a base to attack Ukraine. Then what they need to do is attack, because when they attack inside Russia, it will make some Russia to withdraw back some more. It will make them to withdraw back some more, so that we attack them very. See, they want to destabilize Russia now. You know, Russia have given China power. That you see the way we invaded and want to invade Ukraine. He can do that to Taiwan.
Yeah, I think
now they want to destabilize.
Sorry, go ahead.
They want to destabilize Russia, and bear it in mind before Joe Biden does such statement, give that power. You remember that some time ago, Poland gave them fighting jet, gave Ukraine fighting jet up to 13 or 15. Poland gave them, but America said no, they will not use it right now. Okay, because they are waiting for something. They are waiting for a time, and the time has come right now. Remember, there's when the America gave Ukraine a long range missile. America told them that don't use it inside Russia, but use it to defend yourself. But they found out that the weapon is given to them. They are wasting it by defending the Russian strike. Now, don't waste it in defending Russian strike now. Use it to attack. So that Russia will do what? Will defend themselves with their own they have. So they'll be able to make
in other words, escalate the conflict to a full-blown major war.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
It's not as easy as you're making it look. Ego air. You see, Russia all this while Russia's intention has never been to destroy Ukraine, because both Ukrainians and Russians are from the same. In fact, majority of part of Russia and Ukraine speak Russian. They are Russians. So the war has been fought on, or rather the conflict, as they call it, the military action, as the Russians call it, have been done on a way, as they call it, military action. They've never really gone out to deal with the issue, as they will call it, war. But you see, all the factors coming in now is going to change the whole thing. And it's not only going to be a situation for just Russia and Ukraine, but for the whole world. Because remember, if you've been following the development, and like I said, sometimes I don't intervene because not everybody follows these things. If you've been following development, you will have found out 3 weeks ago, Putin made a statement that if NATO gets involved, then it is a different ball game altogether. Everything they have is going to come out. And he has, as the third time he has made that statement, he has said to NATO and America, keep off. Even though it's been proxy that these people have been doing now. Now, if they put boots on ground, it's going to be a different thing. And if you want to know more about this, what's going on, you can follow a group I follow. It's called Redacted. Redacted is, they are experts in they analyze these things, and they bring in defense attaches who are working in Russia and in Ukraine to analyze what's going on. Now, it's not now that this thing started. It's not now. The problem, and this is the reason why some people have been saying that, America should be very careful. It's not like, okay, now you're giving this direction. Now, the question they were asking yesterday night is, so what next? Because it was after the Trump's ruling that they quickly put in this information you are giving now. So the question now they are saying is, what next? Are you now saying that we are getting into this full blown? And what will be the consequence of our getting into it full blown? Because you're not going to strike inside of Russia and they will keep quiet. Mind you, Russia has over 2,000 very capable warheads that can get America to over 2,000. Okay, and remember also that China is in bed with Russia, and remember also part of India. Okay,
North Korea.
North Korea.
All of
So
them.
it's not going to be
Iran.
easy. It's not going to be like
I
somebody.
mean, don't trust India. Don't trust India. India is not the country I can trust. They can betray you tomorrow.
It does not
So
matter.
remove India from it.
What matters is that
Forget about
China,
India. I know what I'm saying.
China is not a pushover. So let's not make it look as if, look, there are many situations on earth right now that we cannot just decide to get into anything. Because remember, there's the Chinese and there's the Taiwanese issues hanging on the side. That one, nobody knows how it's going to go. So if this escalates, are you sure that that side will also be be flagged off? And if you think about that, think of other people who have had one thing or the other against certain regions. Are they also going to kickstart their own when that happens? So it's a more broader issue that we should not narrow it down to just. By the way, have you ever asked yourself, the president of Russia of Ukraine, was he elected? No, he wasn't. He's not elected.
Was he
He's
not? Are you sure? This guy was a comedian now.
Yes.
No,
So all these things you are
come on,
handpicked
don't
and installed. It would not.
KJ, don't even say it.
Look. Even let me tell you, if you have been following the development, you will have known that
it was
by now it was supposed to have
KJ, that's a big lie. That was a big lie.
Which he cancelled. He's a
time
proxy of
the
America.
only thing you're gonna say during the wartime now, it's expired already. But now there's no election going to take place because of they use the martial law. They use it now because of the war. They're supposed to go on to election.
The martial law part of that.
Can I just interject quickly? I think we have to be. Hold on now, Henry. Hold on, Henry. See, let's not just call somebody a liar, because to lie means they willfully present something that is false.
Before I say that, I know I go to the session.
So, but you are saying that he did that, and I think we do that. You do that a lot, and it leads to people putting their back up. It's not good. Just say it's inaccurate. What you are saying is wrong, but don't tell somebody that they are lying.
It's not true.
Seems a little bit malicious.
That's a lie. I repeat again.
He didn't. Do you know whether he willfully he did it deliberately? Maybe he just didn't know. You don't know that. You're just accusing somebody.
Listen, forefather, if your tenure has expired in a country and you cancel the election, what are you? Are you now elected
by himself?
government?
The parliament came out to say we're not going to do election this time because we are at war.
KJ, I want you to understand something.
Mr. KJ, where in the world are elections
before Zelensky? There's a former president in Poroshenko. I want you to understand something.
One at a time, please.
I want you to understand something. Before Zelensky, former president is Poroshenko. I hope you understand, the richest man in Ukraine. And the election was done. Yes. Then Zelensky win Poroshenko. Now, in any country that is at war, they don't do election. I want you to know that.
Exactly. Why are you here talking nonsense? This is nonsensical. This is nonsensical.
Let's be nice to each other. Let's not just
a lot of people get spread.
When people come here to lie,
a lot of people get spread all over the internet.
You can take your unguarded statement to yourself. Keep it to yourself.
No, sir. You cannot be on here saying that the president of Ukraine is just a bully who is taking over the country. That is a blatant lie.
Oh my God! Gentlemen. I did say that. Hold on. Sorry, everybody, hold on. We are going to go backstage now. We are going to go backstage. Anybody that wants to join, sorry, let me announce this because we are coming to a 6 hours hard break, and it's been said that we have to have 6 hours. No, sorry, I can't read that. I'm sorry, you could have done it earlier.
Because you don't want to know the truth.
Let me thank you people for coming in so that we can go backstage. Pastor, I'm sorry I took you backstage when you didn't.
I'm going out from here. You don't look at the
truth. Henry, stay there. Don't worry, you can interact backstage as you are doing now. So you want to do it for public, for public show. Okay, that's fine. Tone, thank you for coming in. KJ, I really appreciate your time. I don't like the way people are just calling you names like that. I speak the truth. I appreciate you as always. Ferrari, very, very, very good presentation, Ferrari. Jagun, as always, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate the time you spend here. Every Saturday, you are here almost from beginning to the end. I appreciate your time here. Eagles Air, thank you for coming in, and Kando, you too. Thank you. I appreciate you for coming in. Let's try to keep it civil. We're going to go backstage now, and we're going to have discussions. And let it be that way.
Something. Let me ask you a question real quick.
No, not now, please. Not now, because it's going to be hard. Okay, quickly.
You going backstage, or you coming back, or that's it? You're going. Once you go backstage, that's it for the night. Is that what you're doing?
That's it for the night. They are saying 6 hours now that they are trying to save me. That I shouldn't go too long.
Save you.
They are trying to save me. Yeah, they care about my health, so I have to do 6 hours. But sometimes maybe we'll do longer. Who knows?
Nobody forced you to stay 6 hours. Want to go? Nobody, don't try to be like a diva here. Nobody forced you to stay here.
6 hours don't make sense. If you,
Harry, I don't know what's wrong with this, Harry.
Let me ask you a question, fathers, real quick. If you get more traffic and more exciting stuff, especially in the later times of the night, because usually you notice there's a different set of people that walk during the day, and there's a different set of people that come in at night. So you got to take that into consideration when you're doing things. Like, you just don't.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think one of the things we can also do, if we want to do it, like, is when other moderators come in. I think Ferrari was looking to be a moderator. Then we can swap. You see that? Then you go longer. And then we can also have a situation by when we go backstage, we'll put the link in the front of the video so that they can be able to come in backstage to have conversations with everybody. Then later on, it's taken off. Okay, so that is one of the ways. Let me thank the people that donated. I really appreciated my fellow Nigerians today. I called them to donate. They decided to start donating. That's very, very nice of them. One man went to Moi, didn't ask him. He just decided to volunteer to donate. First man to donate. And Alexander Gomez, we appreciate you for the donation. And Alexander Gomez again. Then our fellow panelist, Olumide, he didn't even come on today. He just flashed us 140 Canadian dollars. That is beautiful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello. Yeah, I speak the truth, and in the interest of health and safety, Forefathers' hours was cut down. For its own good and for the good of the channel as well too. So until such time that we have people who can split the program with him, then it will be. But 6 hours is enough for anybody to sit down for his own health. So that's the reason why it's not whether traffic or not. It's not the issue there. So.
I do understand that if I wanted to go longer, I think they did leave it to me to go longer. But I think maybe if they have concerns, you know me, I'm a Democrat. I do listen to concerns or when people highlight stuff. So I took it on board. I'd say, okay, let me back off a little bit. And but sometimes I could still go do long shift when I know I'm very physically ready to do it, because you know we are our own brothers keepers. If they tell me this thing is not very healthy, I decided to listen to it. You know, it's a good thing. So that said, Olumide gave us, you know, some of the best money I've ever seen on the panel. That's very, very good. Bello Babs, I appreciate all the money you've donated. Alexander Gomez again. Jaja with your donation, and One Nigeria, thank you for your donation. Where's One Nigeria there? I don't want to miss anybody. A for Real is there. AY is backstage. They are all coming on now. Man, the panel is going to be full for backstage. Henry Gabriel, thank you for your donation, Henry Gabriel. We really appreciate that. Real K, thank you for the donation. Chuk Onu Goku.
Well, what kind of pronunciation?
I'm trying now. Chuk Onu
You don't spoil people's name with that, though. Wow.
I'm trying here. Chuk Onu, thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. And Motifarm TV, thank you for the donation. You did that twice. We really do appreciate it. And Tracy Jacobin, the legends of the chat, thank you for the donation. We really do appreciate it. Let me just acknowledge some of the chat people that are chatting out there. User found, thank you. I see you there. KJ short video, I see you there. Steve, I see you there. Soji, you are on the panel. He is Jagon. Soji is Jagon. Soji Adamo.
Why are you exposing me? Yeah?
Just in case that they didn't know that you are the one chatting them up in the chat. A Black Beauty, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Fortress, Mountain Man, Jaja, Guy Onwalale, T-League. When I can't find Bitcoin is there. Okay, Wise Guy Parody, Boluwaga Laditi. I do like that name actually. Boluwaga Laditi. Christine, okay, let me not murder this one. Akete Odo, thank you for joining us. Akete Odo, Efosa Akembo, that's another neat name. Bami, thank you for joining us. And who is this one? Ovu Project Freedom. I'll say it again the third time. Ovu Project Freedom is pastor. He's electricity, and he is also Ovu Project Kingdom. This in Freedom. Thank you for joining us on the chat too. But why? Thank you for joining us on the chat. Abami Eda, another good one. Abami Eda is that fella, isn't it? Abami Eda, Nwachuku, I see you there too. I think that's as much as I can take for one day. Shosho is there, also there. I can't name all of them. Shosho is also there. Thank you. Till tomorrow. Bye for now.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. This is his most recent album right here. Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Bashek.
I'm